Everyone knew that the World Margin sect had been close to the Night Clan recently. However, they didn't know that the relationship between the two ancestors of the World Margin sect and Night Emperor was so good. Night Emperor's attitude made them slightly surprised. Now that the World Margin sect and the Dragon Palace were mortal enemies, there were people saying that the Dragon Palace had offended the Night Clan during this period of time. However, during this period of time, because the Dragon Palace had killed 2 peak Undying God King Abyss species and killed a large Abyss species, the Dragon Palace's reputation was greatly affected. The entire Emperor Starfield's AI was discussing that the Dragon Palace might have power that wasn't weaker than the Night Clan. Even if they had offended the Night Clan wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, from the looks of it now, with such a good relationship with the Horizon Night Clan, was the Emperor of the Night going to make a move against the Dragon Palace? Everyone's eyes flickered. They could not help but look at Wang Xian and the rest. Although Wang Xian and the rest were at the periphery with the current status and strength of the Dragon Palace, even if they were at the periphery, not many forces dared to get close to them. The few forces nearby were also at a position more than 10 meters away from the Dragon Palace to show their respect. Therefore, Wang Xian and the rest were still very eye-catching. Hee. At this moment, the Emperor of the Night also sensed the changes in the surroundings. He narrowed his eyes slightly and his gaze landed on Wang Xian and the rest. A faint aura surged out from his body. When this aura had just risen, the experts from the surrounding forces sensed it. Everyone's expression changed. Night God Emperor wants to fight against the Dragon Palace. They were shocked and stared at him. 9 Heavens Breaking Moon and the other big sects were also slightly shocked. Night God Emperor. We have already discussed with clan leader Yi and the others. The 8-limbed demon fiend standing beside Night God Emperor felt the power of Night God Emperor, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his heart. They hurriedly transmitted their voice to Night God Emperor. Oh! The power of the Night God Emperor disappeared and he looked to the side. With a thought, a sealed space appeared. With his current status, there was no need for him to set up such a space. However, he still had to be fully prepared for some schemes. Patriarch, the strength of the Dragon Palace is not weak. Can even be said that they are very strong. However, they have offended our Night Clan and the World Margin sect. Naturally, we will not let them off. However, we don't have to destroy them directly. From now on, our Night Clan will be in charge of this place and be in charge of suppressing this abyss. We can definitely order the Dragon Palace and the others to fight against the powerful abyss seeds. This way, we can destroy the Dragon Palace and reduce the pressure on the abyss battlefield. With the power of the Dragon Palace, it shouldn't be a problem to kill 2 or 3 peak Undying God King abyss seeds. The Night Clan leader immediately said, "That works too. It's too easy to just destroy them." Night God Emperor's eyes gleamed as he nodded, looking at the 8-point demon Sha beside him. As long as the 2 brothers Tion you don't have any objections, then it's fine. The Night Clan and the Dragon Palace didn't have too much of a grudge. Everything still depended on the World Margin sect. Night God Emperor. Let's act according to our agreement with the Night Clan leader and the others. Ba Chi said respectfully. All right, let them off for now. Night God Emperor nodded lightly. Well, Patriarch, young Emperor, can I ask you for a favor? At this moment, young Emperor Yi, who was standing at the side, saw that they had finished their discussion. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said to Night God Emperor, "Oh." Night God Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at his descendants. "Brat, what's the matter? Didn't the Patriarch just raise your strength?" The Night Clan leader looked at his son and shouted with a slight frown. "If there's nothing else, young Emperor, speak." Night God Emperor waved his hand and said indifferently, "That Patriarch, I like the current generation disciple of the Imperial Court, Di Xingnu. I request that the Patriarch can make the decision." Ha ha! As young Emperor Yi said that, before he could finish his sentence, Night God Emperor laughed out loud and interrupted him. Good. You can, young Emperor. You are much more promising than your father. In our generation's direct line, your grandfather and your father, these 2 brats, are not promising at all. In your generation, it's not bad to have a few more descendants. Don't worry. I will propose a marriage to the Imperial Court later. The Imperial Court will not refuse. the Night God Emperor said and patted young Emperor Ye's shoulder. Thank you, Patriarch. Young Emperor Yi hurriedly said excitedly when he heard the Patriarch's words. Since the Patriarch has agreed, I'll just get you another wife. Doesn't the Dragon King have a disciple, the Frost Goddess? Didn't he mock you, young Emperor? Why don't you let him be your concubine, young Emperor? At this moment, the clan leader of the Yi clan suddenly spoke up. This father. The Frost Goddess is so powerful, and she's even called a woman with the potential to become an emperor. It's okay, our Yi clan can suppress her. Young Emperor Yi was slightly stunned. As he spoke, he was interrupted by his father, who also patted him on the shoulder. At this moment, young Emperor Yi thought of the face of the Frost Goddess and his heart was burning. This was the famous Frost Goddess. At the same time, his heart was filled with endless pride. With the love of his forefather and grandfather, who would dare to offend him in the Imperial Star Field in the future? Even the head sect master and forefather would have to be polite to him in the future. Buzz. At this moment, the Night God Emperor broke the sound barrier and looked around. All the people from the surrounding forces bowed slightly and waited for the Night God Emperor to speak. Some people glanced at the direction of the Dragon Palace and wondered if the Dragon Palace would be punished by the Night God Emperor. The Night Clan and the Guardians of the Imperial Court will be in charge of this abyss battlefield. All the forces, please cooperate with us. The Night God Emperor spoke and spoke indifferently. Night God Emperor, this abyssal battlefield will mainly be suppressed by you. Our Imperial Court will only provide assistance. Great Ancestor has instructed that we will listen to your orders. A protector of the Imperial Court immediately said with a smile. His gaze swept across the surroundings. The orders of the Night God Emperor are also orders of our Imperial Court. We will naturally listen to the order of the Night God Emperor. All the experts from the surrounding factions hurriedly said when they saw this scene. At this moment, with the strength of the Night God Emperor, disobeying an order was purely challenging His Majesty. The result would naturally be destruction. Moreover, with the Imperial Court by the side, who would dare to offend these two factions now? Very good. Our next task is to suppress this abyss. A few days later, I will personally organize an attack. Night God Emperor said. We will obey the orders of Night God Emperor. The protectors of the Imperial Court replied respectfully. We will obey the orders of Night God Emperor. Everyone from the other factions cupped their hands and replied. Everyone, don't worry. With me around, everyone will not suffer too much loss. Night God Emperor said indifferently. Then, he looked at the protectors of the Imperial Court. I heard that the current Empress of the Imperial Court has outstanding talent. My descendant young Emperor's talent is not bad. Today I will seek karma for him. What do you think, protectors? Oh, Night God Emperor, that is a great thing. Our Imperial Court is naturally willing to tie the knot with the Night Clan. The few protectors were slightly stunned. Soon after, a smile appeared on their faces as they replied. Oh! When the Night Divine Emperor personally spoke about the marriage alliance with the Imperial Court and when the Imperial Court's protector agreed without hesitation, the Emperor Star Lady's expression among the Imperial Court's people changed drastically. When she heard the protector's agreement, her heart sank. She looked extremely embarrassed, and at the same time, anger surged in her heart. Her marriage was actually decided by them? Guardian, I don't agree. I'll make the decision for my marriage. Celestial Emperor Lady walked forward with a face full of anger as she spoke with an embarrassed expression. Oh! When the 5 guardians saw Celestial Emperor Lady's direct objection, their expressions sank. In front, Night God Emperor also raised his brows. Young Emperor Ye's expression darkened when he saw the Emperor Star Daughter rejecting him. God Emperor Yi, protectors. It's my daughter's honor to be able to marry young Master Young Emperor Yi. A marriage is a matter of marriage. As a father, I naturally agree with the matchmaker's words. Before they could speak, the Emperor Star Daughter's father, Di Haosong, walked out from behind and spoke. You don't have the right to speak for me. Di Xingnu looked at her father and spoke with a dark expression. Pa! However, Di Haosong's palm landed on Di Xingnu's body at this moment, causing her to be unable to react. Di Xingnu was completely stunned as she stared fixedly at her father. Night God Emperor, Lord Protector, Haosong's discipline isn't strict. I can make the decision regarding my daughter's matters. It's my honor to be able to become in-laws with young Master Yi and the Yi clan leader. Di Haosong glanced at Di Xingnu coldly and cupped his hands as he spoke to them. What are you causing trouble for? Why aren't you leaving? A protector said directly. Yes. Di Haosong responded immediately. He stretched out his hand and pulled Di Xingnu to the back. In terms of cultivation, her father was much stronger than her. When Wang Xian saw the scene, he frowned slightly. His eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. In our faction, my father only has 2 sons, and I only have 1 son. Therefore, I would like to ask for fate to take a concubine for our young emperor. At this moment, the clan leader of the Yi clan suddenly spoke. Everyone was slightly surprised when they heard his words. Taking a concubine for young Emperor Yi? Everyone from the Beichuan sect. I heard that there is a woman in your sect who has the potential to become an emperor. Such a heaven's favorite. I would like to be nurtured by my Yi clan and be able to rise to a higher level. I wonder, what do you think? Sect leader Beichuan. The clan leader of the Yi clan continued to speak. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the Beichuan clan. Goddess of Frost. Goddess of Frost, the disciple of the Dragon King. What is the Yi clan doing? This is against the Dragon Palace. The Emperor Star also seems to have a very good relationship with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Hearing the clan leader of the Yi clan's words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Some of them said in a low voice, making the Frost Goddess his son's concubine was also deliberately embarrassing the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Yi clan had done this on purpose. Just as they had guessed, the clan leader of the Yi clan wanted to propose marriage to the Beichuan sect, and a large part of it was also done on purpose to disgust the Dragon King. It was deliberately embarrassing the Dragon King. Secondly, the reputation and talent of the Frost Goddess were indeed worthy of her son. Beside the Yi clan leader, young Emperor Ye's eyes gleamed as he looked in the direction of the Beichuan clan. His gaze landed on Beishuang, his eyes filled with greed. Such a goddess, even as the son of a great sect, he didn't dare to dream about it. Such an undying God King level 8 lady was much more noble than the imperial court empress. This made his heart burn with passion. The Beichuan sect leader and ancestors' bodies trembled slightly. They looked at each other, looking at Beishuang. Leader Yi, Beishuang is now the deputy sect leader of our Beichuan sect. We don't have the right to decide such a huge matter. The Beichuan sect leader said bitterly. Oh? What does the Frost Goddess think? The leader looked at Beishuang and asked, if he can defeat me, I can consider it. Beishuang looked coldly at the Night Clan leader and said directly, oh? Then you mean you look down on our Night Clan? The Night Clan leader looked at Beishuang and asked indifferently, if you threaten us like this, we really look down on you. Beishuang looked directly at the Night Clan leader and said fearlessly, Goddess of Ice Frost, the word threaten is used incorrectly. You should use the word suppress. The clan leader of the Yi clan looked at him and said with a smile, then you have to keep suppressing me. Otherwise, you will only lose Madam and lose your troops. Beishuang completely ignored his threat and instead directly threatened him. The meaning in Beishuang's words was also very obvious. If she could not suppress her, she would kill young Emperor Yi. Humph! Her words caused the Yi clan's patriarch's expression to turn cold. All right, she's just a woman. The Night God Emperor said coldly from the side. The Yi clan's patriarch was just about to speak when he immediately retracted his words. However, no one dares to threaten our Yi clan now. Those who disobey will die. Changing the topic, the Night God Emperor's gaze turned towards Beishuang. In an instant, a terrifying might directly attacked Beishuang. Beishuang's expression changed drastically. She did not expect Night God Emperor to suddenly attack her. Hong! A water elemental law landed directly on her body. The terrifying power caused Beishuang to fly backwards. A trace of despair and fear flashed in her eyes. Beishuang! The expressions of the Beichuan sect master and the others changed drastically as they let out a cry of alarm. Bang! Bei Shuang's body crashed into one of the Beichuan sect's patriarchs. Under this impact, the Beichuan sect's patriarch spat out blood and flew back a few thousand meters. Hiss! Upon seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A hint of horror appeared on their faces. Under their senses, the life force on the frost goddess had disappeared completely. She was dead. When they saw the frost goddess being killed, they looked at the Night Emperor in awe. Some of them glanced at Wang Xian. At the side, when Wang Xian saw that Bei Shuang was killed, he closed his eyes slightly and his eyelashes fluttered. 5 days later, before all the forces gather in the abyss, follow me to the abyss. The Night Emperor did not show any signs of emotion towards Bei Shuang's death. He swept his gaze across everyone around him and said faintly. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared without a trace. Everyone watched in a daze as their hearts trembled slightly. This was the majesty of a god emperor. The dignified frost goddess had only said one wrong word before she was directly killed. Perhaps she was implicated by the Dragon King. After all, the frost goddess has the talent of a great emperor. The night god emperor could not possibly leave such an antagonistic heaven's favored daughter behind. An old man from the 9 heavens sect muttered and shook his head slightly. All the prodigies were just empty words before they grew up. They were as dazzling as the frost goddess. But weren't they destroyed by the night god emperor? Sister Bei Shuang. Bei Shuang. Bei Shuang. At this moment, the voices of the Imperial Star's daughter, the Bei Chuan sect, rang out. No matter how magnificent you are, this is what you get for threatening our Yi clan. The members of the Yi clan looked at the corpse in front of them. They glanced at Wang Xian and the rest and said coldly, "Let's go." The clan leader of the Yi clan said faintly and flew towards the planet at the side. What a pity. Yi Shaohuang shook his head. He was filled with pity. Such a peerless goddess had turned into a pile of yellow soil. However, this was also looking down on him and the outcome of the Yi clan. After the Yi clan left, the 8-limbed demon fiend and the others left with the world's end disciples. The Imperial Court's protector and the experts of the Imperial Court glanced at each other before leaving without saying anything. As for what the Imperial Court had said, it forbade humans from killing each other within the human race or else they would kill without mercy. However, it did not exist in the face of the Divine Emperor. Furthermore, not long ago, the Imperial Court had already broken this rule because they were protecting the world margin great religion. Sister Bei Shuang, Sister Bei Shuang. Bei Shuang. At the side, the Emperor Star Lady was crying as she shouted. Bei Chuan sect master, ancestor, and the others were also crying out in grief. Helpless, facing the night race and facing the void god emperor, they had no way to do anything. Di Xing this father has already made the decision. The protectors of the Imperial Court have also made the decision. After pacifying the abyss, you and the night race's young Emperor Yi will enter into a marriage alliance. During this period of time, be more obedient. I will send people to look after you. Do you understand? At this moment, Di Haosong walked to Di Xing's side and coldly said to her. Di Xing raised her head and glared at him with her red eyes. HMH, don't be ungrateful. Di Haosong said coldly and left immediately. Give me the corpse. Wang Xian walked over and said to them. Dragon King, see if you can still save Bei Shuang. Bei Shuang. This child. At the side, the Beichuan sect master said with a face full of grief. He knew that Bei Shuang's life force had all disappeared. She was already dead. Since the Celestial Emperor had made his move, there was no way he would leave her alive. Wang Xian didn't say anything. He picked up Bei Shuang's corpse and flew directly in the direction of the Dragon Peak. At the side, the Empress Star followed behind hurriedly. The Dragon King can succeed or fail. The Empress was able to rise up because of the cultivation method that the Dragon King imparted to her. However, because of the Dragon King, she was destroyed by the Night Celestial Emperor. The Frost Goddess was killed because of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Although I don't understand why the Night Emperor didn't attack the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace directly, the destruction of Beijing was also a signal. Just because the Night Clan didn't destroy the Dragon Palace now doesn't mean that they won't destroy the Dragon Palace in the future. The Dragon Palace will be in big trouble. The Dragon Palace is strong enough, especially its reputation in the Imperial Star field. The people ranked first on the merit list of the heroes list are both from the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace. After the Abyss War, the Dragon Palace was able to become a force that could rival or even surpass the Night Clan. I didn't expect the Night Clan's patriarch to become an emperor. It's fate. Even if the Dragon Palace isn't destroyed, it will probably be quiet in the future. After all, the Night Clan and the Imperial Court have a very good relationship. Seeing the Dragon King and the others leave, some experts of some forces discussed in low voices. The Dragon Palace was very famous in the Imperial Star field. Everyone knew about it in the intelligence system. But now it was a pity. Faced with the orders of the Imperial Court and the Night Clan, it was extremely difficult for them to escape. Is this the reason why the Dragon King didn't allow us to get close to the Dragon Palace? Did the Dragon King actually predict something long ago? Last month, the ancient god Chao of the Dragon Python group looked at the Dragon King's figure with a complicated expression. He felt powerless in his heart. The Dragon Palace owed them a favor. However, in such a situation, they couldn't help at all. Once they stood on the Dragon Palace's side, what awaited them was destruction. They had trillions of disciples, and they did not dare to gamble with everyone's lives. Wu, Wang Xian, Sister Bei Shuang is dead. When they came to the front of the Dragon Peak, Lady Di Xing looked at Bei Shuang's corpse in Wang Xian's arms and cried out again. Let's return to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at Lady Di Xing and said to her. Lady Di Xing nodded her head while choking on her sobs. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept Lady Di Xing into the mother nest. With a flash, he disappeared. Tian Chang and the rest exchanged a glance before disappearing as well. Buzz. After returning to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian released Di Xing immediately. Do you have any plans for the future? Wang Xian looked at her and asked. I will never marry that young Emperor Yi. Di Xing's expression changed as she clenched her fists tightly. What about the people from the Imperial Court? Why don't you bring your mother to the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian said. All right. The Empress Star gritted her teeth without any hesitation. In the huge Imperial Court, even if she was the Empress, she was just a chess piece of the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court's guardian asked her to marry young Emperor Yi without her consent. Moreover, her father could no longer be called a father. In the past, he was annoying. Now he was filled with resentment. Even if her father died, she wouldn't even frown. Let's go. Save Sister Bei Shuang first. Wang Xian nodded at her and walked into the Dragon King's palace. Wang Xian, you can save Sister Bei Shuang. The Imperial Star Lady was stunned for a moment before she said excitedly. Let's see. Wang Xian smiled faintly. He did not expect the Emperor of the Night to directly eliminate Bei Shuang from the night race. However, Wang Xian could not make a move at that time. That was because he was unsure if the Emperor of the Imperial Court had left. Furthermore, some preparations for the Dragon Palace were not done well either. The Dragon Palace would repay Bei Shuang's grudge 10 times more quickly. 5 days later, Wang Xian carried Bei Shuang to the front of the dragon chair. With a wave of his arm, he plucked a soul-returning embryo fruit. Currently, there were more than 100 soul-returning embryo fruits on the soul-returning branches. Only one of them had ever been used, and no one had ever used it. The Empress Star Lady looked at the fruit curiously. She did not know the effects of these fruits. She had never been to the Dragon Transformation Pool or the Dragon Farm in the Dragon Palace. It was Wang Xian who forbade her from going there. This was because the former Celestial Emperor Lady was, after all, a member of the Imperial Court. This fruit is called the Soul-Returning Embryo Fruit. It can bring people back from the dead. Wang Xian saw the curious look on Celestial Emperor Lady's face and said with a smile, Bring back from the dead? Is this real? Celestial Emperor Lady widened her eyes and said with a face full of shock. Wang Xian didn't say anything. He crushed the fruit and landed it on Bei Shuang's body. The last time, Xiao Ran's head was taken away and he was able to revive. This time, Bei Shuang's revival was much easier. Traces of life force gathered towards Bei Shuang. Di Xingnu could clearly feel that Bei Shuang was recovering. With a glance, she could clearly feel that she was a dead person previously. Now she looked like a person who was in a deep sleep. Her eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. She had been brought back from the dead. Truly brought back from the dead. She looked at the fruits on the side again. There were hundreds of these fruits. There were also hundreds of other fruits. What kind of family was this? It was so heaven-defying. Buzz. Inside the Dragon King's palace, Bei Shuang's life force was slowly recovering. On the side, the Imperial Star Lady watched with her eyes wide open. Her eyes were red, and her mouth was wide open. She looked exceptionally cute. Slowly, the leaders of the Dragon Palace came to the Dragon King's palace and waited there quietly. Even if the Dragon Palace could save Bei Shuang, they could still feel the Dragon King's killing intent. 10 minutes later, Bei Shuang made a sound. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around in a daze. This is... She was already looking around in confusion. Wasn't she killed by the Night God Emperor? Why was she here? Sister Bei Shuang, you're awake. That's great, that's great. At this moment, the Empress' cheers came from the side. Bei Shuang stood up slightly and touched her body. I'm not dead yet, she mumbled. You've been saved by Wuxia. You're back from the dead, back from the dead. This is amazing. The exclamation of the Empress continued. Bei Shuang looked at Wuxia, who was beside her. Wuxia gently supported her body and looked at her with a smile. Join the Dragon Palace, he said directly to Bei Shuang. Yes, master. Bei Shuang will listen to you. Bei Shuang nodded slowly. With your physique, you can go to the Dragon Transformation Pool and give it a try. As Wuxia spoke, he waved his arm and led Bei Shuang and the Empress to the front of the Dragon Transformation Pool. What effect does this Dragon Transformation Pool have? The Empress of the Dragon Transformation Pool had seen it from afar, but she did not know the exact situation. The Dragon Transformation Pool of the Dragon Palace can turn it into a divine dragon. Of course, it is difficult to transform it into a real divine dragon. However, even if it is an ordinary dragon, it is exceptionally powerful. The reason why I was willing to take you in as my disciple back then was because of your physique. With your physique, there is a chance for you to transform into a frost divine dragon in the Dragon Transformation Pool. A powerful mutated divine dragon. Wuxia did not reply to Di Xingnu's words and spoke to Bei Shuang. Divine dragon? Master, is the cultivation method that you taught me the frost divine dragon cultivation method? Bei Shuang looked at him with a twinkle in her eyes. Yes. Wuxia smiled and nodded. He patted her shoulder and said, once you enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, you will become a member of the Dragon Palace forever. Enter. Yes, master. Bei Shuang nodded her head. Without any hesitation, she flew straight into the Dragon Transformation Pool. There was also some dragon blood inside. I want to transform into a divine dragon. Wuxia, I want to transform into a divine dragon too. Am I a divine dragon at the peak of the universe? Can I transform into a fairy dragon? Di Xing'er, who was at the side, became lively as she spoke with glowing eyes. You are not qualified to transform into a fairy dragon. At the very least, you are not good-looking enough. Wuxia looked at her and teased her. Humph. How is that possible? I am a famous goddess in the Imperial Star Field. The Imperial Star Lady curled her lips. Hee, all right. Contact your mother. I will send someone from the Dragon Palace to bring her over. You should consider it carefully. If you come here, you will not be able to return. As Wuxia spoke, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. I have considered it carefully. If it wasn't for me, my mother would have wanted to leave the Imperial Court long ago. The Imperial Star Lady nodded her head heavily. All right. Wuxia nodded his head. His body moved and he returned to the Dragon King's palace once again. Dragon King. The leaders of the Dragon Palace greeted him respectfully. We still have 5 days to prepare. In these 5 days, we must find a way to retreat and be fully prepared. In the other 5 days, I want the Imperial Court and the Night Clan to pay a heavy price. Wuxia sat on the dragon throne and roared with a gloomy face. Don't worry, Dragon King. We will definitely be prepared. If we don't kill 5 or 6 peak stage Immortal King powerhouses, do they really think that our Dragon Palace can crush them easily? Sky Array said with a cold face. Haha. This time, Big Brother Demon 8 Chi said that he will let you guys witness the strength of our poisonous horned dragon species. Beside him, Dujo laughed and said, Hee hee. I hope that Baki and Baki can broaden my horizons. Tianchun laughed. Tianchun, how's your research on formations? Wang Xian asked Tianchun. Dragon King, it's done. 1 person for each of you and 2 for the poisonous horned dragon species. One of you can crush it and return to the Dragon Peak while the other can escape. The second destination has yet to be chosen. Heaven Array replied immediately. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Then we'll wait for 5 days. It's the Dragon King. The leaders of the Dragon Palace shouted loudly. Waves of violent aura surged out from their bodies. Empress Star, who was flying over, felt the waves of aura and widened her eyes. Under her senses, the aura of a powerhouse at the peak of the Immortal King realm was no less than 8. Is Wang Xian preparing to start a war with the Imperial Court of the Night Race? Empress Star muttered. Time passed day by day. In these 2 days, the entire Imperial Star Field was in an uproar. The Night Race's patriarch's ascension to the throne shook the entire Imperial Star Field. The birth of a God Emperor was enough to shock everyone. God Emperors were high and mighty. They were invincible existences. The Night Clan's patriarch's ascension to the throne could be said to have added another epic-level faction to the Imperial Star Field. Other than the birth of the Night Clan's God Emperor, the fact that the Night God Emperor had directly destroyed the Frost Goddess had also caused quite a stir. The Frost Goddess. Those with a little bit of strength knew of this monstrous heaven's chosen daughter. She was known as a goddess with the potential to become an emperor, yet she had actually been directly killed by the Night God Emperor. This made many people feel sorry for the Frost Goddess. Some people even said that the Night God Emperor was too cruel. Why did he not even let a woman go? However, soon a public opinion appeared on the AI. The Frost Goddess was a threat to the Night Clan and was killed by the Night God Emperor. This public opinion quickly overshadowed all the criticism. This was the court controlling the public opinion from behind. The AI was controlled by the Imperial Court. It was too easy for the Imperial Court to change some things. On the AI, some remarks about the Dragon Palace also rose. The Dragon Palace is extremely brutal. They assassinated the experts and disciples of the World Margin sect, causing the World Margin sect to suffer heavy losses. Now that the World Margin sect has a good relationship with the Night Clan, the Dragon Palace will soon be in trouble. The Dragon Palace is very powerful, but they don't put the other sects in their eyes and kill countless disciples of the World Margin sect. The appearance of all these comments surprised some of the people in the artificial intelligence system. The adoration of the Dragon Palace and the shock of the power of the Dragon Palace that they had felt for the past few days slowly disappeared. The Imperial Court was quietly changing some of the comments. And in these few days, there was another matter that attracted the attention of everyone in the AI. The Night Clan's Night God Emperor would lead a group of experts into the abyss to hunt down the abyssal seeds, in order to resolve the crisis of the human race as soon as possible. Everyone was looking forward to the war that was about to break out. And the Night God Emperor was without a doubt the great hero of the humans in the Imperial Star Field. The Void God Emperor was worshipped by everyone. It's been 4 days. How are the preparations going? Wang Xian sat in the Dragon King's palace. He looked at the leaders of the Dragon Palace and asked, Dragon King, everything is ready. Prime Minister Gue said with a smile from below. Since everything is ready, let's go over. He stood up slowly, his eyes shining. Wang Xian had seen the situation on the front line of the Imperial Court and some information on the AI in the past few days. However, the Dragon Palace did nothing. The AI was controlled by the Imperial Court and they controlled public opinion. However, everything was a winner-take-all. If the Dragon Palace could destroy the Imperial Court one day, the Dragon Palace would be the king of the Imperial Starfield. Everyone was impressed and began to worship him. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue and the rest nodded. Ao Qitian and the rest immediately followed by his side. Little Xian, be careful. Wang Xian, be careful. The group of girls and the Imperial Star ladies saw Wang Xian leaving and knew that there would be a big battle coming up. They spoke with a slightly worried expression. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen." Wang Xian looked at them. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He immediately teleported to the front line of the Imperial Court through the teleportation formation. "Dragon King, this is some information about tomorrow. Please do it." When Wang Xian just arrived at the front line of the Imperial Court's teleportation planet, a staff member of the Imperial Court seemed to be well prepared. He passed a yellow paper to them. "Oh!" Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the content. The content was very simple. Wang Xian had already received similar information. It stated that the current strength of the Dragon Palace was the same as the last time. The following was a reminder to the Dragon Palace that they could not send less than 2/3 of the Dragon Palace's disciples tomorrow. At that time, there was a possibility that they would carry out a checkup to see if they could send out such a powerful force. If they deliberately sent fewer people over, they would be punished by the Imperial Court. As for how they would be punished, there was no way to say. Hee. Wang Xian looked at the contents and smiled gently. It was obvious that the Imperial Court wanted to be on the same side as the Night Clan. With a slight movement of his palm, the paper was immediately turned into ashes. His gaze swept across the newly built teleportation planet and the palace where the merit points and treasures were exchanged. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He moved and arrived at the Dragon Peak. Wang Xian stood on the command platform. "Poison 9. I'll leave the Merit Exchange Palace to you tomorrow," Wang Xian said to Poison 9 who was beside him. "It's the Dragon King." Poison 9 nodded. According to the news he had received over the past few days, 4 of the 5 guardians of the Imperial Court would lead the disciples of the Imperial Court into the abyss tomorrow. One of the guardians would guard the Merit Palace. He would guard all the treasures. On the Night Clan side, a Pinnacle Immortal King was guarding the Night Clan's nest on the Night Cold Island. Only 3 Pinnacle Immortal King experts of the Night Clan had entered the abyss. This was good news for the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at the plans and links one by one to ensure that there were no mistakes. "The Dragon King and the rest are already here, right?" At the same time, in a star hall of the Imperial Court, the Night God Emperor was sitting there. At the front, there were currently 2 patriarchs, Ba Qi and Mo Sha, 3 peak stage Immortal King stage powerhouses from the Night Race and 4 peak stage Immortal King stage powerhouses from the Imperial Court. They were standing respectfully at the front. The Night God Emperor asked them calmly. "It has already arrived. Lord Night God Emperor, everything is ready for tomorrow's battle. Palace Master Dragon, attack the central area. Tomorrow we will launch a large-scale attack. That black magic system Void God Emperor in the depths will definitely order all the races to unite. At that time, the most dangerous area will be the central area." An Imperial Court protector opened his mouth and said, "Once the battle starts tomorrow, our forefather might be held back by that black magic system Void God Emperor Abyss Seed. At that time, we have to pay attention to prevent the Dragon Palace from reacting too excessively." The Night Clan leader slightly raised his brows and said, "The Dragon Palace should not dare to offend our Imperial Court and the Night Clan. This is no different from seeking their own destruction. However, the Dragon Palace will be at the front and center of the battle tomorrow. They will definitely be dissatisfied. At that time, we will also ask the Night God Emperor to appease them. For example, he promised to let them off if the Dragon Palace builds enough merit points." A protector of the Imperial Court suggested. "Oh, I'm not a man of my word. I have to keep my word." The Night Emperor frowned slightly and said coldly, "Don't worry, Lord Night Emperor. If the Dragon Palace really built a lot of merit points, it will also suffer heavy losses. When the time comes, if you let the Dragon Palace go, our Imperial Court can take action. We can destroy it with any crime," the Imperial Court protector said. "Sooner or later, we can destroy the Dragon Palace. It doesn't matter who we destroy. But when the time comes, we, the World Margin Sect, hope to take action together," Ba Qi said with a gloomy face. "Of course, that's not a problem. When the time comes, the Dragon Palace, which might suffer heavy losses, can be easily destroyed by the 2 of you. Hee. an imperial court protector said with a smile. That's even better. When the time comes, I'll hang the Dragon King's head. Beside him, Emosha roared with killing intent. All right, the little dragon palace isn't worth our calculations. Guarding this abyss battlefield is the most important thing. Tomorrow, we'll try to kill as many peak Undying God King Abyss seeds as possible. Night God Emperor said indifferently. He didn't take the Dragon Palace seriously. With his current God Emperor level, if he really wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace, he would destroy it with a snap of his fingers. He had never taken it seriously. Lord Night God Emperor is right, the little Dragon Palace isn't worth our attention. The main thing is to deal with the Abyss seeds tomorrow. We can't be careless with the Abyss seeds. If our luck isn't good tomorrow, there might be casualties. The Imperial Court's protector replied. Then, everyone began to discuss the battle against the Abyssal Seed tomorrow. However, just as they were discussing the battle against the Abyssal Seed tomorrow, they found themselves under a starry sky in the distance. Pingy Island, one of the 3 major islands of the Imperial Star area. At this moment, half of the Pingy Island had been completely devoured by the Abyss. Located in the territory of Pingy Island, in front of the territory of the Imperial Court, was an incomparably vast and deep abyss. This was another Abyss battlefield. On the front line of the battlefield, countless powerful warships, war machines, and burning stars were lined up in front of the entrance of the Abyss. At a glance, it gave people an incomparable shock. What scale was this? What kind of battlefield was this? In this starry sky, the air was filled with a cold atmosphere. Compared to this place, the cold night island was simply an ordinary war. This front line gathered 80% of the entire Imperial Court's strength, and there were at least 1 million God Emperor experts gathered. And in the depths of the abyss in front of the battle line, there was an incomparably vast abyss ocean floating in the abyss. The sky-blue seawater was deep and viscous. At this moment, in the center of the endless abyss ocean, there was an incomparably huge beast suspended in the air. Master, we've made a great discovery. A great discovery. The giant beast floated in the deep abyss. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the surroundings. Woo-woo! The giant beast growled and looked to the side. In front of it, the human who was smaller than an ant in front of the giant beast flew over. Hee. Big brother Shaolin, I have something important to report to Master. The figure came to the front of the giant beast and said with a laugh. The giant beast in front of them was emitting a gray aura. Just one eye was 1,000 times the size of the human in front of them. The entire body of the giant beast stretched for at least 100 kilometers, and the vast aura was constantly surging towards the surroundings. It was a truly terrifying behemoth in the starry skies. The behemoth looked at the figure in front of it and opened its mouth slightly. Within its mouth, one could see a palace that occupied a radius of at least a few dozen kilometers. It was located within its body. Earth grandson, what have you discovered? Right at this moment, a woman flew out from within. The woman was also exuding a gray and hazy aura, and she looked incomparably mysterious. Master, look! Look! The local sun man looked at the woman with a hint of respect in his eyes. He immediately approached her with a smile and held a computer in his hand. The computer could no longer connect to the signal, but it had downloaded a lot of content in advance. Master, Dragon Palace, Dragon King, look! The local sun man said to the woman with shining eyes. What? The woman's body trembled as she excitedly looked at the information on the AI. After a long while, she closed her eyes slightly. I knew that little Xian would come to this starry sky. The woman was Lan Qingyue, and her eyes sparkled as she said, and the giant beast was little Lan. Master, what should we do now? Should we go and contact the Dragon King? Sob, I want to see my male master's heroic figure. What kind of existence is it to be able to create such a powerful dragon body, and let me obtain the body of the Earth God Dragon? The local sun warrior said with an exaggerated expression. Lan Qingyue glanced at him indifferently, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Go to the junction of the Imperial Court and Night Cold and send me a message. She looked at the local sun warrior and said directly, It's Master. The local sun warrior immediately nodded. If I rush over now, I can reach there in 10 hours. Bring the small residents and rush over from the abyss. Isn't the cold night island going to attack the abyss tomorrow? At that time we will meet up with little Xian and the others. Lan Qingyu's eyes flickered as she said, Amen? Master, if I were to bring the small residents over, the monarch god emperor will definitely know that we are lacking a void god emperor. They might attack us. The earth grandson frowned and said, Hee, do they dare to enter the abyss sea? Furthermore, the moment they find out that 2 god emperor level existences have appeared on the night cold island, they will definitely go over to support us. Lan Qingyu coldly said, Then master, be careful. I will bring the small residents over from the abyss. The earth grandson pondered for a moment before nodding. In fact, Lan Qingyu's actions were somewhat risky. He led the small house away. Once the imperial court found out, the divine emperor of the imperial court would definitely attack. At that time, little Lan would protect Lan Qingyu well, but the other races of the abyss might be massacred. Once too many of his subordinates died, it would be even more difficult to deal with the imperial court in the future. However, as long as I can contact the Dragon King, it will be worth it. He muttered. He knew the Dragon King's position in his master's heart. He also knew that the Dragon King was not simple compared to his master. After all, his divine dragon body was condensed from the Dragon King's blood. Little house. His figure moved and retreated out of Xiao Lan's mouth. He shouted toward the outside. Little house, master has ordered us to leave. He shouted towards the depths of the endless abyss. Woo woo. At this moment a response was heard. 2 huge eyes were emitting light, and their pupils were much smaller than Xiao Lan's. However, the size of the little house was completely different from Xiao Lan's. If Xiao Lan was said to be in the form of a whale, then the little house looked like an ancient dinosaur from Earth. It had a long tail and sharp claws. Its entire body was filled with sharp thorns, making it look even more ferocious. The small house, Lan Qingyu's second Kuan. If Xiao Lan only looked huge and terrifying, then the small house looked even more ferocious and terrifying. Woo woo! The small house came to the front of the earthen sun. His body was half the size of Xiao Lan. It looked at Little Blue. Woo woo! Little Blue nodded at it. Woo woo! The small house hummed and looked at the earthen sun next to it. Let's go, let's go! The earthen sun called out and came to the small house directly, pointing in a direction. Let's go! Buzz! The small house's body trembled, and a black hole appeared directly in front of it. Teleporting directly into the abyss was an inconceivable divine ability. Time passed bit by bit, and a tense atmosphere was born at the front line of the imperial court on the night cold island. The disciples of various forces were floating in the air around them, forming a formation. Some experts instructed everyone, and some forces formed a temporary formation. The next battle would definitely be a fierce one. Everyone knew that many people would die in this battle. The last-minute exhortation and formation was to reduce the casualties of the disciples. After all, this was the first time they faced a large-scale abyssal race when they came to the abyss. Some time ago, even forces like Zhou Xiao didn't fight against a large-scale abyssal race. Dragon King, time is almost up. In Dragon Peak, Heaven Array looked at the time and said, Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. His gaze swept across the entire Dragon Peak. There were a total of 70,000 God King level members. What was revealed was that there were 100,000 Immortal God King Dragon Palace disciples waiting for an opportunity to make a move. This time, the Dragon Palace sent out most of their subordinates. All factions, come and gather. At this moment, a voice was heard. Wang Xian looked to the side. In front of him, a high platform suddenly appeared. On both sides of the high platform stood the 4 Immortal King pinnacle powerhouses of the Imperial Court. All factions, come and gather. Put aside the war machines for the time being and carry out a general order. Another voice sounded again. Carry out some general orders? Is this to count the number of people from each force? It should be. This is the first time the Night Emperor has gone on an expedition. He has already ordered all the forces to come to 2/3 of their forces. In the surrounding area, some people heard this voice and discussed in low voices. They immediately flew forward. Let's go, we'll go as well. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and said to all the disciples, Yes. Tiancheng, the rest of them and the disciples of the Dragon Palace immediately flew out of the Dragon Peak and headed forward. Hiss, is this the power of the Dragon Palace? There are so many godly monarchs. Look, there are at least 70,000 of them. Such strong strength. The leader of the Dragon Palace should be a pinnacle immortal godly monarch. The power of the Dragon Palace is indeed strong. And this is only 2/3 of their power. When Wang Xian led the group of experts from the Dragon Palace over, the people from the surrounding forces looked over with shocked expressions. There were more than 70,000 members of the Dragon Palace, and each of them was exuding a powerful aura. There were more than 70,000 immortal king powerhouses, and this was only 2/3 of the strength of the Dragon Palace. The entire Dragon Palace was stronger than the previous Night Clan. I wonder how many peak immortal king powerhouses are there in the Dragon Palace. Even the Nine Heavens sect and the rest were slightly shocked when they looked over. The strength of the Dragon Palace was too strong. Around them, some experts and disciples from the imperial court of the Night Clan flew over and looked at Wang Xian and the rest. But very quickly, the Night Clan leader and the rest curled their lips. This time, the Night Clan had 50,000 undying godly monarch experts and tens of millions of disciples below the godly monarch level. The imperial court had 40,000 undying godly monarch experts and over 20 million disciples below the godly monarch level. The Nine Clouds sect had over 40,000 undyings and over 10 million disciples below the emperor level. The other sects all had over 20,000 to 30,000 undyings and over 100 million disciples below the emperor level. These were all the elites and core warriors of the Emperor's star field. The number of undyings that had arrived for this battle was no less than 300,000. Wang. Just as all the disciples from the various powers had arrived, a silhouette appeared on the platform. A water blue light enveloped the area, giving it a sacred and majestic look. Night God Emperor's cold gaze scanned the surroundings, his gaze lingering at the Dragon Palace for a few seconds. Greetings, Night God Emperor. Everyone saw Night God Emperor arrive and immediately bowed respectfully. His voice resounded throughout the entire space. Next, I will lead all of you into the abyss. This battle will be a crucial one. I will try my best to kill a large number of peak undying God King Abyss Seeds. In this battle, I will pin down the Void God Emperor level Abyss Seeds. In the other battlefields, the Dragon Palace will be the leader. In this battle, the Dragon Palace must eliminate 3 peak-level undying godly monarch Abyss Seeds. Night God Emperor stood above and ordered indifferently. Oh! Night God Emperor's words stunned everyone. In the next moment, everyone looked towards the direction of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian stood there. He wasn't too surprised by the Emperor of the Night's words. Wang Xian had already found out about all their plans. Emperor of the Night, why is my Dragon Palace the leader? Why must my Dragon Palace destroy 3 peak-stage immortal king species? Even though Wang Xian had already found out about it, he couldn't show it at this moment. At this moment, his expression changed slightly as he asked in a deep voice. Just because I owe 2 patriarchs of the world margin sect a favor, and just because of the Dragon Palace, you framed us, the Night Clan. Is this explanation enough? Boom. The Emperor of the Night stared at Wang Xian as a terrifying aura engulfed Wang Xian and the rest. The powerful aura instantly caused Wang Xian and the rest to turn pale. Hiss this. As expected, the Emperor of the Night would make a move against the Dragon Palace. I didn't expect the Emperor of the Night to owe Tianya a favor. The Dragon Palace is in trouble now. The Dragon Palace must destroy 3 peak-level Immortal King-level Abyssal Seeds. Even if the Dragon Palace can be destroyed, it must suffer heavy losses. The Dragon Palace might be finished. The expressions of the various factions changed when they saw the Emperor of the Night's aura. They thought to themselves, Guardians of the Imperial Court, our Dragon Palace has killed so many Abyss Seeds and now we are going to end up like this? Wang Xian looked at the 4 Guardians of the Imperial Court and said with an embarrassed expression, The power of the God Emperor is inviolable. Originally, the Night Emperor wanted to destroy your Dragon Palace directly. It was the Imperial Court who pleaded for mercy and didn't destroy it directly. One of the guardians of the Imperial Court looked at Wang Xian and said calmly, Now that the Abyss has invaded and this battle is led by me, I will give your Dragon Palace a chance to redeem themselves. As long as your Dragon Palace is able to destroy 3 peak Immortal King-level Abyss species and build a great merit, I can let you off. Your Dragon Palace doesn't need to doubt my words. However, if you don't complete your merit, I will destroy your little Dragon Palace with a wave of my hand. HMH. If this were any other day, you wouldn't have the chance to survive, the Night God Emperor said coldly. Wang Xian's expression changed as he stood there. Does your Dragon Palace agree to this? The Night God Emperor asked coldly again. The aura from his body continued to press forward. If Wang Xian said that he didn't agree now, the result would be that he would have to face the Night God Emperor's attack. I hope the Emperor of the Night will keep his word. Wang Xian closed his eyes slightly and said, Of course, I don't want to lie to your little Dragon Palace. The Emperor of the Night said faintly, All the forces, bring your war machines and follow me into the battlefield. The Emperor of the Night shouted softly and turned around to fly towards the abyss. The Dragon Palace is the leader and is in the center. The leader of the Night Clan said coldly. Disciples of the Dragon Palace enter the Dragon Peak. Wang Xian gave a light shout and flew straight into the Dragon Peak. The group of disciples followed him immediately. When they arrived at the Dragon Peak, Wang Xian stood on the command platform and scanned his surroundings coldly. Let's go, he said faintly. The heaven formation controlled the Dragon Peak and went straight to the center in front. On the left and right sides were the disciples of the Night Clan and the Imperial Court. The huge Dragon Peak of the Dragon Palace was unusually eye-catching. Dragon Bay, let your long-range disciples stay in the war machines. Those who are in close combat come out. When the huge Dragon Peak arrived directly, the Emperor of the Night, who was floating in the sky, ordered again. Ao Qitian, Ao Jian. Wang Xian gestured to them. The two of them moved and immediately flew toward the left and right sides of the Dragon Peak. At the same time, other than Mao Zedong and the other arrow dragon species, the rest were on both sides of the Dragon Peak. Very good. Follow me into the abyss. Night Emperor roared loudly. Let's go. The Night Clan leader and the rest followed suit. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Immediately, the disciples of the Night Clan, the Imperial Court, and the other factions raised their weapons and roared loudly. They immediately followed behind and flew forward. The Dragon Emperor and the rest will probably suffer heavy losses in this battle. Killing 3 pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss species before letting the Dragon Palace off. That's extremely hard. Who knows? The pinnacle Emperor warriors of the Dragon Palace might even fall. Let me see. This is a good thing for us. The Dragon Palace will deal with the majority of the Abyss species. We'll reduce a lot of pressure and losses. That's true. With the Dragon Palace here, we won't lose much no matter how much we lose. Some forces looked at the Dragon Palace and discussed, while some others gloated. They were actually happy to see the Dragon Palace as the main force. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Close to 300,000 Undying Emperors, over 100 million disciples under Night God Emperor's lead, stepped into the abyss. At this time, everyone's bodies were filled with a violent battle intent. Howl, howl, howl. However, when they stepped into the abyss, in the depths of the abyss, an incomparably violent howl resounded. The Night God Emperor, who was in front of them, felt a slight chill as he stared ahead. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the roar from the depths of the abyss sounded once again. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Ga, 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 ga. In the next moment, the entire abyss seemed to be boiling. All sorts of powerful roars sounded as though they were responding to the king in the depths of the abyss. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, they could clearly feel 2 terrifying energies surging towards them from both sides. The entire abyss seemed to have been shaken. The booming sounds were endless. Night God Emperor scanned his surroundings. 13 peak Undying Emperor warriors, he said indifferently, his voice reaching everyone's ears. 13 on our side. The Emperor Court has 4 guardians. The Night Race has 3, 9 Sky Demon and Tianya have 5. That's 10. We don't know how many there are in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace wants to destroy those 3 peak Undyings. We don't know if they can do it. Even if they can't, they have to do it. I hope the Dragon Palace can unleash their power and fight them to the death. That way our pressure will be much less. Everyone, be on your guard. The strength of the abyssal seed is not weaker than us. Some people whispered when they heard this number.
Wuxia was standing on the command platform of the Dragon Peak. When he heard these voices, he narrowed his eyes slightly. My divine kingdom.
A voice sounded in the sky. Everyone looked over in astonishment.
Boom.
Boom. Boom. Behind the abyss, an incomparably huge void god nation appeared. It was a towering void god nation that was emitting a sky-blue light as it flew over. Lord Night God Emperor has used his own void god nation. What a huge might. Can actually change the world. Look, it's raining over here. Everyone looked over. The rain was dripping over here. Everyone's hearts trembled slightly. This was the God Emperor.
He has just reached the Void God Emperor realm. Night God Emperor needs to borrow the Void God Nation's power to battle. Otherwise, if he were to really fight with that Abyss God Emperor, he might not be his match.
And on Dragon Peak, the Heaven Array spoke with contempt. At his peak, he could destroy the Night God Emperor alone. Even if he was not in the Abyss, he could not let him escape. This was the confidence of an Array Master.
If that Abyss seed of the Void God Emperor were to fight with the Night God Emperor directly, that would be great.
Wuxia said lightly.
The possibility is a little small. For an existence at such a realm, I reckon that 1 or 2 peak Immortal King Abyss seeds would have to die before the Abyss seed of the Void God Emperor would make a move.
Tian Chun, who was at the side, shook his head.
That's not good. Wuxia shook his head slightly.
If that Void God Emperor Abyss seed could kill its way over to fight with Night God Emperor, the Dragon Palace would at least be able to kill a few peak-level Immortal King powerhouses. As long as they killed a few more, this battle would be more stable.
However, based on Tian Chen's experience and the previous battles, that God Emperor Abyss seed would basically not kill its way over.
If that was the case, the Dragon Palace could only launch a sneak attack when the battle broke out, and then the Sky Array would stop the Night God Emperor. At that time, even if the Dragon Palace could only use 2 peak Undying Kings, they would not be afraid in the chaotic battle. After all, the Imperial Court and the Night Race still had to fight against the Abyssal Seed. Most importantly, the Dragon Palace had many level 9 Undying Kings. Hualala. The majestic Void God country flew into the sky, and rain began to fall in their area. Everyone around raised their heads to take a look. Howl, howl, howl. At this time, when the Void God country arrived, in the depths of the abyss, a huge winged abyss seed was lying on top of a flaming meteorite. The entire meteorite was emitting intense flames. A huge God Emperor level abyss seed was lying there. When he sensed the Void God realm, he slightly raised his head. His 3 flaming eyes were filled with a violent expression.
His wings slowly moved, his body standing on the flaming meteorite. Boom. The next moment, he flapped his wings and flew forward. Roar, roar, roar. Ga, ga, ga.
In the front, all the abyssal races were flying in this direction. All sorts of roars shook the entire abyss.
At least tens of billions of abyssal races were gathering at the center. The battle was about to start.
Oh! Night God Emperor, who was standing above his Void God Kingdom, frowned slightly when he sensed the power of the abyss. That God Emperor abyssal race was already flying over. Prepare to attack.
Night God Emperor's eyes revealed a cold expression. He licked his lips and immediately ordered. Yes.
Everyone replied loudly.
Dragon Palace will take the lead. On the left side of Dragon Peak, the leader of the Night Clan shouted coldly. Go.
Wuxia squinted his eyes slightly. In front of him was the largest race of the abyss. There were 3 leaders of the pinnacle Immortal King level abyss species. Boom boom. Dragon Peak flew forward. The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace immediately followed from the left and right. The Dragon Palace was the first to charge forward. The surrounding factions were about 10 kilometers behind the Dragon Palace. They were doing it on purpose. Wuxia swept his gaze over and did not say anything.
Everything was under their control.
Roar, roar, roar.
At this moment, an incomparably terrifying roar and the smell of sulfur rushed over.
In the sky in front, a Void God Emperor ranked abyssal seed that was burning with flames directly rushed over. Its 3 eyes were staring at the Night God Emperor's Void God Kingdom as it flapped its wings.
Amen. That God Emperor ranked abyssal seed is rushing over, hiss. This. It actually directly attacked over.
When everyone saw this God Emperor ranked abyssal seed rushing over, their expressions changed greatly.
Logically speaking, when they were fighting, 2 God Emperor experts would be guarding the rear and suppressing it. However, they did not expect this Void God Emperor ranked abyssal seed to rush over directly. It was somewhat against common sense.
Oh, I'll leave this battlefield to you guys. This God Emperor will go and meet this God Emperor abyssal seed. Night God Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly roared. Our imperial court will take over the battlefield. The Dragon Palace will fight against the abyss species in front of us. Leave the rest to us. The 4 protectors of the imperial court immediately roared loudly when they heard that. Yes. All the surrounding forces and powerhouses responded loudly immediately.
Hehe, the heavens are really helping our Dragon Palace.
At this moment, Wang Xian smiled when he saw this scene.
All disciples, get ready. All disciples, get ready for battle. In the abyss, when Night God Emperor flew towards the sky to meet that Void God Emperor Abyss Seed, all the leaders of the other factions stared at their surroundings and roared loudly. The Dragon Palace was fighting against an abyss race at the very front. It was also the largest abyss race, but the other factions still had to deal with many large abyss races.
Therefore, even the imperial court and the night race were filled with solemnity. Boom.
Crash.
Boom.
Boom. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying collision sound was heard from the sky. It was the clash between fire and water,
the roaring of the flames and the shooting of the rain. A war that belonged to the level of a celestial. The arch was launched instantly. Prepare to activate the second plan. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was standing on the dragon peak, looked at Heaven Array and licked his lips. His face was filled with a smile. It's the Dragon King. Heaven Array's eyes were filled with excitement as well. He nodded his head heavily. Roar! 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 At this moment, a roar came from the front. The abyssal races in front had already attacked. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, get ready.
Wang Xian stared at the abyss species in front of him and shouted.
Yes! Kill! As the order was given, all the members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division in Dragon Peak instantly shot arrows forward. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, countless densely packed arrows shot towards the abyss species in front of them. Whoosh! 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 In front of Dragon Peak. One by one, they appeared and condensed into a monster that attacked the 3 peak stage Immortal King stage abyss species in front of them.
Rumble, rumble, rumble.
In an instant, the battle over at the Dragon Palace erupted. The powerful archers pierced through the abyss species. In an instant, at least 1 million of them were killed.
One had to know that there were over 40,000 Undying Emperor-level arrow dragon species. The entire abyss species added together, there were only about 40,000 of them.
Hiss, the Dragon Palace's archers are terrifying. I have to say they are really strong. They are very strong. With the Dragon Palace's strength, I feel that they can easily wipe out the entire race. Powerful, powerful. It's best if after they wipe out this race, they can help us deal with the other races. Some of the surrounding powers saw the battle on the Dragon Palace's side and were shocked.
Powerful archers instantly killed millions of abyss species, and there were even Undying Emperors amongst them. It was truly terrifying. Looks like the requirements on the Dragon Palace are too low. On the side of the Imperial Court, the 4 guardians glanced over and said calmly,
What a pity. This Dragon Palace is indeed very strong. It has huge potential, but it offended a God Emperor.
An Imperial Court protector shook his head indifferently.
On their side, the Abyss Seed had yet to rush over, hence there was no battle happening.
None of the powers had any thoughts of helping the Dragon Palace. In the sky, Night God Emperor and the Void God Emperor level Abyss Seed were fighting. The Dragon Palace in front was also clashing with the Abyss Seed. Get ready, our battle is about to begin. At this time, the 4 protectors of the Imperial Court swept their gazes to the sides. A powerful aura surged from their bodies as they locked onto the peak Undying God King Abyss Seeds.
Around them, many Abyss races had already charged over. Brother Feng Yazi, Brother Wu Lin Gao. Let's find an opportunity to destroy a peak undying God King Abyss Seed first.
On the other side of the Dragon Peak, the Night Clan leader and the rest looked at the two ancestors of the World Margin sect and said, "No problem, the 5 of us will fight against 3. We'll find an opportunity to destroy one."
The 8-limbed on Feng Yazi's body curled his lips and said immediately, "Ha ha ha. Good. Let's have a good battle today."
The Night Clan leader and the rest laughed with fighting spirit.
Fight! Around them, the disciples were also filled with fighting spirit as they roared, "Kill!" Soon, one after another of the Abyss races charged over. An all-out battle had erupted.
"Let's lock onto these 3.
The leader of the Night Clan roared and directly attacked the peak stage Immortal King-level Abyss races ahead. Boom, boom, boom.
At the side, the peak stage Immortal King-level expert of the Night Clan and the 8-limbed demon fiend charged over.
The collision was initiated instantly.
It's starting.
At this moment, Wang Xian, who was standing on the Dragon Peak, squinted his eyes slightly when he saw the full-scale outbreak of the battle.
The plan can start now.
He raised his head and looked at the battle between the Night God Emperor and the Void God Emperor Abyss Seed in the distance. A smile appeared on his face. "All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, get ready. Kill them all." At this moment, Wang Xian revealed a wanton and crazy expression. An incomparably violent killing intent surged out from his body.
All the forbearance during this period of time was unleashed. The arrangements during this period of time were also unleashed.
Buzz. When Wang Xian gave the order, the grayish-green leaves on the Dragon Peak floated out slowly. They connected together and covered the area in front of them.
This was a defensive formation.
It could withstand the countless abyssal races for a few minutes.
This was enough.
Wang Xian's furious roar, which was filled with killing intent, did not attract the attention of the experts from the other factions around him.
From their point of view, the roars during the battle were aimed at the abyssal races in front of them.
However, they did not notice that the bows and arrows on the arrow platform had already changed their direction during the battle. "Leader Yi, the 3 of you block the attack. Let the 3 of you see our trump cards. Ha ha ha." At this time, on the left side of the void, the He Demon Sha and the leader of the Yi clan had a total of 5 people fighting against 3 peak undying God King Abyss species. The He Demon laughed loudly, roaring with power.
"Oh? All right, let us block it. Let us see the power of the 2 of you."
The Night Clan leader and the others raised their eyebrows when they heard that, immediately laughing.
The 3 of them moved, immediately attacking the 3 pinnacle undying God King Abyss species to defend. "Begin the slaughter." The 8 points and Mo Sha looked at each other, their gazes sweeping across the space, their faces filled with rage as they roared. A vast power gathered around their bodies.
"All right."
The Yi clan leader and the rest could sense the aura that Ba Qi and Mo Sha were exuding. They smiled.
Boom, boom. However, at this moment, Ba Qi and Mo Sha's body moved. They carried a terrifying aura as they attacked the Yi clan leader and the rest.
Brother Feng Yazi, you guys.
Not good. They want to kill us. What are you doing? The sudden change, the instantaneous changes made the Night Clan leader and the rest stunned, following which they roared in shock and anger. So. At this time, an arrow shot towards them. Chong 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 chong.
However, this wasn't over. Other than the arrow that appeared, there were 3 extremely sharp blades. 1 wind, 1 thunder, 1 fire. They were all peak undying attacks.
What? Damn it. World Margin sect. What are you doing?
When the 8 points and demon beasts attacked, when the arrows and 3 sharp swords attacked, the Night Clan leader and the other 2 changed their faces, shouting in fear.
Boom. But everything happened too fast. They had just blocked the attack of the peak undying God King, and now they were facing the attack of the 8 points demon beasts. And the arrows came from Mao Zedong's attack, the same attack from a peak undying God King. As for the 3 sharp swords, they were the 3 attacks from the Immortal slaying calabash. After a few months of not using the calabash, it had already accumulated over a dozen sharp swords.
And in terms of power, it was much stronger than before.
Could be said that at this moment, the Night Clan leader and the other 2 faced the attacks of the 9 peak undying God Kings. And it was a sudden attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
The attacks of the 8 Chi Devil Sha and Muzaisan landed on their bodies. The powerful destructive power caused a large amount of blood to spurt out from their bodies as they flew backwards. Clang, 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 clang. The attacks of the 3 sharp swords followed closely, not pausing at all. Ah! When the Night Clan's clan leader and the other 2 saw this terrifying attack, their bodies released a powerful aura as they formed a defensive barrier in front of them. Pong, pong, pong. However, the defensive barrier that they released in an emergency did not manage to block the attacks of the 3 sharp swords. Ka-ka! The sharp swords pierced through the defensive barrier and immediately landed on their bodies, causing their injuries to worsen. Kill! The eyes of the 8-limbed demon fiend and the others emitted an incomparably violent killing intent as they charged forward and continued their attacks. Mao Zedong's arrows also attacked once again. Oh no! Not good! The 3 of them were injured by the sneak attacks one after another. When they saw the 8-limbed demon fiend and the others attacking once again, their hearts sank. Ah! Ah! When their attacks arrived, 2 miserable screams sounded. One of the Night Clan's patriarchs was pierced through the head by Mao Zedong's arrow, and his body trembled violently. One of the patriarchs was beheaded by Mo Sha. However, a sky-blue shield bloomed in front of the Yi clan's patriarch's chest and blocked the attack of Ba Qi. No, the World Margin sect has joined forces with the Dragon Palace. You're courting death. The Night Clan's patriarch blocked the fatal attack and looked at his father and one of the patriarchs who had lost their life force. He roared with a ferocious face. Until now, he still didn't understand why the 2 patriarchs of the World Margin sect attacked them. Why did the 2 patriarchs of the World Margin sect join forces with the experts of the Dragon Palace? Weren't they mortal enemies? The death of his father and one of the patriarchs of the Yi clan made him extremely furious. Those who offend the Dragon Palace will die. However, at this moment, a black and white shadow suddenly appeared behind him, and a cold voice entered the clan leader's mind. Pooh! In the next moment, a sharp claw directly pierced into his chest, and a sickle-like arm cut off his head. The Night Clan leader, who was still furious just a moment ago, instantly died. What's going on? The battle just now had only happened in 10 seconds, and 10 seconds was too short. The sudden change caused all the powerful disciples of the Night Clan below to not have time to react. When the 2 miserable shrieks were heard, when the Night Clan leader roared in rage, and when the Night Clan leader was killed, only then did everyone react. Why did the 2 patriarchs of the World Margin sect attack our clan leader and the others? Why did they join forces with the Dragon Palace? Our clan leader's patriarch was killed. How could this be? How could this be? At this moment, all the experts and disciples of the Night Clan shouted in fear when they saw their patriarch die. Why? How could this happen? Who would have thought that the patriarch of the World Margin sect and the Dragon Palace would join forces to attack their patriarch in an instant? The patriarch's death caused their hearts to tremble violently. The Dragon Palace and the World Margin sect killed our patriarch and patriarch. Be careful! Be careful! An elder of the Night Clan reacted and immediately shouted at everyone. Retreat, we'll retreat immediately. An elder of the Night Clan hurriedly shouted. In front of them were a group of abyss seeds. However, the sudden change and the death of their clan leader and patriarch caused them to feel extremely terrified. At this time, they could no longer fight. Kill! However, at this moment, a cold roar came from the side. Pooh, pooh, pooh. At the side, the poisonous horned dragon seeds on the bodies of the experts of the World Margin sect began to move. Because of the alliance between the World Margin sect and the Night Clan, they were all on the same side. The sudden attack caught many members of the Night Clan off guard. In an instant, tens of thousands of disciples of the Night Clan experts were killed, especially the poisonous horned dragon seed that was parasitic on the 3 elders of the Horizon Great Sect. While the Night Clan was still in a state of shock and anger, it sneaked up on the 3 elders of the Night Clan and instantly killed them. The Horizon Great Sect has betrayed us. Kill them! Kill them! An elder of the Night Clan saw that the 3 elders of the Horizon Great Sect had killed the 3 elders of the Night Clan. His eyes were blood-red as he furiously roared. However, at this moment, most of the members of the Horizon Great Sect were also incomparably stunned.
Why did the Patriarch and the others sneak attack the Night Clan's Patriarch and the others?
Why did their elders suddenly attack the members of the Night Clan?
However, when they saw the surrounding experts of the Night Clan lock onto them with killing intent, their expressions changed drastically. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous attacks covered them. Kill. When they saw this attack, they could only counterattack. If they didn't counterattack, they would die.
However, once they counterattacked, they would be completely thrown into chaos.
Kill them. In the center, more than 10 elders of the Night Clan looked at the 3 elders of the World Margin Great Sect. They clenched their fists and roared wildly. They attacked the 3 elders of the World Margin Great Sect in unison.
Suddenly, piercing sounds were heard.
6th elder, 8th elder, 13th elder, 5th elder, what are you doing? What are you doing? The more than 10 elders who had rushed over suddenly heard the changes on the side. 9 of them looked over and their eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Ha ha ha, the Dragon Palace is invincible. All of you must die. An extremely excited voice came from the 3 elders of the Yi clan. There were 3 corpses beside them. You actually.
The remaining 9 elders could not believe that their elders of the Yi clan, such a core existence, had been betrayed. Their descendants were all members of the Night Clan. They had the blood of the Night Clan flowing through their veins.
Oh, why did you kill me? Why? There's a traitor in our Night Clan. It was boiling. It was boiling. Everybody on the Night Clan side was panicking. The 3 elders of the Night Clan had been killed. The elders of the World Horizon sect had ambushed and killed 3 elders. The 3 elders had betrayed them and ambushed the 3 elders.
At this moment, screams and screams came from the back.
Some experts of the Night Clan attacked their own people. At this moment, many members of the Night Clan were stunned. What exactly happened?
Were they hallucinating? The 3 elders betrayed the Great World sect. There are still people from our Night Clan who betrayed us. Retreat, retreat, retreat.
The 9 elders' blood-red eyes scanned their surroundings as they ordered loudly. If even the elders could betray them, then how many of their disciples had betrayed them? Among the 9 elders, did anyone else betray them? Chaos. Complete chaos. Especially at this time, the Abyss Seed in front had already rushed over.
Internal chaos, the World Margin sect and the Night Race were fighting, and the elders had betrayed them.
At this time, how could they fight?
In the air, the 3 pinnacle undying god kings were stunned. What was going on? The 5 that fought with them just now were now fighting amongst themselves?
Another 3 were killed. Kill. Destroy everyone from the Night Clan. At this time, the 8 Points Demon Shah and the others moved too. Their gazes locked onto the 9 elders of the Night Clan, carrying terrifying power as they charged over. Devil Fiend waved his arm, and terrifying flames directly covered the Night Clan. The World Margin sect and the Dragon Palace have joined forces to betray us and kill our Patriarch and 2 Patriarchs. Lord Protector of the Imperial Court, please call for reinforcements. A Patriarch of the Night Clan saw the 8-limbed Devil Fiend coming at him, and his heart pounded violently as he shouted sternly. Something has happened to the Night Clan. Not good. The World Margin sect and the Dragon Palace have joined forces. What's going on? At this moment, the Imperial Court on the right side of Dragon Peak had already sensed the changes on the Night Clan's side. Especially the Night Clan's Patriarch's angry roar and the Night Clan's elders' angry order. This made them suddenly have a bad premonition. Attack!
At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the ears of the experts and disciples of the Imperial Court.
So.
A rain of arrows suddenly shot towards them. The expressions of all the warriors and disciples changed.
At this time, they were fighting with the Abyss species in front of them. Hong!
Dragon Palace, are you rebelling?
Dragon King, are you courting death? You actually dare to attack our people. Do you know what you are doing?
In the air, the 4 guards of the Imperial Court were fighting with the 4 pinnacle undying Emperor Abyss species, sensing the arrows in the air below, their expressions ugly as they roared.
This little Dragon Palace actually dared to fight against the people attacking their Imperial Court. Were they tired of living?
Ha ha, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace, kill them all, kill everyone here today.
A maniacal laughter was heard as figures rushed out one after another.
Wang Xian was in the lead. His palm turned into a dragon claw as he charged toward the imperial court. Beside him, Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, Ao Xingmu, Ao Jian, 3 dragon guards were controlling the Heaven's End ruler, and an expert from the Dragon Palace was controlling the dragon machine, Ao Feng Wang and Ao Tuesday. All of them carried a terrifying aura. They charged towards the imperial court.
Meanwhile, the Sky Array was standing on the command platform and controlling the array to block the abyssal race in front. Not good. The Dragon Palace experts are charging over. Hiss, what a terrifying aura. Peak Immortal King. Dragon King and the rest are all peak Immortal King experts.
Guardian.
When Wang Xian and the rest charged over, some of the experts felt their aura and widened their eyes in shock. That terrifying power was all that of a pinnacle Immortal King.
1, 2, 3.
9. A total of 9. How is this possible? The 4 guardians of the imperial court who were fighting against a pinnacle Immortal King Abyss Seed sensed the power of Wang Xian and the rest. Their eyes swept over and their hearts pounded violently. Die!
An incomparably cold voice resounded throughout the world. The terrifying dragon claws attacked all the powerful disciples of the imperial court.
Die!
Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, Ao Xingmu, and the others also attacked. The destructive attack covered everyone. Dragon King, stop.
As long as you dare to kill the disciples of the imperial court will not let you go. We will not let the Dragon Palace go. Everyone in the Dragon Palace will suffer the revenge of the imperial court. Stop! A protector of the imperial court looked over and shouted in fear.
His voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Ha ha, the imperial court, we killed those from the imperial court today. None of you can leave today.
Do you think that the Dragon Palace doesn't know the scheme of the imperial court and the Night God Emperor?
You asked the Dragon Palace to fight the abyssal seed with our lives. Even if we succeed, the imperial court will punish us in the future. Ha ha, today is the time for your imperial court to pay the price. All of you.
All of you will die. All of you must die.
Wang Xian roared with a face full of killing intent.
It had been a long time since Wang Xian's killing intent soared to the sky. His disciple Bei Shuang was killed directly. The Emperor of the Night had plotted against the Dragon Palace and wanted to destroy it. Everything had made Wang Xian decide to shed all pretense of cordiality with the imperial court. This time, he would kill as many people from the imperial court as he could.
Furthermore, Wang Xian was very satisfied with the start of the day.
What's going on? The Dragon Palace is making a move against the imperial court of the Night Race. Hiss, what are the Dragon Palace doing? Are they courting death?
Damn it, the Dragon Palace is actually making a move against the imperial court and the Night Race at this moment. All disciples, get ready to retreat from the abyss at any time. The expressions of the other forces changed dramatically when they heard the roar. Some people were shocked. Some people were furious. Some people were shocked and angry.
The Dragon Palace attacked the imperial court and the Night Clan.
The World Margin sect had joined forces with the Dragon Palace.
Unbelievable. Protector, help. Help, Protector. No, I don't want to die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Panic and despair descended. The Emperor Court's 20 million disciples all looked at the attacks falling towards them with fear. The full force attack of the 9 pinnacle undying emperors covered them all. They couldn't defend. They couldn't defend at all. Even if they used all their strength to defend, they could only defend against 2 undying emperors at most. However, this time, there were simply too many. An apocalyptic, destructive attack fell towards them. Countless disciples roared. Countless disciples begged for help. The empress that was once proud of the imperial court was filled with despair at this moment.
No.
The 4 guards looked over and roared unwillingly. Night God Emperor, save the people of our imperial court. Lord Night God Emperor, save the people of our imperial court. When a protector of the imperial court called for help, Night God Emperor, who was fighting against the Void God Emperor Abyss Seed in the sky, had an extremely gloomy expression.
Hong hong hong.
In front of him, the Void God Emperor Abyss Seed was attacking him with violent energy. In the sky, a flame occupied one part of the sky while a sky blue water law occupied another part of the sky. However, on his side, incomparably fierce flames were attacking him continuously. At this moment, Night God Emperor discovered that there was still quite a big gap between him and some veteran Void God Emperors. At the very least, he knew that he was not a match for this Void God Emperor Abyss Seed in front of him. After all, he had only become a Void God Emperor for a few days and had yet to fully settle down. However, due to his inheritance, he was able to withstand the attacks of the Abyss Seed in front of him. Even if he could not defeat his opponent, he would not lose in a short period of time. However, the Void God Emperor Abyss Seed in front of him was incomparably berserk and attacked continuously. This made it difficult for him to withstand the attacks again and again. What he did not know was that this Void God Emperor Abyss Seed in front of him was currently feeling extremely violent in its heart. Recently, it discovered that many of its subordinates had died. Especially the last time it had lost 3 subordinates in one go. At that time, it was still being suppressed by a fellow that was emitting white light. It was simply unable to go over and provide support. This time, it came to attack again. Did it really think that it was easy to bully? That was why he had flown over directly and attacked the fellow in front of him fiercely, letting this fellow know how powerful he was. Damn it! Night God Emperor's gaze swept downwards. When he saw that terrifying might, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He had already sensed it when the Night Clan's patriarch had let out an angry roar just now. However, because of the attack of the God Emperor's abyssal seed, he could not keep paying attention to it. Now that he looked over, his heart was filled with endless rage. Over at the Night Clan, the 2 ancestors of the World Margin sect were killing the members of the Night Clan. Over at the Imperial Court, the attacks of the 9-peak undying godly monarchs covered everyone in the Imperial Court. His descendant, the Night Clan leader, his father, and the other Night Clan ancestor had lost all signs of life. Roar! Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you are courting death. You are seeking your own destruction. At this moment, the Night God Emperor couldn't help but let out a roar as he roared at the people below. Boom! 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 However, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying explosion sounded from below. Its power wasn't any weaker than his side of the battlefield. Ah! No, no, no! A scream resounded across the entire battlefield. At this moment, the entire Abyssal Seed battlefield suddenly fell silent. In the surrounding area, everyone looked over in shock. Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock. At this moment, even countless Abyssal Seeds paused for a moment and looked over in shock. The full-powered attack of 9-peak God King experts landed in the same area. Such a terrifying energy caused even the Abyssal Seeds to reveal terrified expressions. In the sky, the Void God Emperor Abyssal Seed that was furiously attacking the Night God Emperor also looked down. Seeing that attack, he was slightly stunned. His eyes were filled with doubt. As a God Emperor level Abyss species, his intelligence was no weaker than that of ordinary humans. The situation below seemed to be an internal struggle between humans. Moreover, the dozen or so people were comparable to his strongest subordinates. An internal struggle between humans? The Dragon Palace actually attacked the Imperial Court. This attack, hiss. How can the Dragon Palace have so many terrifying experts? Peak God King Realm. All of them are Peak God King Realm. At this moment, all the experts from various factions were gathered at this location. They all widened their eyes, filled with shock. From the time when the World Margin sect and the experts from the Dragon Palace joined forces to attack the Night Clan until now when the Dragon King led 8 peak stage godly monarch existences. He had covered all the experts and disciples of the Imperial Court with a single move. When the experts' minds swept over, they could sense that the space had lost its vitality. No, there were still hundreds of vitality. However, these were the 20 million powerhouses and disciples of the Imperial Court. Even if they were not the core of the Imperial Court, there were still more than 20 elders. They had fallen just like that. Night God Emperor, it's not our Dragon Palace that is seeking destruction. It's your Night Clan. It's your Imperial Court that is seeking destruction. During this period of time, our Dragon Palace will return all your humiliation. Ha ha! Wang Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with coldness and coldness. Forefather, the two forefathers of the Dragon Palace and the World Horizon sect have killed 3 of our forefathers. Many spies have appeared in our Night Clan. They have betrayed us. Forefather, come and destroy them.
Destroy them. Just as Wuxia finished his sentence, an elder on the left shouted at the Night Emperor.
Kakik, sooner or later, the Emperor of the Night will come down to accompany you. This is the consequence of offending our Dragon Palace. Ba Qi laughed out loud with a sinister expression.
All of you will die for me.
The Emperor of the Night was burning with rage. His eyes were blood-red and the sky-blue seawater around him was boiling. He waved his arm and a water dragon pillar was formed. Roar, roar, roar.
But at this moment an incomparably berserk roar came from in front of him. That incomparably huge figure directly rushed towards Night God Emperor.
Beast, get lost. Night God Emperor roared with a face full of fury. Roar, roar, roar. When that Void God Emperor Abyss Seed heard his words, a fierce light shot out from his eyes, and the murderous aura on his body increased by another level. Ha ha ha, continue. Kill all the disciples of the Imperial Court's night race today.
When Wuxia saw the Night God Emperor being entangled by the Void God Emperor Abyss Seed, he ordered with a loud laugh.
Dragon King, do you know what you are doing? The wrath of our Imperial Court is not something that you can bear.
Not far away, the 4 protectors of the Imperial Court were so gloomy that blood almost dripped from their faces as they roared furiously.
Ha ha ha, Imperial Court. Will you let us off even if we don't make a move today?
If it weren't for the fact that our Dragon Palace controls the 2 patriarchs of the world's end great sect, we wouldn't have known about your scheme with the Night God Emperor.
Kill. Wuxia's cold gaze locked onto the 4 protectors of the Imperial Court. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. Ao Qian, Ao Qi, and the rest roared furiously beside him. They charged over directly. All the powerhouses and disciples from all the factions listen up. The Imperial Court will issue a kill order. All the factions will attack the people from the Dragon Palace. All the factions will attack. After this battle, our Imperial Court will reward you according to your merits. A protector of the Imperial Court saw Wuxia and the rest charging over. His heart sank and he immediately announced loudly, anyone who is an enemy of the Dragon Palace will die. However, when he finished speaking, Wuxia also issued a warning. This. Hiss, the Imperial Court has issued an order. What should we do?
What should we do?
How many peak Immortal King level powerhouses are there in the Dragon Palace?
At least a dozen of them. Should we deal with the Dragon Palace?
When everyone heard the order of the Imperial Court's guardian and Wuxia's words, their expressions changed drastically.
Help the Imperial Court to attack the Dragon Palace?
However, when they saw the large number of corpses in the void, their hearts trembled violently. There were actually more than 10 peak Immortal King level existences in the Dragon Palace. If the Dragon Palace were to take revenge on them, I order all the forces to attack the Dragon Palace immediately. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed by me personally. However, at this time, a voice filled with rage resounded from above. Night God Emperor's expression was extremely ugly as he blocked the attacks from the God Emperor level Abyss Seed before him. He was extremely frustrated. The Dragon Palace Dragon King had to die. He had to die. Roar, roar, roar.
In front, the God Emperor Abyss Seed that he was fighting heard his words. His 3 eyes filled with flames roared downwards as he gave out orders.
Howl, howl, howl. Howl, howl, howl. Ga, ga, ga.
At this time, the group of Pinnacle Undying God Emperor Abyss Seeds heard him. They all roared in response and ordered their underlings.
Howl, howl, howl.
In the next moment, all the Abyss Seeds retreated backwards. They wanted to avoid this battle.
They wanted to watch the humans fight amongst themselves. The abyssal race has retreated. They are retreating. At this moment, everyone was slightly shocked when they saw the abyssal race retreat. However, this was a good thing for the night race's guardians. However, it was also a good thing for the Dragon Palace. All forces attack immediately. Attack and destroy the Dragon Palace. The 4 court guardians roared loudly.
The expressions of all the forces changed drastically when they heard this voice.
All disciples of the Heavenly Demon Grand Church, Prepare to help the Imperial Court, the Night Clan, and fight against the Dragon Palace. The forefather of the heavenly demon Grand Church hesitated for a moment and immediately roared loudly. The Imperial Court had already given the order, and the Night Emperor had also given the order. Once they didn't attack, the Night Emperor's Imperial Court might even destroy them afterwards. Even if the Dragon Palace was stronger than everyone expected, they wouldn't be destroyed as long as they were careful. Deal with the Dragon Palace. We're on the side of the Imperial Court and the Night Race. We're traitors that attack humans. The other forces on the Night Cold Island immediately responded. The expressions of the Demon Island's 9 heavens-breaking moon and the Night God Emperor kept changing when they heard the Imperial Court and the Night God Emperor's orders. The leaders of the Beichuan sect, the Dragon Python group, and the ancient God dynasty were even paler. The threat from the Emperor of the Night was too great. Ha ha ha. All those who are enemies with the Dragon Palace, kill them. When Wuxia saw this scene, his face was still filled with laughter. TSK. It's time to start a massacre. As the abyssal races retreated, he didn't need to activate the heaven formation to stop them. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit and awe. It was very old, and there wasn't such a carefree battle anymore. He rode the Dragon Peak and immediately attacked the 4 protectors of the Imperial Court. Anyone who dares to offend the Dragon Palace will die. Anyone who dares to offend the Dragon Palace will die. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a voice filled with killing intent came from the outside of the abyss. The simultaneous roars of at least hundreds of thousands of people caused everyone to be slightly shocked. A ferocious and violent killing intent charged over. All the factions and hundreds of millions of people immediately looked behind them. This is... Oh my God! This is... Shocked and incoherent voices sounded. Everyone widened their eyes and slightly opened their mouths. Even the 9 Heavens Great Sect, Heaven-Severing Great Sect, and last month's Great Sect were also dumbstruck. From the position outside the abyss, a group of about 200,000 figures rushed over. There were surging heavenly lightning, earth fire, dragon, and phoenix seeds. There were imperial dragon seeds that were emitting earthen yellow light. There were berserk dragon seeds that were wrapped in incomparably violent blood-red energy. There were all of them holding sharp swords, seemingly emotionless dragon guards. A total of 200,000 members. Their powerful auras all exploded out. They lined up, not one of them weaker than an Undying Emperor level 1. 200,000 Dragon Palace Emperor members charged over. All of them are Undying Emperors. All of them. Is this the entire strength of the Dragon Palace? This time, only 300,000 warriors from all of our forces have arrived, including the 70,000 from the Dragon Palace. And now, all of the forces looked at the rushing warriors from the Dragon Palace and felt their scalps go numb. This meant that the Dragon Palace had close to 300,000 Undying Emperors. This damn thing was terrifying. Rumble. All the warriors and disciples of the Sky Demon sect gulped as they stared blankly at the warriors of the Dragon Palace rushing over. The Dragon Palace already had a huge advantage. Now with 200,000 of them, how could they fight? Fuck, without the Dragon Palace, we don't know if the Dragon Python organization is still around. If we don't kill them now, they will destroy us. Fuck, we are not ungrateful people. Brothers, kill the Imperial Court and the Night Clan. There is not a single coward in the Dragon Python group. The leaders of the Dragon Python group looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and roared loudly. In this situation, they could either fight the Dragon Palace or be destroyed by the Night Emperor. However, the Dragon Python group was not the kind of people who would repay kindness with enmity. Moreover, the Dragon Palace was so powerful now. If the Dragon King launched a war against the Imperial Court and the Night Clan, there might be a backup plan. Then let's go all out and trust the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. All the disciples of the Beichuan sect, the Night Emperor killed our vice sect leader. The Imperial Court doesn't care at all. We'll follow the Dragon King in this battle. The Beichuan sect leader raised his head and roared with a red face. Fuck. All the disciples of the great religion fought with the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace last month. The ancient God dynasty fought for the Dragon Palace and our former comrades on the northern front. At this moment, the leader of the ancient god dynasty, roared. At this moment, they had a 90% chance of being killed by the Dragon Palace. After being killed, they had to bear the name of being ungrateful. Why not fight for the Dragon Palace?
Even if they died in battle, they had a clear conscience.
A clear conscience. Let's fight. When they roared, they felt extremely happy. The Battle of the Abyss concerns the survival of the human race. The Nine Clouds sect can take action, but the civil war between the human race, the Imperial Court, the Night Clan, and the Dragon Palace has nothing to do with us. We don't want to be involved in it, and we won't be the dogs of other forces. All the powerful disciples of the Nine Clouds sect retreat to the outside of the abyss immediately. The patriarchs of the Nine Clouds sect were surprised that one last month's great sect and 4 decent forces were fighting for the Dragon Palace. They looked at each other and shouted with a solemn face. They would not participate in this war. The Battle of the Abyss concerns the survival of the human race. Our heaven-severing great sect can take action, but the civil war between the humans, the war between the Imperial Court, the Night Clan, and the Dragon Palace has nothing to do with us. We don't want to be involved.
All disciples of the heaven-severing great sect retreat to the outside of the abyss immediately.
When the patriarch of the Nine Heavens great sect announced that he would not participate in this battle, the heaven-severing great sect did not hesitate at all. They almost repeated the words of the patriarch of the Nine Heavens great sect as they swept their gazes over all the disciples. Retreat! Voices sounded again as everyone moved and retreated out of the abyss. With the Nine Firmament great sect and the heaven-severing great sect in the lead, they did not hesitate at all as all the disciples flew out of the abyss. Let's go! Let's go outside as well. Fuck! There are 200,000 godly monarch experts flying over from the Dragon Palace now, escorting death for us to resist here. We won't participate in this matter.
We will not participate either. This is the grudge between the Dragon Palace and the Night Clan, and the Dragon Palace has already made preparations close to 300,000 God Kings. This is the time to destroy the Night Clan and the Imperial Court. Around, some of the smaller powers looked extremely ugly at this scene. At this time, they no longer cared about the Imperial Court's orders or the Night Emperor's orders. The 270,000 God Kings and over 10 peak undying God Kings of the Dragon Palace. How many of them could guarantee their survival? Not many. At least now that they were out, if the Night Emperor Court really wanted to kill them, they could escape. They didn't believe that with so many of them and so many powers, they couldn't escape the pursuit of the Imperial Court and the Night Clan. At worst, they could go to other star domains.
It was better than dying now. This. When everyone from the Heavenly Demon Grand Sect saw that most of the factions had retreated out of the abyss, their expressions kept changing.
Jiuxiao Duantian, you actually disobeyed the God Emperor's order. If you escape this time, what awaits you will still be death. The patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Grand Sect roared with an extremely ugly expression.
Now he was in a dilemma. He had previously said that he would listen to the Imperial Court's Night Race's orders. But now, 200,000 godly monarchs had suddenly charged out of the Dragon Palace. What the fuck? This was especially so when the other great sects had retreated. They had retreated.
At that moment, he had no choice but to retreat or not.
However, Jiuxiao and Duantian ignored the Heavenly Fiend Great Sect's patriarch's words. The experts of the two sects led their disciples and flew out.
Hundreds of forces, big and small, followed them.
Members of the Dragon Palace, we will not participate in this. When they welcomed the 200,000 members of the Dragon Palace who were full of killing intent, Jiuxiao Grand Sect's patriarch and the others immediately cupped their hands and walked around them. Today, we will only kill the enemy.
Ao Crab glanced at them and said indifferently, "Thank you."
The patriarchs of the Nine Clouds sect immediately signaled to their disciples and flew out of the Dragon Palace. Phew! How terrifying! 200,000 godly monarchs. I felt suffocated when I approached them just now.
The Dragon Palace is too powerful. They must have prepared for this battle to destroy the Imperial Court and the Night Clan. Who would have thought that this would happen?
If the people in the brain knew, it would definitely shake the entire Imperial Star area. The disciples of the factions brushed past the 200,000 godly monarch experts of the Dragon Palace. They heaved a sigh of relief and disgust in horror. Hiss, this.
At that moment, the four guardians of the imperial court trembled when they saw the 200,000 godly monarch experts charging at them from the front. How can there be so many experts in the Dragon Palace?
Damn it! Everyone, escape immediately and return to the abyss. As long as we escape, we will inform Great Ancestor to destroy them immediately.
Escape!
A guardian of the imperial court roared with an extremely ugly expression. Run, run, run. All disciples of the heavenly fiend Grand Church, run, run.
The remaining few hundred members of the imperial court and the members of the Night Clan of the heavenly demon sect all flew out in panic. You want to run?
None of you will be able to escape today.
The Sky Array stood on the dragon peak. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. With a move of his palm, 3 thorny monsters immediately materialized.
Kill the 4 guardians of the imperial court first.
Wuxia also let out a low growl and ordered his subordinates around him.
Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, Ao Xingmu, and the rest quickly surrounded the 4 guardians of the imperial court. The 3 thorny monsters also attacked the 4 of them. If you want to kill us, don't even think about it. Dragon King, Dragon Palace, just wait for your punishment. The 4 guardians of the imperial court roared with bloodshot eyes.
Boom, boom, boom.
However, what greeted them was waves of terrifying attacks.
Bang, bang,
bang. 3 thorny monsters formed by arrays attacked them, sweeping away the thorny monsters one by one.
Bang,
bang,
bang. Countless thorny monsters attacked the 4 of them, and the 4 of them immediately slashed at them with their weapons. Not good.
But soon, their expressions changed drastically, and they were sent flying backward. Their eyes were filled with fear.
In just a moment of collision, they could sense that they were absolutely no match for the 3 brambles.
Die! At this moment, the leaders of the Dragon Palace surrounded and attacked. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the 4 guardians of the imperial court. Run! Run away now!
As long as we run away, it will be the end of the Dragon Palace.
They gritted their teeth and roared. Hee hee. However, what greeted them was the violent attacks of the members of the Dragon Palace. You trash of the Night Clan, you still want to run away?
Brothers, surround and attack them. On the side, the 8-headed demon duo was wreaking havoc on the Night Clan's side.
The Night Clan had tens of millions of people, but now, not even half of them were left after being killed by the 8-limbed demon fiend duo. At this moment, they desperately wanted to escape out of the abyss.
When the 8-limbed demon fiend duo saw this, their faces were filled with ridicule.
Ao Crab, stop them. Don't leave a single one alive. The 8-limbed demon fiend roared loudly at Ao Crab, who was leading 200,000 godly monarch members. Don't worry. None of them can escape today. None of those guys who want to deal with us can escape. Kill them. Ao Crab and the others had already blocked the escape route of the Night Race members. The power emitted by the 200,000 godly monarchs was extremely terrifying.
All the members of the Night Race had fear and despair on their faces. If they wanted to escape the abyss, they had to break through the defense of the 200,000 experts of the Dragon Palace. The chances of breaking through were too small.
All the experts of the Heavenly Demon Grand Sect, follow me. The Heavenly Demon Grand Sect's patriarch roared with blood-red eyes. He gritted his teeth and led the experts of the Heavenly Demon Grand Sect forward. They wanted to break through the encirclement. The Heavenly Demon Grand Sect's patriarch never expected that his decision would put them in a desperate situation.
Isn't he just a peak undying god king?
Brothers, let's stop him. When he saw the Sky Demon Sect patriarch charging at them, his expression was cold. He roared and charged over.
Rumble.
Beside him, over a dozen Undying God King level 9 warriors followed. Terrifying energies shot towards the Sky Demon Sect patriarch. Get lost!
The Sky Demon Sect patriarch saw the group of Undying King level 9 warriors charging towards him, his expression extremely ugly. He raised his hands and a bolt of lightning shot forward. He wanted to open a path of life and death. Ha ha, block it! He roared. Over a dozen of them attacked at the same time, destroying the terrifying lightning. What? The Sky Demon Sect forefather's expression changed. Our dragon palace has sent out almost all of our forces. If we can still let you escape, then we can kill ourselves.
At this time, behind the Sky Demon sect and the Night Clan, there were over 40,000 archers, all of them tree-like starwood dragons. They flew out from Dragon Mountain, their eyes filled with coldness.
Fire!
An undying level 9 arrow dragon roared. Hundreds of thousands of arrows shot forward. Not good, Forefather. Open a path. The warriors from the Dragon Palace are coming. Forefather, hurry. We're about to be surrounded. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why did Forefather choose to help the night race fight against the Dragon Palace? Why? When the members of Dragon Peak flew out from behind and chased after them, all the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect and the other forces had collapsed. There were a total of 270,000 undying godly monarch warriors.
And they only had about 30,000 undying godly monarch warriors. The difference was too huge.
Especially when they saw the Heavenly Demon sect patriarch being tied down. Many people had collapsed. How could they escape when the Heavenly Fiend Grand Sect's patriarch, who was at the peak of the godly monarch realm, was entangled? They were in despair. The members of the night race were similarly in despair. How can this be? How can this be? I don't want to die.
I don't want to die. In the middle of the night race's group, young Emperor Yi stood there as he growled in a low voice with an extremely pale face. He looked around in disbelief.
Not long ago, he was still the young master of the Night Clan, the high and mighty young master, the leader of the great cult, and the patriarch. They had to be polite to him when they saw him. Even the guardian of the imperial court had betrothed the empress of the imperial court to him. But now his father was dead, and so was his grandfather. There was a high possibility that he would be killed next. This dragon palace.
Ah!
At that moment, a scream came from beside him.
He widened his eyes, filled with shock. Fresh blood splattered on his face. At the side, an arrow pierced through the head of one of the night race's godly monarch experts.
Terrifying. Shocking. I don't want to die, I don't want to die.
He shook his head crazily and looked up. Patriarch, save me, save me. He shouted desperately as his expression was on the verge of collapse.
However, the Night God Emperor could not care about them at all from the position in the sky.
The Night God Emperor, who was being violently attacked by that God Emperor-level abyssal seed, could only continue to defend and did not dare to be distracted.
Wang.
At this moment, young Emperor Yi sensed a terrifying might attacking him. He widened his eyes, which were filled with despair. Jia, look who this is?
Young master of the Yi clan, Jia. A sinister voice entered his mind, and young Emperor Yi felt his body being grabbed by a large hand.
Don't kill me, or the patriarch won't let you off.
His body trembled as he roared desperately. Hee. A piece of trash like you still dares to be arrogant to our Dragon King. It's meaningless. Die. Ba Qi held young Emperor Ye's body in his energy palm. Seeing that he was so scared that he almost peed his pants, he felt bored. With a wave of his arm, he directly crushed his body.
Without any screams, a corpse floated to the side. At this time, there was no elder of the Yi clan by his side to protect him. There were no experts of the Yi clan to help him.
Even when he was killed, the surrounding members of the Yi clan did not look over. Because at this moment, they had no time to take care of themselves. Let's go and kill that old thing from the Heavenly Demon Great Sect.
Ba Qi said to Mo Sha at the side. His body moved and he immediately rushed over.
Who? At the same time, at the exit of the abyss, Zhou Xiao Duantian and his group flew over with tens of millions of people and heaved a heavy sigh of relief.
Some people looked behind them and could only vaguely see that the experts of the Dragon Palace had surrounded everyone.
Until now, no one had rushed out of the abyss. In the sky in front, the 4 guardians of the Imperial Court were besieged by the experts of the Dragon Palace. They didn't seem to be able to resist at all.
At this time, they couldn't help but feel very fortunate.
They were glad that they didn't make enemies with the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for them to walk out of the abyss today.
This Dragon Palace is even more terrifying than the races of the abyss. Some powerhouses said in fear.
Ha. Kill. Fuck the Imperial Court. Little ones, destroy them.
At this moment, they suddenly heard a violent voice coming from the frontline planet of the Imperial Court. Everyone stared wide-eyed, immediately turning to look at the front planet of the Imperial Court. This is... The Dragon Palace not only attacked the Imperial Court and the Night Race in the Abyss, they've also set up a trap outside. An old man from the Nine Heavens Great Sect squinted his eyes and roared in shock. If I remember correctly, the Imperial Court still has a protector here. In this situation, that protector was killed? The sect leader of the Heaven-Breaking sect opened his mouth and said with shock, "No way, how many pinnacle, undying Emperor warriors are there in the Dragon Palace? This is too terrifying." The surrounding warriors couldn't help but say, "Look over there, that group flying in the air. There are at least 10,000 to 20,000 of them." Suddenly, another warrior pointed in a direction and couldn't help but exclaim, "Over there, a group of godly monarch experts was flying from one planet to another." That group of godly monarchs numbered no less than 10,000 to 20,000. How terrifying! How terrifying! Gulp! Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. From the beginning till now, the Dragon Palace's performance was already very close to 300,000 godly monarchs. Woo-woo! Woo-woo! However, suddenly, just as everyone was shocked by the battle behind them, a special roar suddenly came from the abyss. This roar was as special and strange as sound waves. However, even though they were at the entrance of the abyss, they could still sense a rush of primeval aura. What is this? Another godly monarch-level abyss seed? Woo-woo! A voice that seemed to come from ancient times sounded like the awakening of a terrifying existence in the abyss. It was like a special sound wave that was unique and strange. The sudden voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Jiao Xiao, Duantian, and the other factions standing outside the abyss widened their eyes and were filled with shock. This voice and roar definitely came from a God Emperor-level existence. Another Void God Emperor's abyss seed has appeared in the abyss. This is bad. We only have one Void God Emperor on our side. If another God Emperor's abyss seed appears, they might attack us. Everyone's faces were solemn and embarrassed as they growled softly. Their gazes were fixed on the abyss in front of them. Unfortunately, that God Emperor-ranked abyss seed was too far away. They could not see any figure at all. The situation is already bad enough. Who would have thought that another Void God Emperor abyss seed would appear? Some people revealed bitter expressions. The Imperial Court's frontline planet has been attacked by the Dragon Palace. Some fleeing Imperial Court disciples have spread this matter on the AI. Now, the entire AI is boiling. Thinking of the bad news, a middle-aged man looked at the information on the artificial intelligence and said to the Patriarch in front of him, Make a statement immediately. The Nine Clouds sect can fight against the Abyss species, but the Nine Clouds sect will not participate in the internal strife of the human race. The Patriarch of the Nine Clouds sect frowned slightly. He opened his artificial intelligence and said to the Patriarch of the Nine Clouds sect, "It's the Patriarch." The Patriarch also took out his AI and opened it. All kinds of things related to the Dragon Palace's attack on the frontline planet of the Imperial Court. Countless disciples of the Imperial Court angrily shouted that they wanted to destroy all the people of the Dragon Palace and all the forces related to the Dragon Palace. They wanted to let them know the consequences of attacking their Imperial Court planet. There were also countless comments that were dumbfounded. A Dragon Palace dared to attack the Imperial Court? Was the Dragon Palace seeking its own destruction? Nine Clouds sect master looked at the messages and shook his head slightly. At this moment, the entire Imperial Star field still didn't know what was happening in the abyss. Nine Clouds sect master immediately edited a message and posted it under the name of the Nine Clouds sect. Follow the Nine Clouds sect and do this. We will also send one. The forefather of the broken heaven great religion also ordered. Woo-woo. However, at this moment, the voice from earlier sounded once again. Everyone looked into the abyss with solemn expressions. Oh no! Another God Emperor ranked abyss seed is heading this way. At the same time, Night God Emperor, who was in the sky above the abyss, heard this voice once again. His expression instantly turned ugly. This Void God Emperor abyss seed in front of him had already made it extremely difficult for him. Now another one had appeared? Didn't the Imperial Court say that there is only one God Emperor Abyss Seed here?
He swept his gaze around with a gloomy expression. He was going to escape.
Another Void God Emperor Abyss Seed had appeared. It was no longer something he could resist. If he was not careful, he might be heavily injured.
I must think of a way to escape and destroy the Dragon Palace, he thought with a gloomy expression.
Ho ho!
However, the berserk attacks of the God Emperor Abyss Seed in front of him made it difficult for him to escape. If he could escape earlier, he would have long retreated and destroyed the Dragon Palace. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. The fierce light in his eyes intensified as he prepared to risk his life. Ho ho ho! When the divine emperor-level abyssal creature in front of him heard the deep voice approaching, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes.
It should be the only one guarding this place. Why was there a divine emperor here?
Judging from the voice, it should be one of the two from the giant beast department.
It roared and immediately conveyed a message to attack the fellow in front of it.
In its eyes, this fellow was a little weak. In a one-on-one situation, it could even suppress it. If the giant beast department came again, even if it could not keep it here, it could still severely injure it. However, its roar didn't receive any response. Small house. I can sense the Dragon King's aura. Over there. Over there. And the one who made the ancient sound was the small house. Kuin. Above the small house, the Earth Sun stood on top, pointing in a direction.
Woo-woo. The small house's enormous pupil swept over and its gaze landed on that figure. From his body, it felt a familiar feeling.
His big brother's body also contained this kind of aura. It was very cordial.
He let out a low roar and sped up as he flew towards that figure.
And
that Void God Emperor Abyss Seed saw the small house flying towards that group of humans. It felt puzzled and its body paused. However, it did not communicate with them.
This Void God Emperor Abyss Seed is going to? When the Void God Emperor Abyss Seed came to a halt, Night God Emperor was slightly stunned.
Its target is the rest. God Emperor Abyss Seeds have extremely high intelligence. It knows that it will be difficult to kill me, so it will attack the rest of the humans.
A ray of light suddenly appeared in front of Night God Emperor.
Most of the humans in front were experts from the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, he could sense that there were 270,000 God Kings from the Dragon Palace. This must be all the strength of the Dragon Palace. If that Void God Emperor ranked Abyss Seed rushed over, the Dragon Palace's strength would not be able to withstand it. That God Emperor ranked Abyss Seed could easily slaughter everyone from the Dragon Palace.
Thinking of this, he dispelled the thought of escaping immediately. Instead, he continued to tangle with the Void God Emperor ranked Abyss Seed in front of him. Your Dragon Palace is lucky. Dying in the hands of the Abyss Seed is painless. If you die in my hands, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. He thought coldly in his heart. Not good. That is a Void God Emperor ranked Abyss Seed. It is flying towards us.
Hiss, it is really a God Emperor ranked Abyss Seed. What a terrifying power. We are finished. When the small house flew over, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Great Sect and other factions who had been massacred saw it. Their faces revealed a look of despair.
It was difficult for them to fight against the situation before them, and now such an existence had appeared.
Ha ha, the Divine Emperor-level Abyssal Seed has flown over. It's here to kill us. Not only do we have to die, but everyone in the Dragon Palace also has to die. Ha ha. Suddenly, a slightly crazy voice sounded.
His words caused all the disciples of the Night Clan and other factions of the Heavenly Demon Great Sect to be slightly stunned. Their tightly locked faces slowly revealed a ferocious expression. The eyes of some experts and disciples who had a strong desire to survive shone brightly. Perhaps, the arrival of this Void God Emperor's Abyss Seed could bring them a glimmer of hope. And
when a few roars sounded, Wuxia sensed that a terrifying existence might be coming.
However, this roar made him feel very familiar. He even felt a hint of familiarity. He stopped attacking the 4 guardians of the Imperial Court who were already covered in wounds and looked toward the depths of the abyss. A slightly ferocious, incomparably huge and terrifying figure flew toward him. His speed was extremely terrifying. Oh no, Dragon King. There is a Void God Emperor level Abyssal Seed flying over.
When the small house flew over, Tian Cheng's gaze swept over it. He frowned slightly and immediately reminded loudly. The other members of the Dragon Palace immediately stopped their attacks and stared at that incomparably huge abyssal seed with vigilant expressions. A God Emperor-level abyssal seed. The 4 protectors of the Imperial Court panted heavily as they looked at the God Emperor-level abyssal seed flying towards them. Their expressions changed slightly. Ha ha, this God Emperor-level abyssal seed is here to attack us. It wants to destroy us. Dragon King, you're all dead. You're all dead. However, the 4 protectors soon revealed an excited look in their eyes. A ferocious look appeared in their eyes. Use this opportunity to escape. At the same time, the 4 of them immediately transmitted their voices and growled in a low voice. The arrival of a divine emperor-level abyssal seed was a life-giving opportunity for them. With the appearance of such an existence, the Dragon King and the rest of the Dragon Palace had no time to attack them. They could use this opportunity to escape. As long as they could escape, the Imperial Court could easily destroy the Dragon Palace. Even if the strength displayed by the Dragon Palace was extremely terrifying. Wuxia saw the gigantic creature flying over. Although the creature in front of him gave him a very familiar feeling, he could not let his guard down. After all, this was the first time he had seen this creature. That God Emperor-level abyssal seed is flying towards the direction of the Dragon King and the rest. They want to destroy the Dragon King and the rest. Ha ha ha! Retribution. Retribution. I want to see how the Dragon King and the others will escape under the terrifying existence of a God Emperor level. If we die, the people of the Dragon Palace won't be able to live either. Your Dragon Palace won't be able to live either. A terrifying existence that seemed to be a God Emperor level abyssal seed arrived and charged towards the Dragon King and the others. This caused the members of the Night Clan's Heavenly Demon Grand sect to reveal excitement and malevolence. This was their chance to escape. This was also the chance for the Dragon Palace to be destroyed. The Dragon Palace and the others might be in trouble. This battle is almost perfect. It's a pity that the Dragon Palace and the others did not expect the appearance of the Void God Emperor ranked Abyss Seed. At the entrance of the Abyss, Jiao Shao and the others looked towards the Abyss. When they saw this scene, some experts said softly, "The appearance of a God Emperor level Abyss Seed was a disaster for everyone. It was even more of a disaster for the Dragon Palace." Woo-woo! A roar sounded again. At this moment, even the 200,000 plus people from the Dragon Palace, Wuxia, and the others stopped their attacks. Once the God Emperor level Abyss Seed attacked them, they would immediately rush over to help the Dragon King and the others. Or they could just wait for the Dragon King's order and teleport away. The eyes of the Night Clan and the Heavenly Demon Sect were filled with excitement and malevolence as they stared at it with burning eyes. Wuxia had a vigilant look on his face. Aochitian Formation and the rest were also on high alert. The God Emperor level Abyssal Seed was getting closer and closer. With their strength, there was no need for them to run away because its speed was too fast. "There's a person on that Divine Emperor Abyss Seed." Suddenly, Musison stared at the huge object and saw a figure on it. His face revealed a shocked expression. "Oh!" His words caused everyone to be slightly shocked. There really is a figure. When everyone looked over, their eyes widened, filled with shock. Woo-woo! At this moment, the gigantic object had already arrived in front of them more than 10,000 kilometers away. Its figure suddenly stopped and its gigantic eyes stared straight ahead. For experts like them, a distance of more than 10,000 kilometers was about the same as a dozen meters for an ordinary person. This figure. Wuxia stared at the figure on the gigantic object and narrowed his eyes slightly. He was very familiar with it. The son of the Earth Dragon. The son of the Earth Sun. At this moment, the son of the Earth Sun was standing on top of the small house. He was also looking at Wuxia. There is actually someone on top of this God Emperor level Abyss Seed. Who is he? Could it be that this is not an Abyss Seed but a powerful God Emperor demonic beast? When the 4 protectors of the Imperial Court saw that the small house had suddenly stopped and that there was actually someone on top, they were slightly shocked and astonished. "May I ask who this lord is?" "We are the protectors of the Imperial Court." One of the protectors hesitated for a moment before bowing respectfully and asking. The name of the Imperial Court had a very high status in the entire Resplendent Star.
If it was a powerful divine emperor from another star domain, he would also give them some face.
Behind them, the Dragon Palace, the Night Clan, the Heavenly Devil Grand Sect, and the other factions were also breathing rapidly as they stared ahead.
Dragon King, I am the son of the Earth Dragon. The son of the Earth Dragon. Your biological son.
However, at this moment, the son of the Earth Dragon on the small house didn't pay any attention to the protector of the Imperial Court. He moved and flew directly toward Wuxia. He shouted loudly with an exaggerated expression.
Ha! His words stunned Wuxia.
At the same time, it also made everyone around widen their eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Dragon King Father, Master Lan Qingwei asked me to bring the small house to look for you. I have finally found you. I am the son of the Earth Dragon, but I am your biological son. While Wuxia was in a daze, the son of the Earth Dragon had already arrived beside Wuxia. He knelt in front of Wuxia and shouted excitedly.
His expression was extremely exaggerated. Wuxia looked at the son of the Earth Dragon in front of him and pursed his lips. However, very soon his eyes sparkled. Did Qing Yu send you to look for me? Wuxia stared at him and asked immediately. Yes, Dragon King. It was Master who sent me to look for you. This is the small house. Xiao Lan's younger brother and Master's second Kuan. The son of heaven replied quickly. Woo. When he finished speaking, the small house in front let out a low roar and flew over slowly.
With the intelligence of the small house, he knew that the person in front of him would be his other master in the future. The small house swayed its huge body and came before Wuxia. Its head rubbed against him slightly. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. You're from the small house, right?
Not bad. Wuxia stroked the head of the small house and said with a smile on his face. Woo.
The small house let out an obedient growl. Its head moved slightly and came to the position below Wuxia. It lifted its head and allowed Wuxia to stand on it.
This? How is this possible?
What is this situation?
What is this situation? When Wuxia was standing on top of the small house, the four protectors of the Imperial Court who were not far away widened their eyes and recovered from their shock. They could not help but retreat backward as they cried out in disbelief.
What was going on?
What was going on?
A terrifying celestial emperor-level behemoth flew over from the abyss. It was actually the Dragon King's man.
Look at that celestial emperor-level existence. He totally treated the Dragon King as his master, and that human who was at the peak of the celestial emperor level. How could he address the Dragon King as his father?
And he even said that he was his own son.
The Dragon Palace has an emperor-level existence? Collapse.
Shock.
Unbelievable. A huge creature that flew out of the abyss. They thought it would be their chance to escape. They thought that this was a divine emperor-level abyss seed that would cause the Dragon Palace to suffer heavy losses and even destroy the Dragon Palace. They thought it was a chance to survive. However, they never expected that such an existence was actually a subordinate of the Dragon King, a subordinate of the Dragon Palace. They only felt their vision turn black as they felt an incomparable despair.
The Dragon Palace actually had a void God Emperor existence. Then everything would be different.
This was a God Emperor. How could this be? How is this possible? That God Emperor level existence is a subordinate of the Dragon King. How is this possible? No, this can't be. This can't be. I don't want to die. Divine Emperor, that Divine Emperor is the Dragon King's subordinate. What did I see?
The four guardians of the Imperial Court weren't the only ones who had collapsed. Behind them, the members of the Night Clan's Heavenly Demon Grand Sect, whose eyes were burning with fervor and whose faces were grim, had also completely collapsed.
They had also thought that this was a chance for them. That Divine Emperor-level creature would attack the Dragon Palace and the others.
In the end, that Divine Emperor-level creature was the Dragon King's subordinate. Their chance of survival had been completely destroyed. Now, they were even 100% sure that they were all going to die. The chance of survival was already less than 1/100,000,000,000,000.
There were even some people who stood there with lifeless eyes, waiting to be killed in despair.
They had lost, completely lost. It was over, completely lost. Hiss, unbelievable, unbelievable. We are fortunate that we did not become enemies with the Dragon Palace. Void God Emperor, the Dragon Palace also has Void God Emperor. Who would have thought that such a situation would happen? We are really lucky. If we were inside, we would definitely be destroyed by the Dragon Palace. Even if the Dragon Palace's strength is not as strong as the Imperial Court would have to consider if they wanted to touch the Dragon Palace. Everyone from the Nine Heavens faction at the entrance of the abyss trembled slightly when they saw this scene. They were shocked and terrified. At the same time, they rejoiced in their hearts. A choice had allowed them to escape. Everyone felt as if they had just walked past the Grim Reaper. Ha ha, the Dragon Palace is invincible and the Dragon King is mighty. At this moment, the only ones who were excited were the 4 factions from last month, the Beichuan sect, the Dragon Python group, and the Ancient God Dynasty. The Dragon Palace had a divine emperor-level existence, so they knew what this meant. This meant that after today's battle ended, the Imperial Court would have to consider carefully if they wanted to destroy them. They were determined to risk their lives, and now they had an 80% chance of surviving. They would survive even better than before. Dragon King, they understood that as long as the Dragon Palace was here in the future, they would not be in too much danger. Excited. This time, their choice was the most correct. The Dragon Palace is invincible. The Dragon King is invincible. Tens of millions of disciples from the 4 forces shouted excitedly, their voices reverberating throughout the entire abyss. Hiss, this. There was another one who was still in a daze. Night God Emperor. He originally wanted to see that God Emperor level existence destroy the Dragon Palace and then think of a way to leave this place, but the result was this situation. The Dragon Palace's strength was much stronger than their Night clans. This made his expression extremely gloomy and his heart beat violently. Roar. He let out an incomparably sullen roar to vent his anger. His blood-red eyes emitted a luster, and the Void God Kingdom behind him flourished with blue light. He was going to escape this place. After he became a God Emperor, even the Imperial Court's God Emperor personally congratulated him. The Imperial Court's guardian even respectfully bowed and addressed him as Lord Night God Emperor. Whoever he wanted to kill would have to die. The Imperial Court would not restrict him. However, he was actually trying to escape in a pathetic manner. He felt aggrieved. When Wang Xian heard the extremely aggrieved voice in the sky, he swept his gaze over. His gaze landed on the 4 guardians of the Imperial Court in front of him. At this moment, the 4 of them were in a daze. There was no longer any fighting spirit in them. They looked at Wang Xian in a daze. Their bodies were filled with disappointment. Little house, destroy them. Wang Xian spoke to the little house beneath him. Woo woo. The little house nodded immediately. With a wave of his arm, the tail on his back swept over. He. The 4 of them did not resist the attack of the little house. Facing the attack of the Void God Realm, they who were already severely injured had already lost their ability to resist. The Dragon Palace had a God Emperor level existence. Whether the Imperial Court would be able to take revenge for them in the future, they did not dare to be sure. Pong. The tail swept past and the 4 Imperial Court protectors died instantly. They did not roar or say anything vicious, because the current Dragon Palace was no longer threatened by them. The 4 Imperial Court protectors have fallen. When everyone at the back saw this, their bodies trembled. Dragon King, the Emperor of the Night above. At this moment, Tian Cheng suddenly looked at Wang Xian. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said to him, Ha! Wang Xian was stunned as he looked at Tian Cheng. Dragon King, according to my observation, the Emperor of the Night is not very strong. With the person under you and US, there is a 50% chance of him staying here. If that God Emperor level abyssal seed can be brought together, there is an 80% chance. Tian Chen's eyes flickered as he spoke. He made a hand gesture to slit his throat with a sinister expression. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. It was filled with coldness and killing intent. His gaze was fixed on the battlefield where the Night God Emperor and the rest were at. He patted the small house gently. Small house, can you communicate with that God-level abyssal seed and fight against the Night God Emperor together?
He squinted his eyes slightly and asked the small house. Woo woo.
The small house nodded and a message was transmitted into Wang Xian's mind.
Oh. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he received this message. According to what the small house said, that god-level abyssal seed was considered a friend.
Tell it immediately that we will fight against that human god-level abyss seed together with it.
His eyes revealed a burning look as he shouted immediately. Woo woo.
Woo woo. Xiaoshai shouted twice at the void god-level abyss seed.
Roar, roar, roar. The void god-level abyss seed responded immediately. His gaze swept across Wang Xian and the rest with some doubts. However, it also knew that the owner of Xiaozhai and the rest was a human. Hence, it was not too surprised by this. Woo woo. The small house immediately sent a message to Wang Xian. The god-level abyssal seed had agreed. Ha ha ha. When Wang Xian heard the words of the small house, he could not help but laugh out loud.
Sky formation, all members of the Dragon Palace, let's kill the god-level overlord today. I want the probability of killing him to reach 100%.
He immediately ordered the leaders of the Sky Array. Ha ha ha, good, good. Dragon King. Let's kill the God Emperor together. The leaders of the Dragon Palace replied loudly. Oh?
What are the Dragon Palace going to do?
What is this voice of theirs?
When the leaders of the Dragon Palace roared with fighting spirit, they were shocked again. What did they mean?
The God-destroying Emperor?
Night Divine Emperor, our Dragon Palace made a lot of preparations for today's battle, but the plan has changed a lot.
Originally, according to our Dragon Palace's plan, the 10-peak king of the God Realm experts of our Dragon Palace would fight against you alone. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace would kill the members of the Imperial Court of the Night Clan. However, there was a pleasant surprise. The existence of the Emperor of the Night Clan had directly entangled them.
Now we are preparing for the next plan. Emperor of the Night, are you ready to die? Wang Xian looked at the Emperor of the Night. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he asked indifferently.
This Dragon King and the rest want to destroy the Emperor of the Night.
Hiss, how is this possible?
How can an Emperor of the Night be killed so easily?
Have the Dragon King and the rest of the Dragon Palace gone crazy?
Do they want to destroy the Emperor of the Night? Everyone behind them widened their eyes and were filled with shock. Today, the Dragon Palace had given them too much shock.
Ha ha, Dragon King, I don't know if you are really inflated. You actually want to kill me. Wishful thinking, daydreaming.
I, Emperor Knight, will repay this void of Yongchang tenfold. When the Emperor Knight heard Wang Xian's words, his face instantly turned extremely gloomy.
He roared with an incomparably ferocious expression.
As a mighty divine emperor, even if the Dragon Palace had an existence at the level of a divine emperor, even if this was the combination of the divine emperor Abyss Seed and the divine emperor from the Dragon Palace, he had the confidence to escape from this place. As for the 10 peak stage godly monarchs from the Dragon Palace wanting to fight against him, it was simply impossible. After he advanced to the level of a divine emperor, he knew that the level of a divine emperor and a godly monarch were two different levels. Even a peak stage God King expert would find it hard to resist a God Emperor who had just become a God Emperor without 20 to 30 combined attacks. Even if there were 20 to 30 combined attacks, the God Emperor would still be able to destroy all of them after a long time. After that, the Dragon Palace's God Emperor would attack at most. As for the Dragon King and the others, they would not be able to come close at all. The terrifying aftershocks would be able to heavily injure or even kill them.
This was the strength and terror of a divine emperor.
Ha ha ha, all right. Today, our Dragon Palace will knock you, the Night Divine Emperor, off your pedestal. Leader of the Dragon Palace. Get ready.
Wang Xian laughed maniacally as well and roared loudly.
Buzz.
Buzz.
Buzz. While Wang Xian and the rest were talking, the Heaven Array had already arrived at the Dragon Peak. The entire Dragon Peak emitted a bright green glow. The 3 thorny monsters returned to the Dragon Peak.
Soon, thorns came out one by one and formed a thorny monster.
However, this time all the thorns were used to form a thorny monster. This thorny monster was 10,000 meters tall and each thorn was 10 meters in diameter. It was full of thorns. There were holes on the head, arms, chest, legs, and tail of the thorny monster.
Everyone, get ready. We, the Dragon Palace, are going to kill the Emperor today.
The heaven formation's blood was boiling at this moment. He moved his body and flew toward the hole on the thorny monster's head. The Emperor!
Wang Xian let out a soft roar. He moved his body and flew toward the thorny monster as well. He landed on its chest.
Roar!
Roar!
Roar! Emperor Slayer!
Ao Chitian and the rest let out a loud roar and flew towards the holes on the thorny monster's chest.
This action was similar to when the heaven formation was used to capture a dragon weapon alive.
However, the difference this time was that the entire formation had condensed into a thorny monster. A total of 10 peak stage king god level existences including Wang Xian and Ao Chitian had entered the body of the thorny monster.
We have to participate in the slaughter of the Emperor too.
At this time, Ba Qi and Mo Sha flew over quickly.
When the sky array saw this, it smiled and opened 2 more holes.
Wang Wang Wing.
Soon, the 12-peak undying godly monarch experts of the Dragon Palace all entered the body of the thorny monster.
Energy circulation. I'll let the Dragon King experience the powerful formation created by my sky array today.
The heaven formation was located at the head. Its eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. This was the formation that he created after he became a dragon wizard. It was also the formation that he was most proud of.
He, a dragon wizard, possessed 9 attributes. Although each attribute was ordinary, he was able to convert them quickly. The energy of Wang Xian and the rest was released directly into the body of the heaven formation. The heaven formation was transformed through the special constitution of his 9 attributes. It turned into the most terrifying attack power. Activate!
The heaven array roared loudly. Wang Xian and the rest also released their energy immediately. Boom! In the next moment, the entire thorny monster seemed to have come to life. A vast and mighty aura charged forward. This aura was not weaker than that of a celestial the arch. What is this thing? How can it have such terrifying attack power?
I can feel that this power is not weaker than me at all. In fact, it's even stronger than me. Not good. When the thorny monster fully erupted, Night God Emperor sensed this power and his expression instantly changed. He widened his eyes. His pupils were filled with fear and panic.
What was going on?
They were only at the peak of the godly monarch realm. How could they erupt with such a terrifying power?
A bad premonition arose in his heart. He had just advanced to the godly monarch realm and was the weakest among the godly monarchs. If there were 3 godly monarchs of the same level who were slightly stronger than him, he might really die here. Thinking of this, he felt uneasy. Ha ha ha, fight!
Tianqin roared excitedly, full of fighting spirit.
Little house, attack!
Get that god-level abyssal seed to cooperate.
Wang Xian roared and gave an order to Little House. Woo woo! Little House responded immediately. He moved his body and attacked the night god-level abyssal seed directly. Flames shot out from the eyes of the other god-level abyssal seed. The flames on its body intensified. Boom boom boom! The thorny monster took a step forward. The sky array was its brain and controlled every move of the thorny monster. Its gigantic arms swept out directly. Wang Xian and the rest were located within the body of the bramble monster. They were completely used as energy.
The attack was activated instantly. Father Dragon King, I wish to join in as well. I, a country bumpkin, can contribute a portion of my strength.
At the back, the country bumpkin saw the Dragon King and the rest gathered on the body of a bramble monster and erupted with the might of the Void God Emperor. He was extremely shocked in his heart. The Dragon King was indeed the Dragon King. The Dragon Palace was indeed the Dragon Palace. In the future, he had to hug the Dragon King's thigh tightly. This was the husband that his master had been thinking about day and night. This was the Dragon King who had created the true Dragon Son of Heaven. Hiss, the Dragon King wants to kill the Emperor. The Dragon Palace wants to destroy the Night God Emperor.
The behemoth that listened to the Dragon King has already attacked. That God Emperor level abyssal seed can communicate with the behemoth Dragon King.
What is that? It's something formed by a formation. How can it have such power? It doesn't feel any weaker than the God Emperor.
Is this the true power of the Dragon Palace?
From what the Dragon King said, that terrifying thorn monster is trying to resist the Night God Emperor. Can that monster fight against the Night God Emperor?
It's possible. After all, the Night God Emperor has just entered the God Emperor realm. He has participated in this war before settling down.
The Dragon Palace can't really kill the Night God Emperor, right?
The death of the God Emperor, this.
When the people at the back saw the Dragon Palace's Dragon King and the others attacking the Night God Emperor, they all widened their eyes.
How vast was the scene? In their lifetime, who had seen the fall of the God Emperor? If not for the Abyss War, they would not have seen the battle of the God Emperor.
As for the fall of the God Emperor, tens of millions of years ago, there was an event that shocked the entire resplendent starry sky. It was called the Battle of the Fallen Emperor by all the factions in the resplendent starry sky. That battle of the celestial the Arch caused the 7 great regions to boil with excitement.
It was a civil war that came from the Heaven Magus region. That war had erupted at the edge of the celestial the Arch star region.
After the battle, it formed a vast battlefield of the celestial the Arch. Tens of millions of years had passed in the celestial the Arch battlefield. Ordinary godly monarchs who entered it might still be severely injured or even killed by the chaotic energy. One could imagine how tragic that battle would be. Although the battle ahead might not reach that level, it was still extremely terrifying. This battle would be recorded in the annals of history no matter what. And they were the witnesses of the great historical battle. Everyone held their breaths and looked ahead in a daze.
It's really a pity that I, the Earth Grandson, cannot participate in this battle. But it doesn't matter. Brothers of the Dragon Palace, let's watch the Dragon King and the others destroy that little rascal, ha ha ha.
The Earth Sun warrior laughed and retreated. It's you trash who want to destroy the Dragon Palace, right? TSK, now you just wait and see. After the Night Emperor dies, you can commit suicide. After avoiding the battlefield, the Earth Sun warrior said as he swept his gaze over everyone from the Night Clan's heavenly demon sect. He came to the front of the people from the Dragon Palace in a very familiar manner. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of terrifying energy colliding was heard, which made everyone tremble slightly. Then, they turned their eyes away from the Earth and Sun warrior who talked too much. In the abyss in front of them, green wood-type energy, sky-blue water-type energy, violent fire-type energy, and gray-type special energy instantly covered a radius of billions of kilometers. That world was like the end of the world. The terrifying collision made it impossible for them to see the battle situation inside. They could vaguely see a sky full of thorns flashing in that world. Even if they couldn't see clearly, everyone stared at it with wide eyes. Some of the braver ones even entered the abyss and got closer to take a closer look. Bang! At this moment, a terrifying collision sound was heard. Everyone could feel the sky-blue light trembling in the distance. Night God Emperor was at a disadvantage just now when he was facing the Flame God Emperor Abyss Seed. It was very difficult for him to escape. Now that he is facing 3 attacks of the same level, he is definitely at a disadvantage.
Everyone looked at the sky-blue light trembling and exclaimed in shock.
At the same time, the long and terrifying tail of the small house in the abyss swept across the Void God Kingdom in the middle. The terrifying attack caused the entire Void God Kingdom to tremble violently. On the surface, many cracks appeared on a large area of buildings. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
What kind of existence is this damnable creature? How can it be so huge?
And how can the attacks of the Dragon Palace be so terrifying? At this moment, Night God Emperor's face was filled with anxiety. He had brought the Void God Kingdom here to increase his combat power.
The entire Void God Kingdom had an area of over 10 million kilometers. However, that huge creature's size was 70 to 80 kilometers and it was extremely terrifying.
One of his attacks landed on the Void God Kingdom, and it could easily cause a lot of damage. Facing such an attack, he could not defend at all. That was because he still had to face the attacks of 2 other existences of the same level. Just to defend against the experts of the Dragon Palace and the Flame God Emperor Abyssal Seed, he was slightly injured.
Facing the attack of that behemoth, he could only watch.
But if he continued to attack, the entire Void God Kingdom would be heavily injured or even collapse. Once the Void God Nation collapsed, he would suffer a backlash and be heavily injured. If this continued, he would be finished and could only wait for death. No, I have just become a void god emperor not too long ago. I still have a long period of time. I night god emperor cannot die here. Escape! He gritted his teeth and roared in his heart.
The void god nation and his body released a powerful light.
Water in the sky. Connecting to the sky.
He roared and flew up into the sky like a stream of water. His body turned into a line, forming a long line from top to bottom. Within this line, his speed was abnormally terrifying.
Hee. Is it possible to escape?
Seeing the sky array form a line connecting to the sky, Night God Emperor wanted to abandon his void god country and escape. His eyes shone with a dense light. At his peak, he was dozens of times stronger than Night God Emperor. That battle of the fallen emperor shook the entire resplendent starry sky.
His experience was not something that peak god king experts could compare to, nor could ordinary god emperors compare to. Under such a state, he could erupt with the full might of a god emperor. So.
Water connecting to the sky and thorns also connected to the sky in an instant. Each thorn twined around and directly cut off the sky.
Damn! What a fast reaction! Night God Emperor saw that the water line above him was stopped. Furthermore, the thorns entered the water line and attacked him like venomous snakes. This made his heart sink.
This escape move of his did not even manage to react to the Flame God Emperor Void Seed.
However, it was blocked by a fellow formed by an array formation.
How could they be so strong?
Roar! Roar! Roar!
The moment Night God Emperor was stopped, an incomparably huge flaming claw attacked him directly. Water fills the sky.
His expression was extremely gloomy as he immediately roared. Voila! The surrounding rain instantly covered the entire space as his body entered the rain. Pong! The gigantic flame claw directly pounced on nothing. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, sounds of destruction came from below.
Night God Emperor's face turned slightly pale as he looked down with his blood-red eyes.
That gigantic being continued to attack his void god country. Roar, roar, roar. When the God Emperor ranked Abyssal Seed saw that its attack had been dodged, its face was filled with shame. It raised its head and let out a roar. Terrifying flames were spat out from its mouth. Each flame was a miniature version of itself. It was emitting a violent might as it attacked all the raindrops. The flames collided with the sky-blue rain. The entire space looked abnormally terrifying.
All of you scram. Night God Emperor's figure was forced out as he roared at them with blood-red eyes. Trident. He roared as he extended his palm downwards.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The entire Void God Kingdom trembled as a sky-blue light soared into the sky.
A three-pronged blue weapon appeared in his hand.
The weapon was 2 meters tall and emitted a terrifying might. You forced me to do this. Let me tell you, even if I die today, one of you will die with me.
Night God Emperor held the weapon in his hands with trembling hands as he roared with a malevolent expression. This weapon was once his ancestors' strongest weapon. It was also the most precious treasure in the entire Void God nation. Similarly, it was this weapon that suppressed the entire Void God nation.
Without this weapon, the defense of the Void God nation would be twice as weak.
He had just broken through to the Void God Emperor realm and could not control it perfectly. He could not differentiate between friend and foe when he controlled it. This was also the reason why he did not use it. But now that he was forced to such an extent, he had no choice but to go all out. It's just a celestial thearch level divine weapon. It has not reached level 2 yet. You are still too weak as a celestial the arch. Even if you have this divine weapon, it can't save your life.
Tian Chen saw the divine weapon in his hand and his eyes were filled with a cold expression as he shouted sternly. Is that so?
You bunch of courting death from the Dragon Palace. If you want to die, you will be the first to die. The Night God Emperor's face was filled with awe. He moved his body and dashed towards Wang Xian and the rest. Roar! 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 The God Emperor level Abyss Seed did not care about their nonsense. He flapped his huge wings and formed red flaming meteorites that smashed towards the Night God Emperor.
Buzz!
Clang!
Clang! Clang!
The trident divine weapon in the Night God Emperor's hand trembled. Beams of light were aimed at the surroundings and broke through.
The flaming meteorites were directly destroyed by the sharp light of the trident divine weapon.
Roar! When the Abyss Seed of the God Emperor level saw this scene, he was slightly surprised. The Night God Emperor who was holding this trident divine weapon was obviously much stronger than before.
At least he could fight against it. Boom!
Boom! The eyes of the Night God Emperor were blood-red. He locked onto the position of Wuxia on the thorny monster's chest and was filled with awe.
Hee.
When the sky array saw him charging over, a contemptuous look appeared on his face.
Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the sky was filled with thorns that attacked the Night God Emperor.
Each thorn was 10 meters thick and looked like a giant snake in the starry sky. It was extremely terrifying. Break! The Night God Emperor gritted his teeth and raised the trident artifact with trembling hands. A sky-blue light burst out from the trident and the sound of water flowing could be heard continuously. Water drops pierced through rocks.
He roared furiously and some sky-blue water droplets shot into his arms and pierced through them, immediately causing a large amount of blood to gush out. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with madness. The three existences of the same level who were attacking him were undoubtedly the easiest to break through on the Dragon Palace's side. As long as he could kill those experts of the Dragon Palace, he had the confidence to escape.
Die!
He let out a hoarse, broken sound. His trident emitted light and pierced through the thorns.
Boom!
Boom!
Boom! The piercing sound was endless. But soon, his expression changed.
Because it had been a second and he did not take a step forward.
This made his expression change crazily. One had to know that a divine emperor could do many things in a second.
Ho ho ho! Right at this moment, the Flame God Emperor Abyss Seed was charging towards him.
How is this possible?
With the trident divine weapon's power, how can it not break through the thorn monster's defense?
His expression was extremely gloomy as he could not help but roar. Pong pong pong! But at this moment, the sound of destruction came from below. He placed the trident in front of him to block the attack of the Flame God Emperor Abyss Seed as he looked down. At the spot below, 1/3 of his Void God Kingdom had been destroyed.
This caused his face to turn slightly pale.
If the Void God Kingdom suffered too much damage, he would suffer heavy injuries as well. So. However, before he could react, the thorns suddenly lashed out at him. Oh no, the Dragon Palace can still launch an attack. They can even launch such a powerful attack. The weeping willows swept over like an attack from the ninth heaven. The Night Emperor's expression changed drastically when he felt the power of the attack. In his opinion, the monster formed by the Dragon Palace was the weakest. Although his attack was blocked just now, it must have consumed a lot of energy.
Now he realized that everything was wrong. Boom!
Boom! Boom!
One thorn after another attacked him, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward. Roar, roar, roar!
At this moment, the God Emperor Abyss Seed pounced at him, its huge mouth wanting to devour him.
The danger of death enveloped Night God Emperor.
Divine ability. Divine rain domain. His eyes were blood-red as he roared. The Void God Nation below emitted a light as drops of rain appeared within a radius of billions of kilometers. The rain fell on his body, causing it to disappear instantly. A law-based divine ability? Wuxia muttered when he saw this scene. A law-based divine ability was a powerful ability of the Celestial the Arch. Could change the world and was extremely powerful. In this kind of divine ability, the person who released the ability could mobilize all the energy in this area.
It's just a dying struggle. Celestial the Arch of the Night, don't even think about escaping with a single drop of rain.
Sky Array roared at this moment, and green leaves bloomed out of the monster's body. These leaves were not material, and were somewhat similar to the formation that enveloped Dragonstar back then.
The misty leaves immediately spread out in the surroundings, completely covering the entire rain domain.
This is impossible, this is impossible. You are clearly not God Emperor level experts. How can you release laws and divine abilities? How is this possible?
At this moment, a voice of disbelief came from the entire rain region. Laws and divine abilities could be touched by peak divine kings, but it was absolutely impossible for them to be so powerful. The scene in front of him was completely beyond his understanding. Because I am a magus, I am the strongest magus in this resplendent starry sky. Tian Chen's arrogant voice sounded. His words were actually his own bragging. At the moment, he could only call him Little Wizard. He was still far from being a wizard. Magus? Magus. Night God Emperor's figure appeared in the rain region. When he heard Sky Matrix's words, his expression kept changing. How can you be a magus? You're farting. He roared in disbelief. He knew a little about magi. The biggest force in the Sky Magus region had become the Magus Union, and their ultimate goal was to become a magus. However, how many people in the entire Wizard Association dared to call themselves wizards? As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed that his rain region was completely covered by wood elemental energy. His expression was extremely ugly. The law divine ability, the rain region, was his biggest trump card. After casting the rain region, as long as a drop of rain escaped from here, he would be able to follow that drop of rain and escape. But now, his rain domain was completely covered, trapping him completely. This caused him to have a very bad premonition. Humph. Hearing his doubt, Sky Array's face was filled with a cold expression. With a wave of his arm, thorny vines lashed out at Night God Emperor. Kiki, we've hit the sore spot of Sky Array's old man. Kill him. The eight-pointed demon and the eight-pointed demon laughed sinisterly. Boom, boom, boom. When the Sky Formation was controlling the bramble monster to attack, an extremely terrifying flame suddenly rose. The surrounding temperature rose abruptly. That God Emperor level existence has also released his nomological Abhichna. Night God Emperor, prepare to die. Ha ha. Wuxia and the rest could feel the extremely terrifying flame. Their eyes emitted a fiery glow as they roared with laughter. Oh no, don't tell me that I, the Emperor of the Night, am about to die here. I am not resigned to this. The Emperor of the Night saw the terrifying flames rising and saw the thorns attacking him. His body trembled. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had just advanced to the level of the Emperor of the Night. Bang bang bang. Pooh! At this moment, violent sounds were heard continuously from below. The Emperor of the Night trembled as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were also filled with blood and tears. He quickly looked down. His void god kingdom had already been destroyed by more than half. No! With his face covered in blood and tears, he shouted in despair. A god kingdom was a god's source of energy. Once a god kingdom was destroyed, his recovery ability would be greatly weakened. In fact, the destruction of a god kingdom would cause great damage to himself. Following that, every time the small residents destroyed the void god country, Night God Emperor's injuries would worsen. With the god country destroyed and facing two attacks of the same level, a sense of danger of death lingered in his heart. Pitter-patter. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the Flame God Emperor's Abyss Seed's nomological divine ability was released. The sound of flames burning raindrops could be heard. The Night God Emperor's face was covered in bloody scars, and he held the trident divine weapon in his hands in a crazed state. Dragon Palace, Dragon King, even if I die today, I will take you all away. I will fight you to the death. He roared crazily, and all the energy in his body was injected into the trident divine weapon. The trident divine weapon emitted waves of vast water laws. It was as if his entire body had merged into the trident divine weapon and he directly turned into a ray of blue light, attacking the thorny monster. Today, everything was caused by the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. The death of the disciples of the Night Clan and his current situation were all caused by the Dragon Palace. Now that he was facing the threat of death, his heart was filled with unwillingness and fury. Everything was because of the Dragon Palace. Even if he had to die, he would destroy everyone in the Dragon Palace. Seeing his attack, the Sky Array's eyes revealed a cold, murderous intent. Did you hear the voice inside? Did you hear it? It's the Night God Emperor's roar. It's the Night God Emperor. He's cornered. He's done for. What's the situation inside? Is the Night God Emperor about to fall? Does the Night God Emperor want to die together with the Dragon King and the others?
Our ancestor, he. The battle in front of them continued to rumble. When the Night God Emperor's roars sounded, everyone widened their eyes in shock.
The Night God Emperor's voice was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. They could already imagine the situation the Night God Emperor was in.
All the surviving disciples of the Night Clan had ashen expressions in their eyes.
Once their ancestor and their God Emperor died, the Night Clan would be completely finished.
A God Emperor is going to die? At the entrance of the abyss, the experts of the Nine Heavens Breaking faction were trembling.
A God Emperor had died. This was the death of a God Emperor.
How many God Emperors were there in the entire Imperial Star Field?
And now a God Emperor was going to die. Furthermore, the Night God Emperor was a God Emperor who had just advanced.
Is the Night God Emperor going to die together with the Dragon Palace's Dragon King? Is the Dragon Palace's Dragon King going to die as well? It's very possible. After all, the Night Emperor is a true God Emperor. Even if they kill him, the Dragon King and the others will have to pay a price. Furthermore, the Dragon King and the others used a special method to fight against the Night Emperor.
If the Night Emperor really goes all out to recruit some people, he can still do it.
A few experts beside them were discussing. This battle had really opened their eyes and shocked their minds. Boom, boom, boom.
I can't accept this. I, Night God Emperor, have just become a God Emperor, and I still have an endless lifespan and endless power. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. At this moment, a voice filled with despair and unwillingness suddenly resounded through the world. Within a radius of tens of billions of kilometers, even the planets at the front lines could hear it clearly.
Along with the screams and unwillingness, there were also booming sounds. Hearing this sound, everyone trembled. Their eyes widened for a long time, and their eyes were slightly blood red. At this moment, in the middle of the battlefield, there was a void god realm that had completely collapsed. In the sky, there was a corpse floating. The corpse was covered in flames, and tiny thorns pierced through his body.
He opened his eyes wide and lay there unwillingly. The sky array controlled the thorn monster to fly over slowly and look down at the Emperor of the Night.
Cough, cough, cough. The Emperor of the Night used his last bit of life force to support his body as he glared at Wang Xian. He was about to die. Before he died, he didn't even kill a powerhouse from the Dragon Palace.
Don't be so unreconciled. When you dared to kill my disciple, your ending was already decided. You only lost a few years of your life. Wang Xian stared at the Night Emperor and said faintly, You.
He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but a large amount of blood gushed out. After becoming the God Emperor, you could have enjoyed yourself and led the Night Clan to the peak. It's a pity that you offended our Dragon Palace. As Wang Xian spoke slowly, he waved his arm and a claw formed from law landed on his head. Bam! The new Celestial the Arch had fallen. The Celestial the Arch had fallen. Walala!
When the Night God Emperor's life force completely disappeared, raindrops appeared out of thin air within the abyss. The raindrops fell downwards.
Within the abyss, it was raining. The fall of a powerful existence would usually be accompanied by a change in the world. This was especially so for someone like the Night God Emperor. The terrifying energy of his life force dissipating could affect this side of the abyss. Perhaps Night God Emperor was the God Emperor who had lived the shortest amount of time in this starry sky.
Thinking back to when he became an emperor, he was the center of attention and did not put anyone in his eyes.
The Dragon Palace, which was even stronger than the Night Race, was called a small Dragon Palace. However, now Night God Emperor had fallen in the hands of the Dragon Palace. This was something that he could never have imagined back then. Roar! 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 Seeing the Emperor of the Night fall and the fall of a human emperor, the Inferno Void Emperor let out an excited roar. Its gaze swept across Wang Xian and the rest and landed on the small house. Woo woo! The small house transmitted some information to him and flew towards Wang Xian. Hee. Wang Xian smiled and landed directly on the head of the small house. He waved his arm and kept the corpse of the Night God Emperor. At the same time, he also kept the Void God Kingdom.
It's raining, it's raining,
It's raining in the abyss too. This is When the night god emperor flew over after he became an emperor, it was accompanied by rain. The rain now gives people a feeling of sadness. This is a sign that the night god emperor has already fallen. The night god emperor has already fallen.
From the back, everyone gaped slightly as they watched this sudden heavy rain.
From this heavy rain that filled the sky, they had already obtained a piece of information. The god emperor had fallen. At this moment, the vision of everyone from the Yi clan and the heavenly demon grand sect turned black. Although they already had an answer in their hearts, the outcome was still difficult for them to accept. Their faces were ashen, and their hearts were dead. The night god emperor has already fallen. What about the Dragon King and the others? At the entrance of the abyss, a group of experts from the various factions stood there, staring into the abyss. The night god emperor had already been confirmed to have fallen, but what about the Dragon King and the others? Were there any experts who had been killed by the night god emperor's counterattack before he died? They've appeared, they've appeared. Look! Look! At this moment, exclamations sounded as everyone looked towards the depths of the abyss. A huge object slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight.
On both sides of the huge object, there were more than 10 figures lined up. They were the peak godly monarch experts of the Dragon Palace. That's the Dragon King.
At this moment, everyone saw the Dragon King standing on top of the huge object, overlooking the void in front of him.
The Dragon King is not dead, not a single powerhouse from the Dragon Palace is dead. Hiss, the Night God Emperor's last counterattack did not kill a single one of them.
Seeing the gigantic creature slowly flying over, everyone was shocked. The Night God Emperor was dead, but everyone from the Dragon Palace was still alive.
Wuxia stood on top of the small house. With his speed, he soon arrived in front of the disciples of the Dragon Palace.
In the center of the disciples of the Dragon Palace, there were also a group of powerhouses and disciples from the Night Clan and the Heavenly Demon Sect.
The Emperor of the Night is dead.
Wang Xian stood on top of the small house and said 5 words calmly. The Emperor of the Night is dead.
Ha ha, the Night Clan is done for. We are done for. Wang Xian's words silenced the surrounding. Not long after, a laughter filled with despair and indifference rang out.
As soon as he finished his sentence, he held the sharp sword in his hand and committed suicide. Their ending was already decided. Their faith had collapsed and they were at the end of their lives. They might as well commit suicide. Hee. Let's die together. One person committed suicide. Soon, another middle-aged elder closed his eyes and shouted loudly. Don't be so sad. Don't be so miserable. Today is a good day. The winner takes all. Congratulations on your defeat. Die happily.
Mo Sha looked at some people who had committed suicide and said with a face full of laughter. There was no emotion on his face.
That's right. Today is a good day. I can do whatever I want.
Today is a good day.
Open the door and welcome the spring breeze. Ba Qi opened his mouth. Damn, brother. Why are you still singing?
Ha ha, the Dragon King is invincible, the Dragon Palace is invincible. The country bumpkin glanced at the demonic Qi and said speechlessly. Then he raised his arm and shouted with his real arm.
Invincible Dragon King. Invincible Dragon Palace. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace were also excited as they shouted excitedly.
Invincible Dragon King, Invincible Dragon Palace.
The word invincible resounded throughout the entire abyss. Clean it up and tidy up the surroundings. Let's go out. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect of the Night Clan and said coldly. Yes. The members of the Dragon Palace obeyed the order. There were not many members of the Night Clan to begin with. In less than 20 seconds, all of them had been cleaned up. Faced with the attack of the Dragon Palace once again, they had completely lost all resistance. They could only close their eyes and wait for the arrival of death. Just as Mo Sha had said, the winner takes all. If the Dragon Palace was weak, they would be slaughtered by the Dragon Palace. The ones who died would be the disciples of the Dragon Palace.
Last month, the Beichuan sect, the Dragon Python group, and the Ancient God Dynasty bring your disciples back to the Demon Island and go to the vicinity of the planet of the Dragon Palace. You don't have to worry. The Dragon Palace will take care of the following matters.
Wang Xian's gaze swept past the Beichuan sect and the others from the Great Sect last month. It's the Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. We have always been indebted to the Dragon Palace. Now that we are taking action, we are only asking for peace of mind, the sect leader from last month said excitedly.
Wang Xian nodded his head lightly.
Around them, the members of the Dragon Palace quickly cleaned up the battlefield and picked up the corpses one by one.
This time, the Dragon Palace had gained a lot.
Dragon King. It has been taken care of.
Soon, the entire Abyss battlefield was cleaned up. Prime Minister Gui reported excitedly. Let's go.
Wang Xian nodded with a smile.
Buzz. Buzz.
The Dragon Peak was activated and some members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division entered the Dragon Peak. The rest of the 200,000 strong warriors of the Dragon Palace accompanied the Dragon Peak and flew out of the abyss. When they came, they were surrounded by enemies.
When they returned, they were invincible. Woo woo. The small house let out a low roar and stared at the world outside the abyss with curiosity.
The Dragon Palace has come out. The Dragon King and the others have come out.
Outside the abyss, the disciples of Jiao Shao and the other forces panicked when they saw the Dragon Palace flying over.
They looked at the huge object in awe and at the Dragon King on top of it. We are not enemies with the Dragon Palace, so the Dragon King and the others won't kill us. Let's bow to them.
The patriarch of the Jiao sect said to all the disciples in a deep voice.
We welcome the triumphant return of the Dragon Palace and congratulate the Dragon King.
We welcome the triumphant return of the Dragon Palace and congratulate the Dragon King.
An earth-shattering voice sounded at the entrance of the abyss. All the people from the 9 Heavens Great Sect bowed, their eyes filled with respect. This was respect from the bottom of their hearts.
The Dragon Palace had won the battle today.
The strength that the Dragon Palace had displayed had shocked them. A God-Emperor-level behemoth and the terrifying thorny monster of the Dragon Palace could contend against a God-Emperor-level thorny monster. Although the strength of nearly 300,000 God King experts was much weaker than the Imperial Court, would the Imperial Court dare to fight with such a Dragon Palace?
Especially when the Battle of the Abyss broke out. Another point was that the God-Emperor-level behemoth under the Dragon King was able to communicate and ally with the God-Emperor-level Abyssal Seed. What did this mean?
No matter what, the current Dragon Palace had already become a terrifying existence. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and nodded his head faintly. Dragon King, the front line has been taken care of. At this moment, at the front line, P47 flew over with more than 10,000 celestial kings from the Dragon Palace and reported excitedly. Very good. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the planets in front of him. A faint smile appeared on his face. He patted the head of the small house and flew toward Dujiu. Prime Minister Tiancheng Gui and the rest also flew over immediately. When the local Sun Tzu saw this, he also followed immediately. Dragon King, I've taken down all the planets. I've also killed the protector of the Imperial Court. However, many of the powerhouses of the Imperial Court have escaped. P47 came in front of Wang Xian and said fervently in his heart. He had done something big. Where is the teleportation array? Wang Xian asked. The teleportation array has been destroyed. It will take 1 to 2 days for the people of the Imperial Court to arrive here. P47 replied immediately.
At such a distance, even the Void God Emperor will need 5 to 6 hours.
The Heaven Array at the side calculated and said, 5 to 6 hours?
5 to 6 hours? I'm afraid this place is already an abyss.
Wang Xian muttered.
Dragon King, we have obtained quite a number of treasures this time. There are also some corpses of abyss seeds. We have profited greatly this time.
Dujiu, who was at the side, said excitedly. Wang Xian smiled and looked at the son of the Earth Dragon beside him. He, Father Dragon King. It's me, the son of the Earth Dragon.
The country bumpkin walked over to Wang Xian respectfully and giggled. Be honest. Where are Qingyu and the rest now?
Tell me about their situation. Wang Xian patted him and asked. Yes, Dragon King, you don't know. Back then, Master and Master Lingxiu were being hunted down. Xiaolan brought them to escape and happened to meet the villains.
We entered the energy tide and passed through a long black hole into a chaotic area. We almost died there. Fortunately, Xiaolan and Master were powerful.
But when we rushed out of the chaotic area, we met some disciples of the imperial court. At first, they were fine, but later, they suddenly coveted Xiaolan and wanted to get her. Of course, Master and the others didn't agree.
After they wanted to kill Master, we killed them back. However, we didn't know the background and strength of those people at that time.
In the end, we were hunted down for several years. Fortunately, Little Blue grew quickly and escaped from the disaster time and time again. However, because of Little Blue's rapid growth, she attracted the attention of the powerhouses of the imperial court. They wanted Little Blue even more. Later, we escaped to the abyssal seed after much difficulty. Halfway through, I almost died. Fortunately, Master saved me.
However, my Earth God Dragon True Form and Master Lingxiu were separated from us while we were on the run.
What? Lingxiu was separated from you guys? At this point, Wang Xian's expression changed drastically. He immediately interrupted her and asked with a murderous look in his eyes. Yes, Dragon King. However, don't be anxious, Dragon King. My Earth God Dragon True Form will protect Master Lingxiu. Furthermore, I can sense that my true form is not dead yet. This means that Master Lingxiu will not die either. I, the Earth Grandson, swear on my life that as long as I, the Earth Grandson, am not dead, Master Lingxiu will be fine. The Earth Grandson raised his head and spoke with a loyal expression.
Wang Xian's expression was slightly embarrassed. He was not too worried about Qing Yu's safety because she had inherited the ancient god's Kuan feeding master's inheritance. She had Xiaolan and had many tricks up her sleeves. However, Sun Lingxiu did not have so many tricks up her sleeves.
Fortunately, the Dragon Palace did not sense Lingxiu's death either. Continue,
Wang Xian said with a solemn face.
It's the Dragon King. When we entered the abyss, the powerhouses of the imperial court were still chasing after us. However, the abyss was like a fish in water for Xiaolan. Xiaolan devoured a large number of abyss seeds and became stronger and stronger.
Later on, she gained the strength of an emperor god.
After Little Blue became a celestial emperor, we were safe. Master nurtured the little house and later had a conflict with a celestial emperor-level abyss seed in the abyss. After killing it, the little house also had the strength of a celestial emperor. After that battle, we also got to know the other two celestial emperor-level abyss seeds in the abyss. We called them Fire Kill and Dark Black respectively. Underworld Killing has always wanted to cause trouble and expand the abyss. Master and I are also filled with hatred towards the imperial court. Master Lingxiu is also unaware of the current situation. Hence, we joined forces with Underworld Fire Killing.
However, we are mainly responsible for the border between Pingy Island and the imperial court. The war has yet to break out completely.
The country bumpkin's description changed as he stood respectfully beside Wang Xian.
The imperial court.
When Wang Xian heard his words, a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Although the local Sun warrior's story was simple, Wang Xian could feel the danger in it. He was able to force Lingxiu to separate from Qingyu, and he was able to make an ancient god-feed Kuan master escape for a few years.
They must have avoided many calamities and life and death crises. What's the current situation on Qingyu's side?
Wang Xian asked with a gloomy face. Dragon King, the situation on Master's side is still all right. We have the advantage of the abyss. They don't dare to attack us.
The country bumpkin immediately replied. How long does it take to reach Qingyu's side from this abyss?
And how long does it take to reach from the abyss on the Demon Island?
Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he continued to ask.
With the speed of the little house, it should be about the same. The local Sun man pondered for a moment before he spoke. All right, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace, prepare to return to the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue, declare war on the imperial court immediately. Killing intent flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he immediately ordered the members of the Dragon Palace behind him. It's the Dragon King. It's the Dragon King. The members and Prime Minister Gue replied immediately.
Prime Minister Gue immediately took out his artificial brain and revealed a cold and willful expression.
The Dragon Palace will declare war on the imperial court until one side is destroyed.
The Dragon Palace will declare war on the Imperial Court until one side is destroyed. It was a very short announcement, but everyone knew clearly what this line of words meant. All disciples of the Dragon Palace, enter the Dragon Peak. At this time, the Sky Array controlled the Dragon Peak and said to all the members. One by one, the members of the Dragon Palace immediately flew into the Dragon Peak. Dragon King, I can teleport the Dragon Peak back directly. If you want to teleport the small house over, I will need half an hour to set up the formation. The Sky Formation flew over and spoke to Wang Xian. Yes, set up the formation and bring the small house over. Wang Xian replied immediately. It's the Dragon King. The Sky Formation nodded. The group of members of the Dragon Palace entered the Dragon Peak. Slowly, the entire Dragon Peak started to turn illusory and disappeared immediately. Little house, go over there and coordinate with the Heaven Formation. Wang Xian transmitted his voice to Little House. Woo woo. Little House swayed his gigantic body and flew to the side. The Heaven Formation immediately set up a formation next to him. The entire Dragon Peak has disappeared. This is a large-scale teleportation formation. At this moment, a group of powerhouses from various factions not far away saw this scene. They were astonished. That array master from the Dragon Palace is really terrifying. Some of the experts muttered. One had to know that the entire Dragon Peak was the size of a planet, yet it was able to teleport directly. This showed how terrifying the array master from the Dragon Palace was. This area is about to be devoured by the abyss. Everyone, leave as soon as possible. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice rang out. Ha! Is this area about to be devoured by the abyss? Hiss. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, everyone's expression changed. They looked into the abyss. In their line of sight, a large number of abyss seeds were flying over. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Look at the AI. The Dragon Palace on the AI has made a statement. At this moment, a shocked voice rang out. Some people immediately turned on their AI. The Dragon Palace will declare war on the Imperial Court until one side is destroyed. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this line of words. They had a bad feeling that the Imperial Star Field was going to fall into a war soon. The Imperial Court, which had been standing in the Imperial Star Field for hundreds of millions of years, had met its match. The Dragon Palace's declaration had attracted the attention of countless people on the AI. Not long ago, the Dragon Palace had attacked the frontline planet of the Imperial Court and killed the experts and disciples of the Imperial Court. This incident had already caused a stir in the Imperial Court. The entire artificial intelligence system was full of abuse against the Dragon Palace. A lot of people commented that the Dragon Palace was courting death. Now that the Dragon Palace had declared war on the Imperial Court, countless people in the artificial intelligence system laughed. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke in the world. This is the funniest joke I've seen since I was born. A Dragon Palace actually declared war on the Imperial Court until one side was destroyed. Is there anyone who wants to die like this? What kind of thing made the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace lose his mind and go crazy? Why did he declare war on the Imperial Court? Don't you see that you are on the same level as the Imperial Court? Ha ha ha, the Dragon Palace is really inflated. Recently, many people have said that the Dragon Palace is powerful, but now they dare to declare war on the Imperial Court. I guess the Dragon Palace won't live for more than 3 days. I guess one day later, a god emperor of the Imperial Court will come to the Dragon Palace and destroy it with a wave of his hand. The Dragon Palace's message had attracted countless replies not long after it was released. Seeing this message, everyone felt that it was ridiculous. In the eyes of everyone in the Imperial Star area, the Dragon Palace and the Imperial Court were like ants and elephants. They were not on the same level at all. Even when they had just learned that the Dragon Palace had attacked the frontline planets of the Imperial Court, it was still ridiculous to see the declaration of war now. The frontline was attacked by the Dragon Palace because the Imperial Court's experts and the Night God Emperor of the Night Clan had entered the abyss to hunt down abyssal seeds. Perhaps the Imperial Court's experts and the Night God Emperor had directly destroyed the Dragon Palace when they arrived. Even without the Imperial Court taking action, the Night Clan had already destroyed it.
A few days ago, the Night Emperor had killed the disciple of the Dragon King. But the Dragon King didn't dare to say a word? What a joke it was to provoke the imperial court.
He didn't even dare to be arrogant in front of the Night Emperor, let alone the imperial court? Hee hee.
The people of the Nine Clouds sect saw the comments below and their faces were full of ridicule. Now, the entire imperial star field didn't know what had happened here. Forefather, why don't we spread the news here?
I really want to see the reaction of the imperial star field.
At this moment, an expert from the Nine Clouds realm said with a smile.
That's good. We've cleared our name from this battle. Let's say once again that it has nothing to do with us.
Forefather Nine Clouds pondered for a moment and nodded. After all, the matter of the Abyss battlefield was too shocking.
They could already imagine that the imperial star field would shake the whole world.
Damn the Dragon Palace. How dare they provoke the imperial court? How many lives do they have to live when the experts of the imperial court and the Night Clan don't attack our frontline planet anymore? I thought that the Dragon Palace was not bad at first, but now they are courting death. They dare to provoke us. We can't let them live. At the same time, in front of the Abyss battlefield at the border between the Pingy Island and the Imperial Court, dozens of Imperial Court guardians gathered in one vast palace after another.
Here, it could be said that all the peak-stage godly monarch experts of the Imperial Court were here.
The incomparably old guardian, who was holding a walking stick, roared with a face full of killing intent. This old man was the peak-stage godly monarch guardian when the Emperor and the Empress were selected. He was also the former Emperor. Tiger, don't be angry. It's just a small dragon palace. During the Abyss War, the powerhouses of the Imperial Court, Night God Emperor of the Night Clan, and the others all entered the Abyss. This allowed the Dragon Palace to succeed. After the Night God Emperor and the others came out, we didn't need to do anything. We just handed them over to the Night Clan.
An old man beside him said with a calm face,
Humph, if the teleportation array hadn't been destroyed, I would have led my men to attack Pingy before the war broke out. Little Dragon King, how dare you act so arrogantly? The old protector who was holding a walking stick snorted coldly. The Dragon Palace is just a little grasshopper. It's mainly because of the war here. Leave the little grasshopper to the Night Clan. Don't be distracted.
Another elder said with a smile. No matter what, we can't contact one of our protectors. He must have been assassinated by the Dragon Palace. This crime is enough to exterminate the 9 families of the Dragon Palace. After this war, issue a kill order to exterminate all the forces, planets, and people related to the Dragon Palace. A burly elder in the center said coldly.
That's true. No one has dared to provoke the Imperial Court for hundreds of millions of years. Let the other forces in the Imperial Star area know the consequences of offending us.
The surrounding elders nodded in agreement.
Oh? No. Look at the artificial intelligence. At this moment, an old man suddenly stood up and shouted with his eyes wide open and his body trembling.
What?
A protector of the Imperial Court cried out in shock, causing everyone around to stare at him in shock.
Cough, cough, cough. How is this possible? How is this possible? The old man stood there and ignored them. He stared at the AI in his hand in disbelief, and his expression kept changing.
What's wrong, Elder Fei? An Imperial Court protector could not help but ask. The other protectors frowned and immediately opened the AI in their hands. Night God Emperor has fallen. The Dragon Palace has destroyed Night God Emperor. The Dragon Palace has an existence at the Void God Emperor level. The moment they opened the AI, they saw all sorts of similar titles on the information on the AI.
There was also a lot of information in his communication. Seeing these titles, the guardians of the Imperial Court were stunned. They opened their eyes wide and had a bad feeling.
Look at the statement issued by the heaven-breaking Great Sect of the Nine Clouds Great Sect. At this moment, the old man who had just started to speak shouted in a low voice with a changing expression. The guardians of the Imperial Court immediately searched for the information of the Nine Clouds heaven-breaking Great Sect with a gloomy face. When they opened it, they saw a declaration. Night God Emperor has fallen. The powerhouses of the Imperial Court and the Night Clan of the Night Cold Island have all been destroyed by the Dragon Palace. We, Zhou Xiao, are not involved in this matter. We are willing to fight for the humans, but we will not participate in the internal strife of the humans. A line of words was also a line of statements. Forces like Zhou Duantian and the others were sandwiched between the Dragon Palace and the Imperial Court. They did not dare to make any choice at all. Now, they could only issue a statement to express their neutrality.
However, when the Imperial Court's protectors saw the statement, their bodies trembled.
The two great religions, Zhou and Duantian, could not simply issue a statement. The statement they made meant that the information was true. This made their protectors' expressions extremely ugly. At the same time, their eyes were filled with shock. Night God Emperor had actually fallen. Even though Night God Emperor had just broken through to become a God Emperor, he was still a God Emperor. Now, he had actually fallen. How long had it been since a God Emperor had fallen in their Imperial Star Field? This caused their scalps to go numb. And under the statements of the 9 Heavens and Heaven-Severing sect, the number of comments could increase by more than 100 million every second. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable, so they were all very shocked.
A few days ago, the Night God Emperor appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the entire Imperial Star Field. How long had it been? He had actually fallen.
Moreover, did the Dragon Palace have the ability to destroy the Night God Emperor?
How could the tiny Dragon Palace have this ability? Countless people did not dare to believe it. However, this was the statement of the two great sects after all. 9 Heavens was also a famous existence in the Imperial Star Field. It was impossible for him to make a joke of a God Emperor. They didn't dare either.
This made everyone in the Emperor Star Field stunned. Just now, countless people from the Emperor Star Field mocked the Dragon Palace for courting death. Now, it was a slap in the face. And below the two sects, there were some comments that caught their attention.
The Dragon Palace's strength is extremely terrifying. They have close to 300,000 undying God Kings. They have a powerful array master. The array they create can fight against God Emperor level warriors. In terms of strength, the Dragon Palace has 2 God Emperor level warriors. Close to 300,000 emperors, and that huge being flying over from the abyss, it's actually the Dragon King's underlings, emperor-level underlings. The Dragon Palace is too terrifying. The Imperial Court, the Night Clan, and the Heavenly Demon Sect were all wiped out by the Dragon Palace, not a single one left. The Battle of the Emperors, I've seen it with my own eyes. The Night Emperor has fallen, the entire abyss is raining heavily. The comments were clearly from the experts and disciples of 9 Heavens Breaking Sky and the other factions. Activate the highest authority of the AI and connect to a patriarch of the 9 Heavens Great Sect. At this moment, an Imperial Court protector by the side growled with a gloomy face.
Unlock the highest authority and contact a patriarch of the 9 Heavens Great Sect. The voice of the AI sounded, and all the Imperial Court protectors around walked over. Their expressions were very interesting. If the Night God Emperor's death and the Dragon Palace's might were all true, the consequences would be unimaginable. Buzz!
At the same time, an incomparably large group was flying majestically in the void. The leader was an expert from the 9 Heavens Great Sect's Heaven-Severing Great Sect.
Within the abyss, a group of Abyss Seeds were approaching the entrance under the guidance of the God Emperor's Abyss Seeds. They also knew that they could not stay here for long. However, the artificial intelligence on the wrist of an old man at the front suddenly lit up and forced out an image.
Oh! The patriarch of the 9 Heavens Great Sect was slightly shocked. His expression changed slightly as he stared at the image presented by the artificial intelligence.
I am the guardian of the Imperial Court. I have something to ask you, 9 Heavens. An old man's figure was presented in the image. There were dozens of others beside the old man. Patriarch 9 Cloud's expression changed slightly when he heard the voice. He waved his arm, and everyone immediately stopped. Guardians of the Imperial Court, what do you want to ask? Patriarch 9 Clouds immediately asked respectfully. Tell me everything that happened in the Abyss battlefield. Don't leave out a single detail, and don't tell any lies. If there are, you know the consequences. The Imperial Court's protector asked in a deep voice.
It's all the protectors. What I'm about to say is absolutely true. I don't dare to hide anything.
The Patriarch of the 9 Clouds sect said quickly. Then, he told them everything that happened in the Abyss battlefield. Hearing the Patriarch of the 9 Clouds sect's words, all the protectors of the Imperial Court fell silent.
After saying that, the image on the AI disappeared.
Patriarch, Something big is going to happen.
The experts of the Nine Clouds Great Sect who were watching from the back saw the image disappear and said in slight shock,
Something big is going to happen. I hope we won't be dragged into it.
Patriarch Nine Clouds nodded slightly and said helplessly.
From the silence of the protectors, he knew how terrifying the eruption after the silence was. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, the protectors of the imperial court were standing in the vast palace, panting heavily. They all looked extremely embarrassed.
Report this to the great ancestor. This is not something we can decide.
After a few minutes of silence, one of the protectors of the imperial court said, Yes. The other guardians also nodded. They didn't roar or curse the dragon palace angrily, because it was completely useless.
Moreover, the strength that the dragon palace displayed shocked them. It could be said that they had the combat strength of two god emperors. This matter was not something that they could decide.
However, they knew how troublesome this matter was for their imperial court. Boom! In front of the Abyss battlefield at the border between Pingy Island and Imperial Court. In a void crack at the back of the battlefield, a temple was hidden inside. Suddenly, the entire temple trembled. Looking in that direction from afar, one could see many void cracks appearing.
Long cracks appeared in the entire sky. A terrifying pressure was emitted from within. At this moment, the divine hall was shrouded in clouds. 3 vast figures sat on 3 divine thrones suspended in the sky.
In front of them, dozens of imperial court guardians were standing respectfully with their bodies bowed. Their faces were somewhat pale. The explosion just now came from the palm of a great ancestor of the imperial court angrily landing in front of the divine thrones.
This made the imperial court guardians even stop breathing. The Night God Emperor has actually fallen. That dragon palace also has the combat strength of a god emperor. If I'm not wrong, that huge creature that flew out of the abyss is a giant beast.
A vast figure looked at the furious old man in the center and said in a deep voice,
Yes, the Night God Emperor has fallen. It's going to be dangerous. We must send someone to guard the Night Cold Island. Otherwise, the abyss there will expand into the depths of our imperial court. The vast figure on the right said with a grave expression,
That dragon palace is very likely to be in cahoots with that woman from the giant beast department. With a battle between the dragon palace and a god emperor, we are in danger. The vast figure in the middle suppressed his anger and growled in a low voice. On the surface, their imperial court had 3 divine emperor-level experts, but they still had one in the dark. They had originally planned to attack suddenly when they were preparing for the battlefield. In a 4-on-3 situation, they could completely eliminate 80% of the abyssal seeds.
But now, with the fall of the Night God Emperor and the Dragon Palace's alliance with the Behemoth faction, it had become a 4-on-4 situation.
There was another point. They could not ignore the Cold Night Island. At the very least, they had to send a god emperor over. 3 against 4. Under such circumstances, if they could not drag the Void God Emperor into the battle, their imperial court would suffer heavy losses. Bring all the resources of the Dragon Palace over.
The vast figure on the left said,
Its great ancestor.
A protector immediately responded. He waved his arm and displayed the information in front of the 3 god emperors. Grand Ancestor, I find it unbelievable to see the development of the Dragon Palace. Their growth speed is terrifying to the extreme. The protector could not help but say.
From the information they got, the Dragon Palace had developed from a weak force to a force with only a few god kings in less than 6 years. This was simply a fantasy.
However, the Imperial Court had found some information in the Imperial Star area, so they couldn't make any mistakes.
The Dragon Palace is growing at the same speed as that woman. It's very fast and terrifying. Looking at the information about the Dragon Palace, the 3 god emperors narrowed their eyes and one of them said in a low voice,
When the Imperial Court had chased that woman, she had brought disaster to the Imperial Court in just a few years.
Now, the speed of the Dragon Palace's development was no slower than that woman's.
Now, the Dragon Palace and that woman clearly knew each other.
Do you guys think that they might be some kind of powerful existence that has fallen and is cultivating again? The vast figure on the right frowned, feeling uneasy. That woman and the Dragon Palace had risen too quickly, so fast that it made them feel terrified.
It made even their divine emperors feel fearful.
this kind of speed of improvement, they could only think that it was some kind of terrifying existence, the blood drop recultivation. Moreover, it wasn't just one expert who had the blood drop recultivation but many others. This kind of enemy was very terrifying. The old man's words made the other two vast figures hold the divine thrones tightly with both hands. They felt uneasy. Then, Grand Ancestor, what should we do?
Below them, the protectors of the imperial court asked with fear in their eyes.
It's hard to say if he's a powerful existence who recultivates by dripping blood. But it's not that easy to deal with our imperial court. The vast figure on the left said with a cold expression. The protectors were slightly shocked and their expressions kept changing. From what Grand Ancestor and the others said, they had no way to deal with the Dragon Palace and the current situation. Maintain the current situation for the time being. The Divine Hall was silent for a long time before the Divine Emperor at the center spoke. Feeling a little helpless. The situation had already gone out of control for them. Great Ancestor, why don't we ask the Dragon Palace and the Behemoth faction, what exactly do they want to do? A protector of the Imperial Court said with a changing expression. His words made the surrounding protectors look over, and the three vast figures also paused.
What did the Dragon Palace and the Giant Beast faction want?
This was another way of showing weakness to them and asking for peace.
Humph, no need. They killed so many disciples of our Imperial Court. If our Imperial Court asks for peace, what face will we have?
If they really piss us off, what about the Giant Beast faction and the Dragon Palace?
The vast figure in the middle shouted coldly. Yes, yes. The protector immediately nodded and replied.
Maintain the current situation and retreat.
The cold voice caused the protectors to quickly retreat outside.
It's still a hidden danger. How should we deal with it next?
The protectors retreated while the figure on the left slowly said,
Continue to order people to check the information of the Dragon Palace. All the detailed information shouldn't be here. We're too far away from the central 10,000 races. The figure on the right said faintly.
Even if it's not a terrifying existence, it's still an inheritor of a heaven-defying treasure.
The figure on the left couldn't help but say again.
Then what should we do? Beg for mercy.
The figure on the left was slightly furious. Our imperial court has stood in the Imperial Star area for more than 500 million years. We're not that easy to bully. If we really go all out, we'll definitely win. The figure in the middle suddenly stood up and disappeared. The two figures on the left and right looked at each other, nodded slightly, and left.
They had no way to deal with the current situation.
Should they just kill the Dragon Palace? Not to mention whether they would escape or not. Once they left, the Imperial Court's territory would become an abyss.
Once it became an abyss, it would be the main battlefield of the Abyss species, the main battlefield of the Behemoth system. Now they could only wait and wait for all the favorable news.
Or they could maintain a tacit balance between the two sides.
As for seeking peace, the Imperial Court would never do it.
Because they were the Imperial Court, the king that stood tall in this area. They had their own glory and glory.
The Imperial Court that stood tall for hundreds of millions of years, how could they be so easy to deal with?
But they also had a sense of urgency and crisis in their hearts. Like a sword hanging from a beam. Woo woo.
Dragon King.
Dragon King.
At the same time, at the location of the Devil Island, Wuxia arrived at the planet where the Dragon Palace was located through the formation and the small house.
The majestic dragon peak stood at the side.
Upon seeing the arrival of the Dragon Palace, the group of Dragon Palaces immediately shouted respectfully.
Let's go back to the Dragon Palace first. Wuxia nodded at them and patted the head of the small house. Let's go to the small house and see your future home. Woo woo.
The small house nodded slightly and flew towards the Dragon Palace.
With a thought, Wuxia entered the small house and felt the energy inside. The small house couldn't help but cheer.
Prime Minister Gue, send someone to bring all the dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool to the small house to eat. He ordered Prime Minister Gue, who was beside him.
It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue replied. In addition, call all the leaders over and bring all the resources that we have obtained this time. Wuxia said again. Yes. When they arrived at the Dragon King's hall, the leaders of the Dragon Palace and Tianshan walked in quickly. Greetings, Dragon King.
The group of people was filled with excitement as they bowed respectfully. Mem, tell me, what did you get from this battle?
Wang Xian waved his hand and asked with a smile. Dragon King, we gained a lot from this battle. 1 Void God Country, 1 God Emperor Corpse, 11 Peak Immortal God King Corpses, 65 God King Level 9 bodies, and about 140,000 God King and above corpses.
In addition, Poison 9 obtained 3 God King Level 9 Abyss Seed corpses from the front-line treasury of the Imperial Court and more than 10,000 God King corpses.
In addition, all the resources added together should be comparable to 3 to 4 Peak God King corpses. Prime Minister Gue immediately said with a smile. Dragon King, can I continue to improve?
Heaven Array couldn't help but ask excitedly.
Yes. Wang Xian sat there and smiled. This Heaven Array had contributed a lot to this battle. Furthermore, after the Heaven Battling Formation was upgraded, it was not a simple upgrade. Once he upgraded, he would be able to destroy a Level 1 Celestial Thearch level existence easily. Given enough preparation, it was possible to destroy 2 or 3 of them. However, the upgrade of the Dragon Peak had already reached the upper limit. Unless there was a Celestial Thearch level Divine Tree as the foundation, the Heaven Battling Formation would not be able to destroy 3 Level 1 Celestial Thearch level thorny monsters. However, we still have some things to do. We have to make a trip into the abyss. Wang Xian said to him.
It's the Dragon King. The Heaven Array nodded slightly. He knew that there were still some things to be dealt with.
We don't know how the Imperial Court will react to the current situation. All members don't elevate for now. All members get ready. Once the Emperor of the Imperial Court arrives, escape to the abyss immediately. Wang Xian continued to instruct. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue and the rest nodded.
No one knew how the Imperial Court would react. However, the Dragon Palace had to be prepared. Son of the Heavens Formation, follow me into the abyss now. Wang Xian stood up immediately and said to him.
Yes. Son of the Formation and the Heavens Formation replied immediately.
Little house.
Wang Xian shouted and the 3 of them came to the front of the little house. Woo woo. The little house stuck out its tongue. There was some excitement in its eyes. It wanted to ask for food. There's nothing else. I'll give it to you in the future. Bring us to your master. Wang Xian patted the little house and said to him.
Woo woo.
The little house replied immediately.
Xiao Xian, we'll go with you too.
At this moment, a group of girls who received the news flew over and said to Wang Xian.
Okay, let's go.
Wang Xian looked at them and nodded. I wonder how Qing Yu has been these few years. HMPH, that big scoundrel from the Imperial Court. We will destroy them in the future.
That's right. Qing Yu has been alone in the abyss for a few years. Now, Lingxiu still doesn't know where she is.
The group of girls said angrily and came to the top of the small house. Let's go. Qing Yu is fine. Lingxiu will be fine as well. She still has an Earth God Dragon protecting her. Wang Xian consoled the group of girls. When the Earth Sun Warrior obtained the soul of the Dragon God, he had sensed that something was wrong at that time. However, he was reluctant to give up the body of the Dragon God. Later on, when he met Qing Yu and the rest could sense his body of the Dragon God. Later on, when they were chasing after him, the local Sun Warrior was almost killed and his body collapsed. Qing Yu separated his body into a divine dragon body and a body similar to that of the Kuan.
The body of the local divine dragon followed Lingxiu and got separated from them.
All of this was caused by the Imperial Court. The Dragon Palace would take revenge soon. Woo woo. The small house flew out of the Dragon Palace and let out a low roar. A black hole appeared in front of it and directly drilled into it. Wang. At the next moment, they arrived at a place that was extremely far away. The small house flew at full speed and entered the abyss very quickly. Woo woo. The small house that entered the abyss was like a king. Its body was emitting the pressure of the Void God Emperor.
Some of the abyss species in the abyss saw this and immediately prostrated there. They did not dare to move at all.
Some of the characteristics of the Kuan were similar to those of the abyss species. I'll be able to see Qingyue in a few hours. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with anticipation. As the saying went, Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
They had been separated for about 7 years.
They had never been apart for such a long time. When Wang Xian and the rest were led by the small house towards Lan Qingyue's location, the Imperial Starfield was still bustling with activity. What's going on?
A few hours have passed and there's no reaction from the Imperial Court. I heard that 5 protectors of the Imperial Court were destroyed by the Dragon Palace. The rest of the disciples numbered in the tens of millions. Did the Imperial Court not react at all?
Oh yeah, what's going on? The Imperial Court didn't react at all. Could it be that they're afraid of the strength of the Dragon Palace? It's possible. After all, the war in the Abyss has broken out. Now that the Dragon Palace has appeared, the Imperial Court probably has no time to care about it. I heard that the Abyss over at the Night Cold Island is currently devouring the void. The night race has also completely declined because of the Dragon Palace. Almost all the peak experts have perished.
On the AI, countless people were discussing. They were filled with shock that the Imperial Court did not give any response during these few hours. At the same time, they were filled with sympathy for the night race as well as some people's ridicule.
Our Imperial Court does not have to act. The moment we act, we will definitely destroy it. So what if there are 2 Void God Emperor level existences in the Dragon Palace? We have been standing in this void for over 600 million years. How could a single Dragon Palace be able to resist us? To resist the outside world, we have to settle down first. All of you watch closely. Not long from now, our Imperial Court will definitely destroy the Dragon Palace.
So what if there are 2 Void God Emperor level existences?
Very soon, the Dragon Palace and the others will become stray dogs.
However, to the disciples of the Imperial Court and the people within the Imperial Court's territory, the Imperial Court did not act. They were merely preparing.
It was fine if they did not act, but the moment they acted, they would definitely exterminate the Dragon Palace.
The AI was filled with all kinds of comments. The Imperial Court's disciples firmly believed that their Imperial Court was invincible and that the Dragon Palace would be destroyed soon.
Many people supported these comments.
However, there were also many people who disagreed. In their opinion, although the Imperial Court was much stronger than the Dragon Palace and had been standing in the Imperial Star Field for more than 600 million years, their foundation was unfathomable.
However, it was impossible to destroy the Dragon Palace. After all, the Dragon Palace had 2 God Emperor level experts. The entire Imperial Court only had 3 God Emperor level experts on the surface. Even if they were stronger than the Dragon Palace's experts, the chances of destroying the Dragon Palace were still too small. All kinds of arguments were going on in the AI, but the Imperial Court kept silent. It was not that they did not want to explode, but they simply could not. Especially when they found out that the Dragon Palace was related to the woman from the Behemoth Department, the Imperial Court could not move. They could attack the Dragon Palace on the Demon Island, but they would also be attacked by the Behemoth Department.
It was hard to say who would suffer the greater loss.
The Imperial Court did not want to see such a situation. However, 5 hours later, the Imperial Court released a message. The Dragon Palace and the Abyss Seed are on the same side. The Abyss Beasts are from the Dragon Palace. This news shocked the entire Imperial Star area. The Dragon Palace and the Abyss Seed are on the same side? They are on the same side with the Abyss Seed? Is this true? The Dragon Palace is the enemy of the human race and the entire Imperial Star area. Destroy the Dragon Palace and destroy them.
No wonder the Imperial Court didn't destroy the Dragon Palace. It turns out that the Dragon Palace and the Abyss species are in cahoots. They are the traitors of the human race and the scourge of the human race. Destroy the Dragon Palace.
Some people didn't believe the artificial intelligence system, but the humans within the Imperial Court believed the Imperial Court statement without a doubt. Other than that, some people from the 9 Heavens Breaking sect also said that an Emperor God-level monster flew over from the Abyss and was the subordinate of the Dragon King.
To be able to enter the Abyss and join forces with a celestial Emperor-level abyssal seed, the Dragon Palace was a traitor to the human race.
For a time, more and more people on the AI were angrily shouting that they wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. Even the experts from the 9 Heavens Breaking Great sect were slightly surprised when they saw the Imperial Court statement. The Imperial Court statement might be true, but they were also clear about how many abyssal seeds the Dragon Palace had killed. The hero list and the faction merit list were all led by the Dragon Palace, so why did they kill the abyssal seeds that were with them? Or did they kill the abyssal seeds that were at the peak of the godly monarch realm?
This was very suspicious.
Things might not be that simple. However, although there were all kinds of suspicions, the following AI, under the intentional guidance of the Imperial Court, made the Dragon Palace an existence that everyone wanted to kill. Everyone was indignant and said that they wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace.
They supported the Imperial Court's God Emperor to kill the human traitors.
Such shouts were very loud. After all, it was the Dragon Palace that brought them the war.
Dragon King, we're almost there. Wuxia and the rest didn't know the information on the AI. Even if they knew, he wouldn't care. The AI belonged to the Imperial Court. They could say whatever they wanted. The Dragon Palace couldn't refute them at all.
The country bumpkin stared ahead and said to Wuxia, "Are we almost there?" Wuxia stood up. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he stared ahead. "Is that the ocean of the abyss?" Wuxia stared ahead. An incomparably vast ocean appeared in his line of sight. How big was this ocean? He couldn't see the edge, nor could he sense the edge. "Yes, Dragon King. We call it the ocean of the abyss. The entire ocean of the abyss is incomparably huge. Xiaolan can swim in it for a few hours." At the side, the country bumpkin said with a smile, "Okay." Wuxia nodded his head and stared ahead. Woo woo woo. When the small house was getting closer, he let out a long and drawn-out roar. The sound was transmitted directly into the deep ocean. Woo woo woo. A few seconds later, a voice responded.
Wuxia stared ahead. He could sense the position in front of him. The familiar aura was getting closer and closer to him.
Woo woo.
5 minutes later, an incomparably huge figure appeared in their line of sight. Above that incomparably huge figure stood a beautiful figure.
Looking at that figure, Wuxia revealed an excited expression.
"Qingyue!
Qingyue!"
Shu Qing and the rest shouted excitedly from the side.
Lan Qingyue stretched out her hand and waved at them.
"Qingyue!" The distance between them was getting closer and closer. When the small house and Xiaolan stopped, a group of girls flew over and extended their arms to hug Lan Qingyue.
"Qingyue!
Sisters, we meet again."
The group of girls hugged each other, and their eyes were slightly red. It had been 7 years since they last met. Since the last time, Lan Qingyue, Sun Lingxiu, and Xiaolan had disappeared in order to pin down the Thunder God Lord. It had been a total of 7 years. If it wasn't for Lan Qingyue and the rest, they would have died. The group of girls were extremely grateful to Lan Qingyue. "Move aside. Let me hug you." Wuxia walked over and said with a smile as he looked at the girls who were hugging each other.
"Xiaoxian." The group of girls smiled. Lan Qingyue looked at Wuxia with sparkling eyes.
"Come on, let me hug you."
Wuxia smiled and walked over to hold her shoulders. "Xiaoxian, I
didn't take good care of Lingxiu. She. All right. I know about Lingxiu. Let's go and look for her. I can sense that she is safe now." Lan Qingyue's eyes were red as she spoke. Wuxia interrupted her immediately.
"You've worked hard for the past 7 years." Wuxia patted Lan Qingyue's shoulders gently and said slowly,
"It's not hard. I just miss you a little." Lan Qingyue said softly.
"Hee hee."
Wuxia smiled and patted her head. "Leave the rest to me."
I'm already very powerful now."
Lan Qingyue raised her head slightly and said confidently, "Who would have thought that a goddess who had 2 divine emperor-level pets would look like this?"
All right. Our Qingyue is very powerful."
Wuxia nodded with a smile.
Let's go. Let's go to the palace inside Xiaolan's body. We still have some important matters to deal with."
Lan Qingyue said with a smile. "All right, let's go." Wuxia nodded. Everyone immediately flew to Xiaolan's mouth. Woo woo.
When Xiaolan saw Wuxia, she let out a joyful roar.
Hee hee. Wuxia patted her and entered the palace inside her body. Xiaolan, which was more than 100 kilometers in size, was equivalent to a small town within its body. Xiaoxian, Lingxiu was separated from me because of the powerhouses of the imperial court. I don't know where she is now. I must take revenge for this. Lan Qingyue came to the palace and revealed a hint of murderous aura. After years of pursuit and several life and death situations, Ling Xiu's whereabouts were unknown. She wanted to take revenge for this.
7 years of adulthood had already allowed her to grow into an ancient god who could stand alone and kill decisively, feeding the Kuan master.
Qingyu, what is the current situation on your side? In the palace within Xiaolan's body, Wang Xian looked at Lan Qingyu with some heartache as he asked her. Xiao Xian, we have always been the ones taking the initiative. Although I do not know how many god emperors the imperial court has, we are relying on the main battlefield of the abyss. We can attack or retreat as we wish. Right now, my side has 18 peak Undying God King experts, and the remaining 20 billion abyss seeds. Little Land's current strength is comparable to a level 2 Void God Emperor and a level 1 Void God Emperor. With my side's strength, we are naturally not a match for the imperial court. However, there is still a God Emperor level abyss seed here. We have formed an alliance and it has many subordinates. There are dozens of peak God King level abyss seeds and hundreds of billions of subordinates.
This attack on the imperial court was initiated by it. We only join later. Lan Qingyue said to Wang Xian.
Qingyue, your influence is not weak either.
Wang Xian sighed slightly when he heard her words.
There were 18 peak Celestial the Arch subordinates, which was much more than the current Dragon Palace. It's all right. I made an agreement with that abyss seed to attack the front line of the imperial court in 5 days. The imperial court has already made preparations at the front line here.
Lan Qingyue said with a smile.
5 days later? Can you delay it for half a month? Within half a month, the Dragon Palace will be able to receive a huge improvement. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he said softly. Half a month? That shouldn't be a problem. However, I feel that our Dragon Palace doesn't need to participate in this, Xiao Xian. The battle this time will definitely be exceptionally tragic. My current subordinates, the Abyssal Seeds, are only obeying orders because they are intimidated by the Little Blue House's pressure. They don't have high intelligence and only know how to kill. If they die, so be it. Lan Qingyue frowned slightly and said,
Don't worry. The Dragon Palace has improved tremendously this time. When the time comes, I will be able to have the combat strength of an Emperor God. In addition, the Dragon Palace will have another Emperor God powerhouse.
The Night Race's Emperor of the Night has already fallen. I think we can call the Emperor of the Night Abyssal Seeds over from the Cold Night Island. When the time comes, we can launch a joint attack. Our Dragon Palace can launch a surprise attack or we can attack their headquarters directly.
We will have to take a long-term plan when the time comes.
Wang Xian said with a smile. That's possible too. Lan Qingyue nodded slightly.
If 2 more God Emperor level existences could be added during the war, it could almost change the outcome of the war. Let's talk about the details later. I will see if we can build a Dragon Palace in the Sea of the Dark Abyss first. If it's possible, it would be convenient. We can put the main Dragon Palace here. If it's not possible, we can only build a teleportation formation here.
Wang Xian stood up and flew out. Lan Qingyue and the rest immediately followed behind. Ding! Do you want to build a Dragon Palace?
When he arrived in the sky above Xiaolan, the system's voice rang out. Wang Xian's eyes lit up.
He took out the materials and immediately built a Dragon Palace here.
Haha, it would be more convenient with this Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian looked excited when he saw the completed Dragon Palace. To be able to build a Dragon Palace in the Abyss meant that they could be teleported directly to other Dragon Palaces from the Abyss. In that case, if the main Dragon Palace was transferred here, Wang Xian and the rest could easily avoid danger even if the Celestial Emperor of the Imperial Court were to attack the Dragon Palace on the Demon Island.
It wouldn't be a problem for them to protect the Beichuan sect and the Great Sect last month.
Let's go back to the main Dragon Palace first.
Wang Xian said to a person.
Let's go, Qingyue. Let's go home. The group of girls immediately entered the Dragon Palace and teleported to the main Dragon Palace through the teleportation formation. Lan Qingyue looked at the familiar Dragon Palace with a smile on her face.
Buzz. After entering the main Dragon Palace, Lan Qingyue sized up her surroundings.
Let's go, Qingyue. The Dragon Palace has been upgraded while you were away. We'll bring you around. The group of girls surrounded Lan Qingyue and said immediately. There's no need to be in such a hurry. I'll accompany Qingyue first. Ahem. You guys can come over too. Wang Xian cleared his throat and immediately brought Lan Qingyue along as they flew towards the direction of the Dragon King's palace. As for why they were going there, of course they were going there. The group of girls rolled their eyes at her and didn't say anything. After all, it had been 7 years since they last met. A few hours later, Wang Xian flew out from the bedroom above the Dragon King Palace comfortably. His face was glowing. Lan Qingyue followed behind with a smile on her face. Prime Minister Gue, control the Dragon Palace immediately and fly into the abyss. Inform the great teacher of last month and the rest to stay on the planet with the Dragon Palace. If they are attacked by the powerhouses of the Imperial Court, enter the Dragon Palace directly and bring them to the main Dragon Palace. Wang Xian came to the Dragon King's palace and ordered Prime Minister Gue immediately. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded and replied immediately. The rest of the experts from the Dragon Palace come to the front of the Dragon Transformation Pool. Wang Xian shouted softly and his voice spread throughout the entire Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace replied loudly immediately. Wang Xian also moved and came directly to the front of the Dragon Transformation Pool. The entire Dragon Transformation Pool was filled with dragon blood. The holy dragon blood was emitting a fragrant scent, making people want to devour it. Heavenly Formation, get ready. I'm about to break through. Seeing the arrival of the Heavenly Formation, Wang Xian said with a smile, I'm finally about to break through. The eyes of the Heavenly Formation were filled with excitement. He was about to break through again. He would regain the strength of the Divine Emperor. Although he was still far from his peak, he was still very close. All members of the Dragon Palace, according to Prime Minister Gue's rules, enter the Dragon Transformation Pool to upgrade. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the members and said, It's the Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace responded immediately and flew into the Dragon Transformation Pool. The entire Dragon Transformation Pool contained the resources for this huge battle. The corpse of the Night God Emperor could upgrade the Heaven Array to the combat strength of the Celestial the Arch. 10 corpses of Peak Immortal King could raise the battle prowess of the God Emperor to Wang Xian. Other than that, the Dragon Palace could also produce 6 Peak God King warriors to battle and 65 God King level 9 warriors to battle. After all the members of the Dragon Palace were raised, the number of God King level experts in the Dragon Palace could reach 350,000. Currently, there were only about 400,000 members in the Dragon Palace. Even including AO Crab's devouring dragon, there were only about 500,000 of them. 90% of them had the combat strength of a godly king. That was already very strong. I'll leave the matters of the Dragon Palace to you guys. After Wang Xian said that, he moved and entered the Dragon Transformation Pool. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue and the rest replied immediately. Roar. Wang Xian roared and transformed into a 7-colored godly dragon in the air. He landed at the center of the Dragon Transformation Pool. The Heaven Array entered the pool as well. Hundreds of thousands of members of the Dragon Palace entered the pool and proceeded to improve themselves. In half a month, the strength of the Dragon Palace would turn the world upside down. Boom, boom, boom. At the center of the Demon Island, the enormous Dragon Palace flew out of a sea of stars and headed toward the abyss. Although the Dragon Palace wasn't as fast as the small house, it wasn't slow either. At full speed, it should be able to reach the Abyss Sea in 2 days. Dragon Peak followed behind. The flying of the Dragon Palace attracted a lot of attention. Although the Demon Island was dominated by the 9 heavens-breaking moon, there were still many ordinary people on the planets. There were also some spies of the Imperial Court. The huge and majestic Dragon Palace and Dragon Peak attracted the attention of many powerhouses. Many people were slightly surprised that the Dragon Palace was flying toward the abyss. This confirmed the fact that the Dragon Palace was connected to the God Emperor Abyss. When this matter was reported to the artificial intelligence system, it attracted the attention of the entire Imperial Star area. Countless people cursed the Dragon Palace for being a traitor to the human race and that the Dragon Palace deserved to die. They hoped that the Imperial Court could take action as soon as possible and completely destroy the Dragon Palace. The entire AI was full of curses against the Dragon Palace.
At first, there were people who spoke up for the Dragon Palace, but later on, they all disappeared. Although the AI God Star area's humans had asked the Imperial Court to destroy the Dragon Palace because of the curses against the Dragon Palace, the Imperial Court didn't have any reaction.
It wasn't that they didn't want to destroy the Dragon Palace, but they didn't have the strength now. Time passed day by day. 2 days later, the Dragon Palace arrived in the Sea of Abyss. In the next few days, Wang Xian and the rest were still in the Dragon Transformation Pool to improve their strength. In the Dragon Palace, Lan Qingyue and Prime Minister Gue were planning the upcoming battle.
For a few days, the entire Imperial Star Field was in a state of silence.
This was the silence before the big battle.
The AI was bustling with activity all the time. However, to the regret of many people, the Imperial Court still did not make any moves. They still did not make a move to destroy the Dragon Palace. Especially for the Night Clan, countless people of the Night Clan on the AI requested the Imperial Court to attack the Dragon Palace and destroy it.
Now, the entire Night Clan only had one peak stage king god expert guarding it, which was far from its peak. The birth of the Night God Emperor not only did not make them reach another peak, but also made them fall to the bottom. Furthermore, they had to be on guard against the Dragon Palace at all times. What would they do if the experts of the Dragon Palace attacked them? Grand Ancestor, we have found a piece of information. At this moment, in the Void Crevice Divine Hall in front of the Pingy Abyss, more than 20 Imperial Court Guardians were standing in the hall and reporting to the 4 vast figures in front.
This time, the Imperial Court's God Emperors had all arrived.
Speak!
The 4 vast figures leaned on their divine thrones and asked with unpleasant expressions.
They knew the current situation very well. Great Ancestor, according to our detailed investigations over the past few days, we found a problem. Whether it's the woman from the Behemoth system or the Dragon Palace, they all appeared in that remote small galaxy in the Southern Star System. Although that galaxy is small, it has a very famous place, the Fallen Emperor battlefield. A protector in the center bowed and said respectfully,
Fallen Emperor battlefield?
The 4 figures sat up slightly and looked at each other, frowning slightly. They knew the Fallen Emperor battlefield and the Battle of the Fallen Emperor very well. The Battle of the Fallen Emperor happened in their Emperor Star Field. At that time, the 4 of them were watching the battle from afar.
That vast battle caused their hearts to palpitate. That terrifying array master from the Heaven Magus region had single-handedly fought against 5 Void God Emperors from the entire Magus Union.
He fought until the sky turned dark and killed countless experts from the Magus Union before finally dying. They similarly felt that they were definitely not a match for that fallen Heaven Array God Emperor.
Even with all the strength of their Imperial Court, they were not a match for him.
After that battle, the Shamans Association, which was one of the best in the 7 great regions, had been reduced to its current middle-tier level.
Its grand ancestor, the Fallen Emperor battlefield, that legendary existence from the Sky Shaman region. According to what we know, that woman and the Dragon Palace have appeared around the Fallen Emperor battlefield. There's another very important point, and that is that there's an extremely powerful array formation master in the Dragon Palace. The Night God Emperor was killed because that array formation master set up an array formation and gathered the strength of more than 10 peak godly monarch experts to burst forth with the strength of a godly monarch.
According to the results of our investigation, that array formation master is called the Heaven Array. He's been controlling the Dragon Palace's Dragon Peak all this while, and his position in the Dragon Palace seems to be very high.
The Imperial Court Guardian's eyes flickered as he spoke. Dragon Palace's Heaven Array?
The 4 vast figures were slightly startled as their eyes flashed with a luster. We also found that Array Master has an extremely powerful array formation ability. He can directly send the huge Dragon Peak through a long-distance teleportation. The array formation he set up is very difficult to be shaken by those of the same level.
There's another point. We found that the Dragon Palace's Heaven Array once condensed a wood attribute array. It is very similar to the array set up by the Void God Emperor in the Sky Sorcerer region's Wood World.
As the Imperial Court Protector said that, he waved his arm and 2 pictures appeared. One was the situation of the Southern Star System's Dragon Star commercial planet being covered by green leaves, while the other was a picture of green leaves hovering above the towering trees. The 2 looked extremely similar.
The Dragon Palace's array master is the former Heaven Array God Emperor?
A vast figure in the middle stood up and said with some shock. It's very likely.
The three vast figures beside him also stood up, their eyes shining.
A former legendary divine emperor is still alive. I really didn't expect that. But we have no enmity with him. Also, what is the identity of the Dragon King and that woman?
A figure murmured.
Regardless of the identity of the Dragon King and that woman, just the Tianqian Divine Emperor at his peak is not something we can contend with. A vast figure on the right said slowly. Isn't he dead? He hasn't recovered to his peak yet. Let's not talk about other things. The Tianqian Divine Emperor is a sword hanging from a beam. We have to get rid of him.
A figure in the middle slowly sat down, his eyes shining.
The Wizard Association was able to kill the Tianqian Divine Emperor back then, and now they can kill him as well. By the way,
the three figures beside him also slowly sat down with cold expressions on their faces.
If the Witch Formation Association finds out that the Sky Formation Divine Emperor is still alive, they will definitely be so scared that they won't be able to sleep or eat in peace. Moreover, now that the Sky Formation Divine Emperor has his own power, the Witch Formation Association will definitely not allow him to fully mature. The four figures looked at each other and revealed faint smiles on their faces. If we contact the Witch Formation Association, it might take more than 10 to 20 days. We just need to hold on for this period of time.
At that time, the Dragon Palace and that woman will both die. Great Ancestor, can we really destroy the experts of the Success Wizard Association when they arrive? In the Divine Hall, the Imperial Court's protectors looked at the four great ancestors with excitement in their eyes. As long as the experts of the Success Wizard Association arrive, they will all die. The four vast figures revealed cold smiles.
The strength of the Success Wizard Association was much stronger than their Imperial Court. Most importantly, every God Emperor of the Success Wizard Association was an extremely powerful array master. Each of them could fight 2 to 3 people of the same level.
Another point was their powerful and strange array formation. Once they were locked down by the God Emperor of the Success Wizard Association, even if they were to flee to the ends of the earth, they would be able to use the strange array formation to find them.
There was no way for them to escape. With the addition of the 4 of them, the number of God Emperors of the Formation Sorcerer Association could close to 10. As for the Dragon Palace and that woman, they only had 5 Void God Emperors after adding 2 God Emperor level Abyss Seeds.
As long as the experts of the Formation Sorcerer Association arrived, they would be able to destroy all of them.
Thinking of this, the 4 great ancestors of the Imperial Court could not help but laugh. All right, great ancestor. I'll bring some people to the Heaven Magus region immediately and rush over as quickly as possible.
A protector of the Imperial Court said with excitement on his face.
We've met the God Emperor of the Magus Union and asked him to contact us. No matter what, we've given them timely news. They should thank us, the figure in the middle said with a smile. It's great ancestor. The Imperial Court guardians shouted respectfully. Buzz.
The 4 vast figures immediately disappeared with smiles on their faces.
The 2 of you, head to the Heaven Magus region immediately and invite the experts of the Witch Formation Association over as soon as possible.
One of the Imperial Court guardians in the middle immediately said. It's great, Protector. We might not even need to invite them over when the experts of the Witch Formation Association rush over.
Heh.
Everyone said with smiles on their faces. 10 million years ago, the God Emperor of Heaven Array had resurrected and appeared in the Imperial Star Field. If the Formation Wizard Association found out about this, the entire Formation Wizard Association would be shocked. They would definitely do their best to rush over.
They would destroy the God Emperor of Heaven Array before he recovered to his peak. One had to know that the Battle of the Fallen Emperor had caused the entire Formation Wizard Association to retreat for hundreds of millions of years. Countless experts had died. These few days, we and some of our disciples have been very sullen. A small dragon palace has killed so many experts and disciples of our Imperial Court. Now, we can finally let them know the consequences of offending our Imperial Court. Ha. The few guardians of the Imperial Court laughed heartily, and the sullen feelings in their hearts were finally released. Send people to monitor the entire abyss immediately, and monitor the Dragon Palace and all the forces related to the Dragon Palace. Immediately declare on the AI that the Dragon Palace will be destroyed in a month at most. The great protector of the imperial court roared with a gloomy face. Yes. The protectors of the imperial court answered with excitement in their eyes. Ha ha ha. The imperial court has declared that the Dragon Palace will be destroyed in a month at most. The protectors of the Dragon Palace have declared that the Dragon Palace will be destroyed in a month. The imperial court is finally going to make a move.
Support the destruction of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. Let them know the consequences of offending our imperial court. Implicate the 9 families. Don't let any forces related to the Dragon Palace go. Destroy them, haha. Are they finally going to make a move?
No one can offend our imperial court. No one. I suggest hanging the Dragon King's head and letting everyone know the consequences of offending our imperial court. An hour later, the imperial court released the news on the AI. When everyone saw this message, their faces were filled with excitement. Especially for those in the imperial court's domain, the imperial court was their faith. The Dragon Palace's matter had made them very sullen. Now, the imperial court had finally released the word that they would destroy the Dragon Palace in a month at most.
It was exciting.
Many disciples of the imperial court were extremely excited, and their brains were boiling. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming battle to destroy the Dragon Palace. They were looking forward to the arrival of the divine emperor of the imperial court in a month's time. The entire imperial star area was in an uproar, but the Dragon Palace was calm. Inside the dragon transformation pool, waves of majestic and mighty power kept coming from inside.
In the center, a 7-colored gigantic body was entrenched in the center. On each of the dragon scales, there was a small dragon shadow flickering. His dragon body was slowly becoming bigger, and each of the dragon scales was becoming more and more resplendent.
A pair of dragon horns were flickering with a 7-colored radiance. Slowly, the 7-colored radiance completely covered Wang Xian's body. Ding!
Congratulations to host for raising your level to Immortal King level 5.
Boom!
At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Following that, a majestic power was released into the surroundings.
In the dragon transformation pool, all the other members of the Dragon Palace opened their eyes and looked at the net in the middle with respect.
Congratulations, Dragon King.
They knelt in the dragon transformation pool and shouted respectfully.
Crash. Wang Xian opened his eyes and hovered above the dragon transformation pool while swaying his huge dragon body. He scanned his surroundings and slowly raised his head.
Roar! An extremely powerful energy was emitted from his body. He could not help but let out a roar. The 7-colored radiance gradually enveloped him, causing him to only be able to see a blurry figure. The dragon god was nowhere to be seen. Name Wang Xian.
Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dragon God Man-Dragon Unity.
Level: Immortal King Level 5. Dragon God Transformation 7th Form. Origin: 1545444/50000000000. Ability: Ruling the Water Tribe. Ruling the Water Tribe below one's level.
Devouring creatures to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements.
Cultivation method. Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural ability. Soul capture, spirit possession, dragon eyes of the 5 elements of Yin and Yang.
Aspect: 5 elements millstone, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, Yin and Yang poles, Yin and Yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing.
Substantive law: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness. Level 5.
Divine kingdom, dragon palace.
Dragon Palace owned. Level 7. Dragon Palace members. 411042.
Wang Xian closed his eyes slightly and looked at his attributes. A smile appeared on his face.
Immortal King Level 5, Void God Emperor Level 1 Combat Strength. The current Wang Xian was standing at the peak of this resplendent starry sky.
Who?
He slowly opened his dragon eyes and looked down. Dragon King, I still need a few more hours. The Heaven Array said to Wang Xian with a smile.
Wang Xian nodded slightly and flew into the Dragon King's palace.
Prime Minister Gue, Qing Yu. He moved and transformed into human form as he shouted.
Dragon King, the Dragon Queen is outside the Dragon Palace. She should be here soon. Prime Minister Gue rushed over and reported to Wang Xian. Mem, all the improvements should be over by today. How are you and Qing Yu's preparations?
Wang Xian asked directly. Dragon King, we have already set a time for tomorrow's attack. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately.
Attack tomorrow?
All right. Wang Xian nodded his head as his eyes sparkled. Even if they could not destroy the imperial court in the battle tomorrow, they would have to pay a heavy price. They would have to pay the price for hunting down Qing Yu and wanting to destroy the Dragon Palace.
Dragon King, 7 days ago, the imperial court issued a statement.
At this moment, Prime Minister Gue handed over a computer with downloaded information.
Oh. Wang Xian looked over and raised his eyebrows slightly. The Guardian of the Imperial Court announced that they would destroy our Dragon Palace in a month at most. 8 days have already passed. Logically speaking, with some information from the Imperial Court, they should be able to know that we are related to the giant beasts of the abyss. However, they still issued such a statement. They must have some confidence in trump cards.
Prime Minister Gue said.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the statement. Based on the Imperial Court's background in the Imperial Star Field, all the information about the Dragon Palace had been revealed to the powerhouses of the Imperial Court.
They were also able to learn about the relationship between the Dragon Palace and the giant beasts of the abyss. Now that the Dragon Palace had come to the abyss and even said that they wanted to destroy them, it was somewhat intriguing. What right did they have to destroy the Dragon Palace?
They could only rely on their powerful strength.
However, with the Imperial Court's strength, it was impossible for them to destroy the Dragon Palace. In fact, the Imperial Court's strength was even weaker than theirs.
And with the Imperial Court's prestige, it was impossible for them to make empty promises on purpose. Otherwise, the entire Imperial Star Field would laugh at them.
The Imperial Court has been in the Imperial Star Field for more than 600 million years. They might have a powerful trump card. Looks like we have to be careful in the battle tomorrow. Wang Xian revealed a grave expression. Indeed, we have to be careful. According to my deduction, the Imperial Court might not only have 3 Void God Emperors. There should be more of them. Prime Minister Gue muttered. Xiao Xian. At this moment, Lan Qingyue flew over and shouted at Wang Xian. How is it, Qingyue?
Are the 2 Black Magic System God Emperors and Abyss Seeds ready?
Wang Xian looked at her and asked.
They are ready. Prepare to attack tomorrow.
Lan Qingyue nodded her head. Tell Little Blue to be more careful. I feel that the Imperial Court still has a powerful trump card.
Wang Xian said.
Yes. I saw the declaration of the Imperial Court too.
Lan Qingyue also nodded her head.
However, the attack this time had already been carried out more than 10 days ago. The 2 Void God Emperor Abyss Seeds of the Black Magic System might also know that the Imperial Court was very strong. However, they did not care about the losses. Those Abyss Seeds would die as long as they died. They would be able to recover their vitality after bringing over the corpses that had died.
If they won, the Abyss would be able to expand and they would be able to have a good meal. If they did not care, Lan Qingyue would not care either.
Now, the entire Imperial Court and the entire Imperial Star Field want to destroy our Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at the comment below the message on the artificial intelligence system and said with a faint smile.
After all, the Imperial Court has been standing in the Imperial Star Field for hundreds of millions of years. The Imperial Court's territory is also the largest. Their number is immeasurable. Naturally, they want to destroy our Dragon Palace.
Lan Qingyue said from the side. Wang Xian nodded slightly and flipped through some information on the artificial intelligence system. Boom.
2 hours later, a terrifying aura swept over.
Wang Xian looked over and revealed a smile.
Heaven Array, the former Celestial Emperor. Lan Qingyue also looked over. She had already gained an understanding of Heaven Array.
Whoosh.
Dragon King, Dragon Queen. At the next moment, a strange yet terrifying Heaven Array flew over and bowed to Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue with a smile.
How is it?
Wang Xian asked with a smile as he looked at the radiance circulating around his body.
Dragon King, with my current strength, I can easily deal with 2 to 3 people of the same level. The 9 heads of the heaven formation were raised with a confident expression. 2 to 3? Can you kill them? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and asked after hearing that. It might be difficult to kill them, but there is no problem in restraining them. As heaven's formation spoke, his body trembled slightly. Buzz. Under the gaze of Wang Xian and the rest, heaven's formation's body turned into 3.
All 3 of them looked very strange.
2 heads of the wind and thunder attribute formed a body.
5 elemental heads formed a body. The heads of the light and dark elements formed a body.
Dragon King, I am inspired by you. The 5 elements revolve as one, the yin and yang light and dark elements revolve as one, and the wind and thunder revolve as one.
3 bodies. Although our perception of the attributes is very poor, with this combination, each of my bodies can fight against a first-level divine emperor powerhouse.
Heaven Array said proudly. Oh! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. The current Heaven Array was able to fight against opponents 3 ranks higher after gradually recovering its strength. With its current strength, it could be said to be able to kill opponents 3 ranks higher. Very strong.
In that case, including Little Xian, our Dragon Palace has directly added 4 Void God Emperors.
From the side, Lan Qingyue's eyes lit up as she said, for Void God Emperors was a huge force. How many God Emperors were there in the entire Imperial Court? 4, including Little Lan from the Little House and 2 from the Black Magic System, that would be 8 Void God Emperors. I want to see how many tricks the Imperial Court has. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. If the Imperial Court can't withstand our attack tomorrow, we will attack the vast palace at the center of their Imperial Court and drive them out of the Imperial Star Field. Lan Qingyue's eyes sparkled as she clenched her fists slightly.
All right.
Wang Xian nodded his head heavily.
He didn't want to stay in this dark abyss. Dragon King, the advancement of all the disciples has ended.
At this moment, Prime Minister Gui sent a message.
Currently, there are 16 peak stage Immortal King powerhouses in our Dragon Palace, 129 level 9 Immortal King powerhouses, and about 360,000 above Immortal King powerhouses. Prime Minister Gui continued to report. For the battle tomorrow, we will launch a surprise attack. After the war erupts, we will act after the Imperial Court displays its strength. Wang Xian looked at Lan Qingyue and said,
Sure, we can kill them by surprise. Even though the Imperial Court has investigated all the powers of the Dragon Palace, they didn't expect that the Dragon Palace could already match up to 4 Void God Emperors.
Lan Qingyue said with a smile.
The time for revenge has come.
She muttered softly. Wang Xian raised his head, his eyes flashing with light.
In his sight, in front of the Abyss Sea, there was an endless army of Abyss Seeds lying in front of him. There were more than 20 billion Abyss Seeds and 18 peak Undying God King Abyss Seeds. These were Lan Qingyue's subordinates. And not far away, the number of Abyss Seeds gathered there was even more massive. A few 100 billion, just looking from afar, would make one shudder.
Buzz buzz.
Alert activated. At this moment, a voice sounded from the front line at the border between Pingy Island and the Imperial Court.
In the center, a large battleship emitted a red light and was transmitted to both sides.
The sound of the alarm caused everyone at the front line to be slightly startled. They immediately perked up and raised their vigilance. According to some of our scouts, a large number of abyssal creatures have gathered in the abyss. Get all the disciples ready. In the palace located at the back of the command center at the center, the court guardians sat there. They looked at a scene on the big screen in front of them and became slightly solemn.
These damn beasts. We will let these beasts know how powerful we are in this battle. Humph.
One of the guardians of the Imperial Court couldn't help but snort angrily.
Yes, give those beasts a hard blow.
Another guardian of the Imperial Court chimed in. This battle is mainly about defense. We will be the ones to break out the real battle. At this moment, 5 or 6 old men walked in from the entrance. The leading old man said with a smile, Great Guardian.
When the other protectors of the Imperial Court saw the old man in the lead, they immediately stood up and shouted,
Great Ancestor and the others have already given the order that all wars at the moment will be focused on defense.
The Great Protector stretched out his hand and gestured for them to sit down before he said faintly,
Great Protector, Are we going to wait for the Shaman Association to arrive before we launch a general attack? Protector asked.
That's right. With our current situation, we won't be able to gain much from fighting against the Abyssal Beasts and the Dragon Palace. However, it's different when the experts of the Success Wizard Association arrive. We've already made contact with the Success Wizard Association.
The experts of the Success Wizard Association attach great importance to this. I reckon that we'll be able to come into contact with the God Emperor experts of the Success Wizard Association in a few days. You don't need to worry about these things. Once the enemy attacks, just defend with all your strength. Let the Abyssal Beasts and the Dragon Palace be arrogant for a while. Soon they will die.
The Great Protector said indifferently, his eyes full of coldness.
Ha ha ha, then we will let them be arrogant for a while. If we just defend with all our strength, there won't be too much loss. One of the protectors laughed loudly and said happily, it doesn't matter if we activate the defense system and consume some resources. When the time comes, we'll get them back tenfold.
The Great Protector nodded. If we only defend against them, we can delay them for 10 days to half a month. After 10 days to half a month, it'll be time for us to slaughter the powerful warriors of the Wizard Association. The protectors beside them said with a smile. Recently, all the nervousness on their faces had disappeared.
In the past, in their eyes, many protectors would definitely die in the war here. However, because of the appearance of the Dragon Palace and the appearance of the God Array Emperor that day, their losses might be reduced to the minimum. After all, the Witch Formation Association was so powerful that it would be easy for them to join forces to fight against the Abyssal Seeds. Now, shouldn't we thank that Dragon Palace? That Dragon King? A protector of the Imperial Court could not help but chuckle.
The people around them who heard this smiled faintly.
All right, everyone, don't let down your guard. Once the Abyssal Seed army attacks, we will still have to take action to defend against them.
The 4 ancestors will also have to take action to fight against the Divine Emperor-ranked Abyssal Seed. You must know that the other party might have one more Divine Emperor-ranked battle prowess than us.
The Great Protector stood up and reminded everyone. Don't worry, Great Protector. A Divine Emperor level, and one that has been forcefully raised by an array formation. We can withstand it. The rest of the protectors stood up and assured with relaxed expressions. With the Imperial Court's foundation, even if the 4 great ancestors did not make a move, they still had treasures that could withstand a Divine Emperor level rank 1 expert. They were not even afraid of another one.
If they were only defending, they would not feel too much pressure.
Everyone, get ready and take your positions.
The Great Protector said indifferently and turned around to leave.
The Great Protector did not pay much attention to the attacks that the Abyssal Beasts and the Dragon Palace had joined in. It was easy for them to defend themselves completely.
The front line of the Pingy battlefield is very tense. The first war might break out in the next few days. The first collision between the Imperial Court and the entire Abyss is about to begin.
Soon, the news about the war on the front line spread quickly on the AI. Is the first war going to break out in the Pingy? No wonder the Imperial Court did not destroy the Dragon Palace immediately. It turns out that the war is going to break out in the Pingy. The war in Pingy Abyss has gathered all the forces of the Imperial Court, so the Imperial Court doesn't have time to destroy the Dragon Palace. But once the war is stabilized, the Dragon Palace will die.
The Imperial Court has declared that they will destroy the Dragon Palace within a month. It seems that the Imperial Court is confident in stabilizing the battlefield here.
Of course, our Imperial Court has been standing in the Imperial Star Field for more than 600 million years. How can an abyss threaten us? Pacify the abyss, destroy the Dragon Palace, and restore peace. Pacify the abyss, destroy the Dragon Palace, and restore peace. When everyone in the Imperial Star area learned about the situation on the battlefield in Pingy, countless people replied in an instant. In the end, the words pacify the abyss, destroy the Dragon Palace, and restore peace flooded the screen.
Moreover, everyone in the Imperial Court believed that they would soon achieve the goal of pacifying the abyss and destroying the Dragon Palace.
All the troublemakers would be reduced to ashes. Tomorrow, we will be teleported to the center of the battlefield.
I think the Imperial Court would be able to predict that the Dragon Palace would appear on the battlefield. They might have made sufficient preparations. Furthermore, the Imperial Court's detection methods might be able to detect AOU and the rest. It's all right. The Imperial Court doesn't know the exact strength of our Dragon Palace. In the Dragon Palace located in the Sea of Abyss, Wang Xian, Prime Minister Lan Qingwei and the others were discussing the battle tomorrow.
This was the most extensive battle since the establishment of the Dragon Palace. The number of creatures and humans that were shot at amounted to hundreds of billions. Although it was not comparable to the scenes of the race wars that appeared during the inheritance, it was still large enough. Sometimes there was no right or wrong in a war. It was just that the winner would be the king. We will not lose this battle.
At the last moment, Wang Xian revealed a faint smile and said firmly,
Yes, Xiaoxian, we will not lose. After this battle, the Dragon Palace will be able to improve once again. By then, our strength will be more stable.
Lan Qingwei also nodded her head heavily. Her eyes were filled with determination.
Roar, roar, roar. Woo, 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 woo.
A day quickly passed, and on the second day, a few roars filled with endless majesty sounded.
The war had begun. Roar, roar, roar.
Woo, woo, woo. The roar resounded throughout the abyss, and the pressure rushed forward without any concealment.
Roar, roar, roar.
Ga, ga, ga.
Soon, endless roars were heard in unison.
It was as if the roars came from the demons in the abyss, as if the demons were breaking out of their cages. The roar was filled with madness and violence. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, get ready.
In the Dragon Palace, 360,000 godly monarch members stood in front of the dragon field. They held weapons in their hands and were filled with a cold, murderous aura.
Yes.
When the order was given, the leaders of the Dragon Palace led them flying out. The leader in front was Wang Xian. Heaven Array was standing one step behind him. After flying out of the Sea of Abyss, Wang Xian and the rest looked ahead. What they saw was a dense and endless number of abyss seeds. A terrifying, murderous aura was attacking the surroundings. If a weak, godly king were to look at them directly, he would probably suffocate and die.
This was not an army of 1,000 men and horses, but hundreds of billions of abyss seeds.
And at the position above them, there were 4 incomparably huge existences that were emitting an even more vast and terrifying aura. Xiaolan, whose body size was more than 100 kilometers, and a small house that was 70 to 80 kilometers in size. On the right, there were 2 equally terrifying existences. One of them was a God-Emperor abyssal seed that had huge wings and was covered in flames. The other was a God-Emperor abyssal seed that was shrouded in black flames like a special insect. It stood upright and looked sinister and terrifying. It looked even more terrifying than the God-Emperor abyssal seed that was shrouded in flames. We are at the back.
Wang Xian shouted softly and immediately flew forward.
The members of the Dragon Palace flew directly to the back of the abyssal seeds. The Dragon Palace was not in charge of the main force for this battle. Roar! 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 The God-Emperor abyssal seed that was shrouded in black flames looked toward the back and let out a low roar.
It then looked at Lan Qingwei and turned its head to look forward. Obviously, it knew about the existence of the Dragon Palace.
Woo woo woo. Lan Qingyu stood on Little Blue's body and gently patted his body. Little Blue let out a roar that was filled with pressure. Howl, howl, howl. In front of them, over 20 billion abyss seeds immediately let out roars and charged forward.
Leading them were 18 pinnacle undying God King abyss seeds. Howl, howl, howl.
Beside them, 2 Emperor God-level abyss species also roared. Howl, howl, howl.
Ga, ga, ga.
G, G, G. All sorts of replies were sent over. Terrifying killing intent shot into the sky. The black magic-type abyss species also flew forward. Leading them were 47 pinnacle God King abyss species.
The dark magic race's strength was several times that of Lan Qingyue's. The main reason was because Little Blue's small house had improved and devoured many abyss species, leaving only 20 billion or so as subordinates.
The abyss species army sailed forward in a mighty manner. Ding, ding, ding. At the same time, in front of the battle line where the Imperial Court and Pingy Island intersected, an incomparably ear-piercing alarm sounded.
It was completely different from yesterday's alarm.
All the disciples of the Imperial Court, get ready to fight. This battle is mainly about defense. Remember, it's mainly about defense. This battle is mainly about defense. Let's let these beasts be more arrogant. It won't be long before all of them are annihilated. A voice sounded, and everyone on the battle line heard it clearly. Put up defensive weapons, formations, and war machines. In the next moment, another voice filled with authority rang out. Are those beasts coming? Pick up your weapons. Unfortunately, this time the main focus is on defense. I still want to kill to my heart's content. Ha ha ha, fight! The entire battlefront immediately went into operation. The stars that were burning with flames slowly flew into the abyss. Massive war machines with powerful auras entered the abyss battlefield. Biological war wall, activate. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, godly monarch experts lined up and flew forward. They held a bright ball in their hands. With a toss of their hands, a rumbling sound rang out. A very special creature quickly flew out of the ball. It was densely packed and extremely terrifying. These creatures quickly gathered together and formed a city wall that was billions of kilometers long, tens of thousands of kilometers high, and thousands of kilometers thick. This was the biological war wall. The Abyss War had to break out in the Abyss because they did not enter the Abyss. The Abyss species could expand the Abyss with energy inside the Abyss. The appearance of the biological war wall could build a battlefield that could advance and retreat for the Imperial Court. A defensive line was completed at a terrifying speed. Wang. Humph. I didn't expect these beasts to attack so quickly. At this time, the command palace at the back also slowly entered the abyss. Over a dozen protectors stood there. The great protector stood in front of a screen, looking at the blurry scene, his eyes filled with killing intent. A total of 65 peak undying emperor abyss species. Our imperial court doesn't have any less than these beasts. One of the protectors looked at the row of peak undying emperor abyss species in front of him and said coldly, "Look behind. That's the people from the Dragon Palace, this damn Dragon Palace. They really participated in this battle." It's the Dragon Palace, they really are in cahoots with these beasts. I'll hang the Dragon King's head in the Imperial Court Punishment Hall in the future. In the command hall, more than 10 protectors saw the figure of the Dragon Palace in the picture, and their eyes were extremely cold. Send this picture to the computer and show it to the people of the Imperial Starfield. Although it doesn't say that the people's hearts rule the world, the hearts of the people are still very useful. The Great Protector looked forward and his eyes were extremely cold. It's the Great Protector. A protector of the Imperial Court nodded heavily and immediately opened the AI to record this image. Then he released this video in the name of the Protector of the Imperial Court. There's no difference between the Dragon Palace and the Abyss Seed. Soon, the Imperial Court will seal the Dragon King's head for the people of the Imperial Star area to spit on. A video was immediately sent out along with a sentence. I feel like I'm being watched. At this moment, Wuxia, who was following the army of the Abyss Seed, looked in a direction. His yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes were flickering. Bang! Under his gaze, sparks flashed in the void. There are indeed a lot of surveillance. Ba Qi's weird and terrifying body size sized up his surroundings with pairs of eyes. Sparks were also flashing in the surrounding void. It's time for the winner to win. Wuxia didn't pay too much attention to the surveillance. His eyes were flashing with a cold glint. He was looking ahead. The war on the Pingy Island is about to start. That's the Dragon Palace. They are indeed from the Dragon Palace. So many abyss species. It's so terrifying. I feel suffocated just by watching the blurry video. Also, the Dragon Palace behind them is a human-shaped abyss species. They are animals. They've joined forces with the abyss species to destroy the Dragon Palace and destroy them. The Dragon Palace has joined the Battle of the Abyss on the Pingy Island. They're on the same side as the abyss species. They support the Dragon Palace to destroy the Dragon Palace as soon as possible. When the information of the Court of Emperor's Guardian was sent out, it immediately caused a great sensation. All this time, many people in the Imperial Star area had been skeptical about the fact that the Dragon Palace and the abyss species were on the same side. After all, there was no evidence. In the past, the Dragon Palace had killed a large number of abyssal seeds. However, now that the Dragon Palace was on the battlefield with the abyssal seed, everyone was filled with righteous indignation and anger.
Because of the existence of the abyss, the Imperial Star area had suffered heavy losses and many people had died. Now that the Dragon Palace and the Abyssal Seed were on the same side, their anger was naturally related to the Dragon Palace. The entire AI and the entire Imperial Star area were all cursing the Dragon Palace. Everyone supported the extermination of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. They hung the Dragon King's head high up in the air, causing the people of the Imperial Star area to despise it. In the Imperial Star area, all the humans were paying attention to this war. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, Wuxia, who was in the abyss, didn't know what was happening on the AI. All the members of the Dragon Palace followed behind the army of the abyssal races. They were moving forward rapidly. At the edge of the abyss and at the battlefront, they were getting closer and closer. We're almost there. An hour later, scenes from the battlefront appeared in his sight. Wuxia stared at the front and narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected of the Imperial Court, the battlefront has been set up. He mumbled. The terrifying war machines and their powerful might were terrifying. Among these war machines, there are no less than 10 of them that possess the might of the Dragon Peak. Tianchen stood at the side and scanned the area ahead. He smiled faintly and said, "Fortunately, the Imperial Starfield is not good at formations." Formation masters were best at defensive battles, especially such well-prepared defensive battles. They could defend against enemies that were 2 to 3 times or even 4 to 5 times their level. There are so many godly monarchs in the Imperial Court. Wuxia sighed slightly. From his senses, the number of godly monarchs in the Imperial Court was at least 1.2 million. This was the foundation of the Imperial Court, which was more than 600 million years of foundation. Of course, the number of godly monarchs in the Abyss Seed was not much less than them. Compared to the Imperial Court's foundation, the Abyssal Seed was born from slaughter, and the number of experts was also very terrifying. The Dragon Palace and the Abyssal Seed's group of beasts are here. At the same time, in the command hall, the Imperial Court's protectors stood on the front stage. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at the Abyssal Seed army that gradually appeared in the depths of the abyss. All the disciples of the Imperial Court, prepare for battle. At this moment, a vast voice rang out. The protectors in the command center trembled slightly as they looked respectfully in a direction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For vast figures were suspended in the sky above the disciples of the Imperial Court. The 2 figures in the middle were emitting a holy and resplendent white light. A figure stood quietly within the white light. On the left, there was a ball of fiery red flames. The flames looked extremely gentle, and one could clearly see that the figure in the center was wearing a fiery red long robe. The long robe fluttered backwards, and it fluttered even though there was no wind. On the right, there was a tornado. The tornado was over 100 kilometers in size, and it wasn't violent. However, no one dared to underestimate the power within. For figures floated there like the main characters of the world. This was the high and mighty gods. Their words could decide the life and death of billions of people. Roar, roar, roar. Woo, woo, woo. When they saw the 4 figures appear in front of them in the depths of the abyss, the little blue house and the black magic system, the 2 god emperors, let out a roar. A savage, murderous aura that was filled with blood directly charged forward. In front of the battle line, all the disciples of the Imperial Court felt their hearts tremble slightly as they clenched their fists. The 2 black magic system, the female protagonist of the giant beast system, are you really going to make an enemy of our Imperial Court? The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. A figure shrouded in light in the middle stared ahead and asked coldly, "Roar, roar, roar, kill." The dark magic-type Divine Emperor's blood-red gaze that looked like an insect's body swept over them as he spat out the word, "Kill." Divine Emperor-level abyss species could already speak human language, but this depended on whether they were willing to communicate with humans. Lan Qingwei was able to communicate with them because of one very important point. That was that Little Blue and Little House's strength was stronger than theirs. The second reason was to attack the Imperial Court, which was mainly advocated by the 2 god emperors of the black magic system. As soon as it finished speaking, the eyes of the 4 vast figures in front flashed with killing intent and waves of power were emitted.
Hee, the Imperial Court, how many years did you chase after us and put us to death several times? Now you want to make an enemy of your Imperial Court.
Lan Qingwei stood on Little Blue's body and stared at the four figures with a face full of mockery. Her cold voice was transmitted over. Huh? There are humans on the giant beast. They've been chasing after them for several years?
What's going on? Hiss, there's a woman on that giant beast. Is she the owner of that giant beast?
Is there a human behind this? When Lan Qingyue's voice rang out, at least 500 billion disciples of the Imperial Court were on the battlefield that was tens of billions of kilometers long.
When they heard Lan Qingyue's voice, they were surprised. The owner of the giant beast system was Lan Qingyue, a human. Only the divine emperors and guardians of the Imperial Court knew about this. The others didn't know the specific situation. Is the Dragon Palace also courting death? The four divine emperors of the Imperial Court looked gloomy. They didn't answer Lan Qingyue's question, but hovered in the air and looked at the Dragon Palace behind them. TSK, TSK, TSK. A few years ago, your Imperial Court chased after our Dragon Empress and almost died many times. If it weren't for the fact that our Dragon Empress had her own trump card and wasn't killed by you, she would have died a long time ago. Now, you four dogs still dare to ask our Dragon Palace? TSK. TSK. Of course, we're going to fuck your ancestors.
The four bastards of the Imperial Court. Back then, the disciples of the Imperial Court hunted us down for more than 4 years. I didn't die even after more than 4 years. Now that I have the strength, I'm going to fuck all of you.
For old dogs, wash your necks and prepare to die. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wang Xian didn't respond to the words of the Emperor of the Imperial Court. Instead, the eight-limbed demonic fiend and the Earth grandson who were standing at the side started to bark. One bark at a time was like an old dog. You bunch of bastards. Shut up for the Imperial Court. It won't be long before we cut you into 1,000 pieces.
How dare you insult our God Emperor?
All of you will die. Little Dragon Palace, you will soon pay a terrible price for what you have done. We will pull out your tongues. In the sky above the Abyss battlefield, when the four celestial emperors of the Imperial Court heard the words of the eight-limbed demonic Earth grandson and the others, terrifying killing intent shot out from their eyes. At the same time, the space around them was also affected. When the guardians of the Imperial Court and everyone in the Imperial Court heard that they had directly insulted their great ancestor, their celestial emperors revealed furious expressions. One by one, the guardians of the Imperial Court roared with killing intent on their faces. Jie, a group of sanctimonious things, when chasing after our Dragon Queen is not to think that there will be this day.
I tell you, for old dogs puppies, your death today is all because of your 4 old dogs. When you die, go and reason with your old dogs. Soon let us cut 1,000 pieces. Jie, wait a moment, I send you to hell, dry you this group of things.
Just as the Imperial Court's protector finished cursing angrily, the eight-headed demon duo roared at the top of their lungs. In terms of shamelessness, the eight-headed demon duo were professionals. You all are courting death. Upon hearing the eight-headed demon duo's words, everyone from the Imperial Court revealed furious expressions. No one dared to say that the Imperial Court's people were dogs.
At this moment, although they had many doubts in their hearts, they wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace just because the people from the Dragon Palace scolded them.
Before the other disciples of the Imperial Court could curse loudly, the Imperial Court's celestial emperor, who was enveloped in flames, shouted coldly. His voice drowned out everyone. Everyone in the Imperial Court felt a chill in their hearts as they knew that great ancestor was a little angry. I'm looking for the ancestral graves of your 18 generations of ancestors. However, the people of the Imperial Court were shocked and furious. The eight-limbed demon fiend did not care about the Imperial Court's celestial emperor.
They were enemies to begin with, so they did not care about their strength. They just shouted at the top of their lungs. Roar! Roar!
The words of the eight-limbed demonic fiend and the others made the two celestial emperors and abyss creatures above the abyss turn their heads to look at them. Confusion flashed across their eyes. Was this the beginning of the human war? Crack! 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 The sound of burning flames could be heard around the celestial emperor of the Imperial Court, who was shrouded in flames. He stared at the eight-limbed demonic fiend with a cold gaze. Are you fucking looking at your father? The two of them raised their heads without any fear and replied once again.
Even some members of the Dragon Palace were speechless when they heard his words.
Roar.
Today, let me experience the strength of you bunch of beasts.
The divine emperor, who was enveloped by flames, was burning with anger. He roared furiously and flew forward. A vast and mighty aura and terrifying energy raged in the sky above the abyss. Roar! Roar!
Roar!
The god emperor abyssal seed that was also enveloped in flames raised its head and let out an angry roar. It flapped its huge wings and went forward to meet the attack. All imperial court disciples, defend.
A god emperor who was enveloped in light in the middle said.
After saying that, his body moved and he charged forward.
Woo-woo!
The huge eyes of the small house locked onto him and went forward to meet him. Woo-woo! Roar, roar, roar! In the next moment, Xiaolan and the other abyss seed did not hesitate at all as they charged towards the other two celestial emperors of the court of emperor. Xiaolan locked onto the shadow that was shrouded in light and charged forward with endless power of desolation.
Meanwhile, Lan Xingwei, who was on Xiaolan's body, flew towards Wang Xian.
Roar, roar, roar! Ga, 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 ga! When Xiaolan and the rest rushed over, all the abyssal seeds below started to boil. In an instant, they became extremely violent. Their blood-red eyes stared at the disciples of the imperial court ahead. Boom! In an instant, the entire space seemed to have undergone a drastic change. The air instantly turned heavy. The abyssal seeds that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed over. In front of them, everyone from the imperial court who stood on the biological city wall also released their full power.
All the disciples of the imperial court, this battle is mainly for defense. The disciples at the rear will carry out long-range attacks. In the next war, we will destroy them all.
On the platform of the central command hall of the imperial court, the great guardian stood there, holding a scepter of light in his hand. He waved his arm, and in front of him, an incomparably large disk of light appeared. It directly covered an area of over 100 million kilometers. Boom!
Boom! Boom!
In the next moment, all kinds of defensive weapons of war were activated. At a glance, it looked like an indestructible city wall. Kill! The other imperial court disciples roared angrily as long-range attacks attacked the abyssal seed that was charging over.
Roar!
Roar! Roar!
Ga, ga, ga!
In front of the abyssal seed, many peak God King existences raised their heads and launched attacks. Immediately, vast destruction blasted forward. Imperial Court Protector, block the attacks of the Peak God King Abyssal Seed. Seeing the attacks of the Peak God King Abyssal Seed, the Imperial Court Great Protector immediately ordered. Wang Wang!
Boom, boom, boom!
At the next moment, all the Imperial Court Protectors bombarded the attacks of the Peak Stage Godly Monarch Abyssal Seeds. The sound of collision rang out as vast energy swept across the entire abyss. Bang, bang, bang! However, at this moment, an incomparably violent explosion sounded in the sky. Fiery red light, white light, and black light shone in this space.
That was the color of the laws.
In the sky, the 4 Imperial Court Divine Emperors and Little Blue had also officially clashed. In a 4-on-4 situation, and they were all at the same level, it was almost difficult to determine the victor. Even if there was a difference in strength, it would still take 1 or 2 days or even longer to kill the other party. And this was even under the situation where the other party did not escape. Roar! Below, after the first round of attacks from Peak Divine King Abyss Seeds were blocked, the second round of attacks was launched again. This time, at least 1 million Divine King Abyss Seeds launched long-range attacks at the same time, covering the front. A terrifying, shocking, and unparalleled scene crossed the abyss. Block!
On the Imperial Court side, the order of the Great Guardian sounded again. Similarly, all the Divine King experts on the Imperial Court side directly went up to meet it.
Boom! Another collision. The Abyssal Seed's attack was completely destroyed.
After 2 rounds of attacks, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Protectors, be wary of the Dragon Palace's side. Their side can erupt with the power of a rank 1 godly monarch.
The Great Protector transmitted his voice to the other protectors. Haha! Great Protector, don't worry. With our side's defense, we can still withstand the attacks of at least 2 godly monarchs without the help of the godly monarch. A protector replied with a laugh. Divine emperors were not cabbages. It was rare to have one more. They were not afraid even if 2 of them appeared from the Dragon Palace. They would not be defeated in an instant even if there were 3 of them. After all, their foundations were there. Boom! 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 Boom!
In the Abyss battlefield, terrifying sounds of collisions rang out continuously. Countless abyssal seeds launched their attacks and bombarded the Imperial Court.
However, the Imperial Court had relied on their incomparably powerful foundations to form an indestructible city wall. When the battle broke out, no one from the Imperial Court died except for many abyssal seeds. All the attacks were blocked by the defense of the Imperial Court. Dragon King, the Imperial Court didn't take the initiative to attack. All of them are defending.
The people from the Dragon Palace were slightly surprised when they saw that they were only defending and launching long-range attacks.
Prime Minister Gue frowned slightly and said with a twinkle in his eyes, "It is a little strange." Wang Xian also raised his eyebrows slightly. The invasion of the Abyssal Seed was not something that could be resolved by just defending. In the Battle of the Abyss, one had to kill the Abyssal Seed wantonly so that it would not pose a threat. If it was only defending, the Abyssal Seed would never be severely injured. If that was the case, it would not be able to resolve the threat of the Abyss.
Such meaningless defense was completely useless. The Imperial Court announced on the AI not long ago that they will destroy the Dragon Palace within a month. Half a month has passed.
Maybe the Imperial Court has some secret weapons that they need to wait for, or maybe they are going to invite more powerful existences. Prime Minister Gue stood there, deep in thought.
The Imperial Court was so abnormal and so confident, which made them extremely puzzled.
Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. The Imperial Court ahead only defended and did not launch a full-scale attack. It was indeed beyond their expectations. However, no matter what the Imperial Court is planning, we will let them suffer heavy losses in this battle. All the members of the Dragon Palace, launch a long-range attack. All of you launch a long-range attack.
A cold look appeared in Wang Xian's eyes as he ordered all the members of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King.
All the leaders of the Dragon Palace nodded their heads.
Get closer. Prime Minister Gue waved his arm and the army of the Dragon Palace flew towards the front.
Enter the attack range. Heavenly Eye Arrow Division. Fire. The group of dragon-type archers held bows and arrows in their hands. Mao Zedong stared at the front and shouted loudly immediately. Fire! Whoosh! 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 The next moment, countless arrows shot forward.
The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace attacked from afar. Prime Minister Gue ordered immediately. Boom! Boom!
Boom! The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace immediately unleashed their attacks.
Even the Berserk Dragon, who wasn't good at long-range combat, condensed a blood-red spear in his hand and threw it forward.
The only one who did not make a move was probably the Thorn Dragon hidden in the void.
The Dragon Palace is making a move. Prepare to resist. The moment all the members of the Dragon Palace made a move, the 5 guardians of the Imperial Court were ready. Boom!
Boom! Boom!
They moved and attacked a burning star in the sky with their palms.
The burning star spun and a huge black hole appeared in the middle. The entire hole was emitting a terrifying high temperature. Control the flaming god star. One of the court guardians shouted and flew toward the flaming god star. 3 court guardians followed closely behind him. Then, tens of millions of court disciples flew toward the flaming god star at the same time.
Each of them was emitting a blazing flame.
When the tens of millions of people landed on the flaming god star, the black hole in the center of the star began to glow red. Boom!
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 In the next moment, flames that looked like meteorites met the attack of the Dragon Palace. The terrifying meteorites completely covered the arrow attack of the Heavenly Eye Arrow.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
All the attacks of the Dragon Palace were blocked.
Dragon King. The power of this divine flame star can burst out the power of a divine emperor with the support of more than 10 million disciples of the Imperial Court. It seems that the Imperial Court has been prepared for this. The sky array squinted his eyes and said when he saw the divine flame star in front of him.
Hee, all the dragon palaces are attacking with all their might. I would like to see how they are going to defend against our dragon palace's attack with this blazing divine star. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile in his eyes.
He and Tiancheng did not make a move. At this moment, he still wanted to see how many resources the imperial court had.
It's the Dragon King. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace aim at the blazing divine star and attack.
Prime Minister Gue nodded immediately and ordered loudly. Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 In an instant, 360,000 godly king experts of the Dragon Palace unleashed their strongest attacks and attacked the flaming god star. The terrifying power made some abyss creatures in the surroundings look sideways.
Release the power of the flaming god star with all your strength.
On the divine flame star, the imperial court protector's expression changed drastically when he saw the full-strength attack from the Dragon Palace. He immediately roared loudly. Buzz!
The entire divine flame star trembled slightly as a vast flame power condensed in the black hole.
A fire pillar with a diameter of over 10 million kilometers slowly flew out from the divine flame star to meet the Dragon Palace's attack. Bang! 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 The endless flames collided with the attack of more than 300,000 godly monarchs of the Dragon Palace, and the enormous fire pillar slowly collapsed. Oh no! The Dragon Palace is stronger than we imagined. They have 15 or 16 peak godly monarchs. When the flaming god star's attack slowly collapsed, the faces of the imperial court guardians on the flaming god star changed drastically. This blazing divine star was obtained by their god emperor through a great opportunity. With the support of their fire attribute experts and disciples, it could erupt with the might of a god emperor.
However, they were actually unable to withstand the full-force attack of all the members of the Dragon Palace.
This caused their expressions to change slightly.
One had to know that in their calculations, the blazing divine star was sufficient to resist the entire Dragon Palace.
HMPH. Do you really think that with just one treasure, tens of millions of people can fight against the entire Dragon Palace? Wang Xian stared ahead with a mocking look in his eyes. Attack!
At this moment, Prime Minister Gui's order rang out once again.
Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 The third round of attacks from the Dragon Palace attacked the flaming god star once again.
Great Protector, please ask for help. One flaming god star is no match for the Dragon Palace.
Seeing the attack coming again, the protector on the flaming god star immediately asked for help from the great protector of the imperial court. Activate the sky-covering fan.
The great protector looked over, frowned slightly, and shouted, "Leave it to me."
In the command center, a protector with a folding fan flew over. Crash! He waved his arm, and the folding fan in his hand immediately became bigger and covered a piece of void. The heaven-shrouding fan was another great god weapon of the imperial court.
A Void God Emperor rank 1 god weapon was obtained by a protector of the imperial court through a great opportunity.
This heaven-shrouding fan was incomparably powerful and could temporarily unleash the power of a Void God Emperor rank 1 god weapon. Voila! A clear sound rang out as the entire heaven-shrouding fan expanded to an area of over 100 million kilometers. The terrifying sky-shielding fan headed straight for the attack fans of the Dragon Palace.
Waves of tornadoes formed directly in front of them, forming a tornado domain. Everyone from the Dragon Palace looked over with astonishment on their faces. As expected of the imperial court, this foundation is really terrifying. Wang Xian mumbled. He had no choice but to accept the strength of the imperial court.
With all the members of the Dragon Palace working together, they were indeed able to suppress the attack of a level 1 divine emperor. However, the imperial court was able to hold them back even when they had to fight against countless abyssal seeds.
He swept his gaze across the entire battlefield. Even if the imperial court did not rely on divine emperor powerhouses, their strength could still contend against 1 or 2 divine emperors.
The powerful divine weapons and Dharma treasures were truly astonishing. For a force of such level, there are naturally countless treasures. After all, they take up more than half of the resources in the entire imperial star field. Heaven Array spoke from the side.
Dragon King, one flaming divine star and one heaven-shrouding fan can withstand the attacks of our Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui watched as the heaven-shrouding fan entered the battlefield. He frowned slightly and spoke to Wang Xian. In the entire battlefield, the Imperial Court was able to contend against the entire Dragon Palace with such a small amount of strength. There was still a huge gap between the Dragon Palace and the Imperial Court. It's fine. Let's continue to hold the stalemate. We'll wait for a while longer. The heaven array at the side spoke. They could wait for a while longer. They could wait for the best opportunity to arrive when the countless abyssal seeds had depleted the Imperial Court's energy. If they were to make a move now, even the heaven formation could not guarantee that they would be able to defeat the Imperial Court. However, if they were to wait for a day or two, it would be much easier. The Imperial Court would defend while the abyssal seeds would launch their violent attacks. Based on this situation, a huge battle could erupt for a few days. If they were to remain in a stalemate for a few days, the abyssal seeds might have to retreat. They would have to rest and prepare for the next attack. However, they knew that the Imperial Court might have a powerful trump card. They could not bring out this trump card now. If they did not defeat the Imperial Court this time, they might be in danger in the future. Humph, Little Dragon Palace. If not for these abyssal seeds, we would be able to eliminate all of you now. When the protectors of the Imperial Court saw that the attack of the Dragon Palace was completely blocked, they smiled and mocked loudly. There aren't so many IFS. If you die suddenly, we won't even need to do anything to kill you. Hearing the mockery of the protectors of the Imperial Court on the flaming god star, the eight-limbed demon fiend roared coldly. Ha ha ha, you bunch of trash from the Dragon Palace. You're just trying to talk your way out of this. However, you won't be able to do it for long. Soon, the Imperial Court will exterminate all of you and cut off your tongues. We won't kill you immediately. We will suppress you in the Purgatory Star and let you enjoy thousands of years of torture and pain. A protector of the Imperial Court said with a cold smile. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to cut off my tongue right now. You bunch of dogs of the Imperial Court. Emo Sha shouted at them loudly. Humph. We don't need to talk too much with these people who are about to die. Even if your Dragon Palace is with the beasts, they can't break the defense of the Imperial Court. Another Imperial Court protector said with a cold face. Great Protector, the situation has completely stabilized. The Dragon Palace's side was completely in a stalemate. The attacks were blocked one after another. In other places, the Imperial Court had also blocked the attacks of all the abyssal seeds. The battle had even erupted for 5 minutes, and less than 100 people had died. Strength and Foundation. A protector of the Imperial Court stood on the command platform and said to the Great Protector with a smile on his face. Hee hee, a bunch of animals want to fight with the Imperial Court. They are far from it. The Great Protector said with a cold face. The situation had been completely stabilized, and the Imperial Court still had their trump cards. Even if the Abyssal Seed and the Dragon Palace still had their trump cards, they could still resist it. The war has broken out. What a terrifying power. Haha, I'm afraid that the entire Imperial Star area can't believe that someone dares to come to the battlefield at this time. Don't be complacent. Be careful. If there's any danger, we can run back to the Divine Nation directly. It's okay, it's okay. I just want to see this war with my own eyes. Cheer for the Imperial Court and report the situation here to the artificial intelligence system. By then, we will be rich. All the lords of the Imperial Court, cheer up. Kill the beasts of the abyss and kill the beasts of the Dragon Palace. All the lords of the Imperial Court, cheer up. Kill the beasts of the abyss and kill the beasts of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, hundreds of people appeared at the entrance of the abyss behind the battlefield of the abyss. They stared at the front with some shock, some disbelief, and some hot-blooded roars. They shouted together. What are you doing? Hundreds of people suddenly appeared behind them, immediately attracting the Imperial Court's attention. A few Imperial Court godly monarchs flew over and immediately asked coldly. Sir, we are disciples of the Imperial Court. We want to cheer for our Imperial Court. Destroy the Abyssal Seed and destroy the Dragon Palace. A group of people hurriedly said respectfully when they saw the Imperial Court experts flying over. Oh, leave the Abyss battlefield immediately. A godly monarch reminded them with a cold expression. It's fine to watch. Let them enter the imprisonment platform.
At this moment, a majestic voice came from the front. In the command hall, a pair of sharp eyes looked over. Their imperial court had suffered considerable losses in the Battle of the Abyss. Letting some people watch from the back was also a form of propaganda for the imperial court. After this battle ended, there might be quite a number of talented disciples and experts joining. It's the Guardian. The godly king bowed respectfully to the commanding palace. With a wave of his arm, a halo with a radius of more than 1,000 kilometers appeared. The confinement circle was also a warning circle.
Once the energy exploded here, it would be instantly confined and discovered. This was also to prevent any accidents from happening in the back.
Of course, they also had some defenses in the back. This line of defense was enough to deal with a first-level godly monarch. Therefore, they were not afraid of the Dragon Palace attacking from the back. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, sirs. Ha. Quick, quick.
The battle ahead is too terrifying and vast. Is this the strength of our imperial court? If this were to happen to the AI, it would definitely cause a commotion. Our imperial star field is paying attention to this battle. Pat the situation over at the Dragon Palace and let the others curse at the damn Dragon Palace.
Hiss, what a terrifying battle. Is this the Battle of the Abyss?
The densely packed abyssal seeds are simply endless.
Our imperial court strength is so strong. Is there a battle between the divine emperors in the sky? We can't see the actual battle situation at all. Even through the video, we can feel this suffocating aura. It's too strong.
The Dragon Palace is attacking the people of the imperial court. They want the abyss to devour our territory. They are our enemies.
I want to go to the abyss battlefield, too. I want to cheer for the warriors of the imperial court. The entire Imperial Star area was paying attention to the outbreak of the Abyss War. However, no one knew the details of the war. When someone was sharing the video of the war at the front line, and a group of people even started the live broadcast of the war, it instantly attracted the attention of the entire Imperial Star area. Through some blurry images, they could feel a corner of the war. Some people saw that someone had come to the back of the battlefield, and some were bold enough to make a move.
Such a vast war was a visual feast for many people.
Of course, they wanted to see the imperial court defeat the abyssal races and destroy the Dragon Palace to achieve a complete victory.
People from other places in the Imperial Star area could not help but rush over.
The imperial court did not stop some people from coming to watch the battle, but everyone was also tested by the imperial court to prevent accidents from happening. There are so many abyssal races. There is no limit to how dense they are. Can our imperial court win? My grandfather and the others are also on the battlefield. I hope that grandfather and the others can destroy these beasts. Look over there. Those are the people from the Dragon Palace. They are attacking us. Kill them. Kill them. More and more people gathered at the back of the battlefield. They stared at the vast war ahead and roared with excitement and anger. Standing here and feeling the battle between the powerhouses of the imperial court, they felt that they had a common enemy.
Especially those who had their own family members fighting in the war ahead, they hated the Dragon Palace even more. Why didn't the imperial court fight back? Why didn't we fight back?
Yes, the imperial court has been defending all this time and didn't take the initiative to attack. However, we completely blocked the opponent's attack. It seems that the imperial court is waiting for an opportunity to find an opportunity to completely destroy the abyssal seed and the Dragon Palace. I heard that this battle is the main defense.
On the imprisonment platform, people were discussing animatedly. In just 1 hour, the number of people gathered here had reached more than 100,000.
All of them were disciples of the imperial court who had rushed here after hearing the news and were paying attention to the war.
There were also special media who came here to carry out live broadcasts and live explanations.
The entire Imperial Star area was paying attention to it. Such a huge amount of attention naturally made the Dragon Palace's name even more infamous.
The comments about including the 9 clans, exterminating them all, locking them up, torturing them for billions of years kept increasing. Humph, little Dragon Palace, even if you borrow the power of countless abyssal seeds, don't even think about breaking through our defense. In the future, just wait for our imperial court to punish you, ha ha. 3 hours later, the battle lasted for a total of 3 hours.
The entire battlefield was in a stalemate. Even the fighting spirit of the countless abyss seeds around them had been greatly diminished. On the blazing divine star, a protector of the imperial court roared at Wang Xian and the rest with a face full of laughter. His face was filled with malevolence. Being together with beasts means that your dragon palace is destined to be destroyed. Killing the people of our imperial court and killing the human celestial emperor is an unforgivable crime for your dragon palace. In the command hall, a protector also shouted out in delight.
This was the ideal situation for their imperial court.
After dragging out this war and waiting for the Heaven Magus region's success shaman assembly to arrive, it would be the time for the Dragon Palace and even the abyssal races to be completely destroyed. Destroy the Dragon Palace. Destroy the Dragon King.
Destroy the Dragon Palace.
Destroy the Dragon King. 3 hours later, several million people had gathered on the imprisonment platform at the back of the abyssal battlefield.
They looked at the situation on the battlefield and shouted with flushed faces. The laughter of the Guardians meant that this battle was beneficial to the imperial court.
This was also an exciting thing for them.
Eight-limbed demonic fiend, ignore them. At the side, the eight-limbed demonic fiend and the demonic fiend wanted to curse but were stopped by Wang Xian.
The next attack was to be unexpected. Since it was a surprise attack, the people of the imperial court felt that the Dragon Palace no longer had any trump cards left.
Kiki, since the Dragon King has said it, let's put away the quality language.
The eight-limbed demonic fiend smiled faintly and said, "Wait. Let's continue to wait." Wang Xian said faintly, "The war would not end so quickly. Even if they could not break through the imperial court's defense, this battle would last for 2 to 3 days. It had only been 3 hours." He glanced at the back of the imperial court and sneered when he heard the faint voice coming from inside. "Soon, all of you will shut up."
Hee, those guys from the Dragon Palace have already shut up.
In the command hall, a protector stared at the Dragon Palace with murderous intent and said coldly, "It's just a grasshopper after autumn. It won't last for more than a few days."
The great protector glanced over and turned to the side.
Compared to the entire abyssal race, the Dragon Palace was not important. The abyssal race was the key enemy. The Dragon Palace and the abyssal race attacked our imperial court together. It's already been more than 10 hours. The casualties of our imperial court are almost negligible. The attack of the abyss race and the Dragon Palace is doomed to fail. They are doomed to be unable to break through the defense of our God Emperor realm experts.
Our imperial court is invincible in the entire imperial star area. The defense of our imperial court master will be our counterattack in a few days. At that time, the Dragon Palace and the others will be destroyed. Since the start of the war, our imperial court has less than 10,000 disciples killed or injured, while the abyss race has suffered thousands of times more losses.
This is our imperial court, our foundation. The situation of the war was quickly spread on the AI. News after news made many people slightly excited. At least for now, the imperial court was in the upper hand. Everyone discussed crazily, and time passed bit by bit. A day quickly passed since the war broke out. The entire battlefield was still in a stalemate, and the abyssal seed in the abyss was still roaring. The attacks of the Dragon Palace were still being unleashed continuously.
However, the situation had not changed at all. It's almost time. The imperial court has not released any powerful trump cards to break the situation for an entire day. They should not have many trump cards left.
When it was close to 30 hours, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and muttered,
"It's almost time, Dragon King. I also feel that we can make a move now." Ao Yo has already entered the other side.
Tian Chen's lips curled up slightly. "Well, it's time to silence the Imperial Star Field. Roar! 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 Ha ha ha! Block them! Block them! With the strength of the Imperial Court, they won't be able to break our defense if we want to defend with all our strength. I thought that the beasts of the Dragon Palace were so strong, but now, they can't break our defense at all."
In the Abyss battlefield, as time went by, the tense atmosphere at the beginning began to dissipate. Especially for the Imperial Court, after a whole day, the Abyssal Seed and the Dragon Palace could not do anything to them, which made their faces look much more relaxed.
According to this situation, even if they fought for 2 days, they were still very relaxed.
They originally thought that the battlefield here would be very tragic and they would suffer a lot of casualties.
But at this time, unless they were not careful or if their luck was really bad, it would be very difficult to die. This made the disciples of the imperial court laugh as they talked and laughed. Dragon King, the formation has been set up. I'll go over with 2 doppelgangers at the front. Later, I'll rush over first and see if they still have any trump cards to deal with. If the imperial court exposes their trump cards to block me again, you can make your move again, Dragon King.
At the same time, the members of the Dragon Palace were equally relaxed at the position of the Dragon Palace.
The Heaven Formation sensed the position outside the abyss and said with a smile,
"Sure." Wuxia nodded his head slightly.
His gaze swept across everyone from the imperial court in front of him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Buzz. At this moment, the formation of heaven beside him moved and transformed into 3 strange monsters.
The other 2 smiled at Wuxia and disappeared.
Ha ha ha, imperial court. I shall teach all of you a lesson today. The formation of heaven laughed out loud. A terrifying aura surged from his body instantly. His body moved and he flew forward.
At the same time, he waved his arm and the 5 elements array formation quickly condensed in his hand.
Oh!
The sky array that suddenly flew into the sky emitted the pressure of a god emperor, which made everyone in the imperial court slightly surprised.
Especially those disciples who looked relaxed just now. Their relaxed expressions instantly stiffened. Is this the last trump card of your Dragon Palace? Can't hold it in any longer?
Sky Array God Emperor.
At the command hall, the great guardian stared at Tianqin God Emperor with a strange look and his expression changed slightly. However, he didn't panic too much. They had made a guess that Tianqin had the strength of a God Emperor. This was the worst guess, but now it had come true. However, even if it was the worst situation, they still had ways to deal with it.
Oh? An expert from the small imperial court can actually recognize me. When Tianqin heard the words of the great protector of the imperial court, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes as he asked coldly, "Ha, in our imperial star field, nothing can be hidden from our imperial court. Tianqin God Emperor, you should never have offended our imperial court. It wasn't easy for you to revive and you're about to die, hee."
The great protector of the imperial court stared at Tianqin Celestial Emperor with a cold face, full of killing intent. Die? If I'm not wrong, you guys are now in front of the Heaven Wizard region to inform the members of the Wizard Association and then join forces with them to destroy me. Right? When Tianqin Celestial Emperor heard his words, his eyes flickered slightly. He had also guessed why the Imperial Court wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace within a month. Because the Imperial Court knew his identity, they naturally had to inform the Wizard Association. The Imperial Court and the Wizard Association were united. In their opinion, they could definitely destroy the Dragon Palace and even the Abyssal Seed here. Tianqin, you're courting death. You've offended our Imperial Court. From the sky, a solemn voice of the Imperial Court's Divine Emperor could be heard. Ha ha ha. Is that so? In that case, we have to destroy you all as soon as possible. Tianqin laughed arrogantly. The aura of a peak expert from the starry sky could be seen clearly. Destroy us? If you have already recovered to your peak, you can destroy our Imperial Court by yourself. But now you have no chance.
The God Emperor above continued to shout coldly.
Is that so? Then let's take a look. Tianqin waved his arm and the 5 elements array formation condensed in front of him blasted towards the Imperial Court. Heaven net, Earth net, open. The great protector of the Imperial Court flew out of the command hall. Behind him, 2 huge lightning nets appeared. The 2 nets met the formation of the Heaven Formation. Hiss, something happened. The God Emperor of Heaven Formation?
Which God Emperor of Heaven Formation? Is it the God Emperor of Heaven Formation who died more than 10 million years ago?
Why is he still alive and making an enemy of our Imperial Court?
Don't panic. Our Imperial Court has long been prepared. So what if it's Tianqin Divine Emperor? Wasn't he almost destroyed tens of millions of years ago?
Moreover, he's no longer at the peak now. No wonder the guardians of the Imperial Court said that they would destroy the Dragon Palace within a month. This war is mainly about defense. We are waiting for the powerhouses of the Witch Formation Association. As long as they come, we will join forces with the Witch Formation Association and destroy them easily. The revelation of the identity of the Sky Array Divine Emperor caused quite a stir, especially for the people watching from behind. This was a legendary figure, the main character of the Battle of the Fallen Emperor. However, when they saw that the imperial court was already prepared, they also let out a slight sigh of relief. Crackle! The Sky Net and the Earth Net were two extremely terrifying divine emperors. The two large nets directly enveloped the Sky Array's formation. The powerful Array formation destroyed the Heaven Array's attack. Wong 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 wong. At this moment, the Heaven Array's arm continuously waved as Array formations attacked forward. However, the Heaven Net and Earth Net seemed to cover the entire void as it once again enveloped the Array formations. Any attack that was enveloped was completely destroyed by the Heaven Net and Earth Net. The divine lightning descended like terrifying tribulation lightning, destroying everything within. Ha ha ha! Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation, is that all you have? Heaven's net and Earth's net can break all laws. The great protector of the imperial court laughed out loud when he saw the attacks of the Heaven's formation being destroyed one after another. I have to say, your imperial court really has a lot of trump cards. However, the real war has only just begun. Wang Xian saw that the Heaven's formation could not break the defense of the Heaven's net and Earth's net. His body moved and he flew directly into the sky. Roar! As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a dragon-like roar. His arm transformed into an incomparably terrifying dragon claw. At this moment, the might of the Divine Emperor erupted instantly. The incomparably huge dragon claw attacked the Heaven Net and Earth Net. Ha! Seeing Wang Xian charging out and the might that erupted instantly, everyone from the imperial court was slightly moved at this moment. Dragon King, you are also a God Emperor level powerhouse. The great protector of the imperial court stared at Wang Xian with slight shock and anger as he shouted sternly. Didn't you guys say that you wanted to destroy our dragon palace? Today, I want to see who is going to destroy who. Wang Xian hovered in the air above the abyss as he waved his dragon claws. The Dragon King also has the strength of the Celestial the Arch. How is this possible? Wasn't he at the peak of the Celestial the Arch not long ago? What a terrifying speed of improvement. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace also has such strength. Including the Celestial the Arch of Heaven's formation. There are two of them. Is this the trump card of the Dragon Palace? When everyone in the imperial court saw the strength that Wang Xian had unleashed, their expressions changed drastically. The trump card of the Dragon Palace had exceeded their expectations. The appearance of a Celestial Emperor of Heaven Array had already shocked them. Now, the Dragon King had also reached the Celestial Emperor realm. There were two Celestial Emperors in the small Dragon Palace. This is bad. That Dragon King also has the strength of a Celestial Emperor. We might be in trouble. On the imprisonment platform behind them, the people from the Imperial Star Field who came to watch the battle instantly had ugly expressions on their faces. They stared at the gigantic dragon claw with fear. Crack! 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 In the abyss, Wang Xian's terrifying dragon claw landed on the Heaven's Net and Earth Net, producing the sound of thunder and lightning. The entire Heaven's Net and Earth Net began to transform. I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that your Dragon King had also reached the realm of Celestial Arch. However, even if you have reached the realm of Celestial Arch, is our Imperial Court afraid of you? We are not afraid of you when it comes to fighting with our trump cards. The great protector of the Imperial Court gritted his teeth and roared with a sinister expression. Divine web, open. He waved his arm and another large web appeared in the sky above the command hall. The entire web was formed from dazzling lightning and there was a shadow of a spider flickering on it. The spider was over 100 kilometers in size. The entire divine web seemed to be formed by this mysterious spider. Heaven's web, Earth's web, divine web. In the next moment, in the command hall, the guardian of the Imperial Court, who had not made a move all this while, rushed out and controlled the three large webs. The three large webs that blotted out the sky and the sun were connected together, once again blocking out the void. Attack! Wang Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw the three large webs. He shouted loudly and launched another attack with the heavens formation. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Crack!
Crack!
When their attack was launched, the three nets of heaven, earth, and God covered it directly. The thunder spider on top of the three huge nets jumped. Wang Xian's heaven formation and the rest's full-strength attack was blocked directly.
Ha ha ha, the three nets of heaven, earth, and God are the supreme treasures of our imperial court. With your strength, which has just advanced to the level of Celestial the Arch, you can forget about breaking through the defense of the three nets of heaven, earth, and God.
The great protector of the imperial court roared with a face full of laughter when he saw this scene.
Is this all the trump card of your imperial court? Wang Xian roared with a face full of coldness. Ha ha ha. Then you can try again and see if our imperial court still has any trump cards. The great protector of the imperial court raised his head slightly and said with a sinister face. We blocked it. Our imperial court blocked 2 celestial thearchs.
Is this our imperial court's foundation and trump card?
It's too powerful. Ha ha ha, we've blocked them. We've completely blocked them with ease. The disciples of the imperial court looked excited when they saw this scene. Everyone on the imprisonment platform behind them also heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with excitement. Does the imperial court have so many trump cards? At this moment, a voice sounded from the side of the imprisonment platform. Of course, how can our imperial court be defeated by a small dragon palace?
Humph, the Array God Emperor and the Dragon King will be killed soon.
This voice was very loud, causing some of the people on the imprisonment platform to answer without hesitation.
Oh, then my heaven array wants to see how many trump cards the imperial court has.
Boom!
A slightly calm voice continued to ring out, followed by a vast pressure suddenly soaring into the sky.
Ka ka ka. The imprisonment platform at the side instantly collapsed. What? Sky Array? Sky Array? Is he the Sky Array Divine Emperor? An incomparably violent power suddenly surged up from their side. The expressions of everyone at the side changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with fear. Boom! However, before they could react, a terrifying attack headed straight for the disciples of the imperial court.
The terrifying attack instantly covered a radius of several 100 million kilometers. Not good, there's an expert at the Divine Emperor level behind us. Oh no, there's a sneak attack from behind us.
When the Heaven Array's attack headed forward, at this moment, all the disciples in front revealed shocked expressions. In the command hall, the great protector of the imperial court sensed the great change behind him and his heart trembled. Boom!
Boom!
Boom! Oh no! Lord Protector, help! Ah! Ah!
However, the imperial court and the others couldn't react at such a fast speed.
The terrifying attack landed in front of them and covered an area.
Everyone in that area was instantly covered by energy.
In the next moment, tens of millions of experts and disciples of the imperial court were instantly killed.
There are still existences at the God Emperor level.
The great protector of the imperial court let out a low roar. His eyes were filled with disbelief.
Hot hop, back then, my heaven array swept across the 8 desolates and 6 harmonies. Even if it hasn't recovered to its peak, it isn't something an ordinary God Emperor can compare to.
Continue. Let me see your imperial court's trump card.
The sky array roared crazily. He waved his arm and a wind and thunder array condensed in front of him.
Damn it! Light God Palace, rise! The great protector of the imperial court had an ugly expression. His arm heavily sat on the table of the command hall, and the entire hall trembled.
Boom! A majestic light power suddenly bloomed from the command hall. No, it should be the Light God Palace.
The divine hall of light directly soared into the sky and attacked the sky array. TSK, TSK, TSK. You really have many trump cards. The sky array felt the power of the divine hall of light and pursed his lips as he said coldly, Our imperial court's foundation is beyond your imagination. The great protector of the imperial court gritted his teeth and roared at the sky array.
Boom! The sky array's array attacked the divine hall of light. The entire divine hall shone brightly as a pair of wings of light appeared around it.
The powerful wings of light directly blocked the attack of the sky array.
Hiss, our imperial court has blocked it again.
At this moment, even the disciples of the imperial court and the spectators at the back were shocked. Their imperial court was too powerful. However, the Dragon Palace was also a bit terrifying. Ha ha ha, I'm the last trump card of the Dragon Palace. Come on, imperial court. Let me see if you still have any trump cards. Boom.
Ahoy! At this moment, a maniacal laughter came from not far away, along with the terrifying attack and the screams of the disciples of the imperial court.
At the place where the imperial court and the abyss were fighting, a crack that was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide was torn open.
All the disciples of the imperial court at the crack were killed in one move.
The last trump card of the Dragon Palace, the last avatar of the Tianqian God Emperor. All the trump cards were revealed, and they were risking their lives. No, your imperial court still has a divine emperor. How is this possible? How is this possible? When the maniacal laughter and the terrifying attack arrived, the imperial court's disciples screamed in pain. The great protector of the imperial court on the divine hall of light quickly turned his head. When he saw another divine emperor appear, his face was filled with disbelief.
Another divine emperor, another divine emperor. The Dragon King, the Heaven Array, and the two Heaven Array avatars that appeared, each of them had the true power of a divine emperor.
For a total of 4. Their imperial court only had 4 divine emperors. Even though their imperial court's foundation was extremely deep, for divine emperors had already exceeded their limits. Even if they resisted the Dragon King and the other 3 divine emperors, they would be at a disadvantage for a long time, for had exceeded their limits.
Ha ha, it seems like your imperial court's trump card is gone. Since it's gone, you can all die. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that no one was stopping him, the Sky Array gave off a cold killing intent and roared furiously.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. The last avatar, light and darkness.
Terrifying rays of light and darkness energy attacked the surroundings.
Not good. Great ancestor were not his match. Requesting backup. Requesting backup.
On the biological battle wall, a group of Imperial Court guardians and experts saw the Heaven Array light and darkness clone wreaking havoc. Their faces were pale and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat.
Help! They cried out in fear.
Boom, boom,
boom. However, when the Heaven Array light and darkness clones attack landed, another huge tear appeared. The 2 guardians of the Imperial Court were killed. Roar! Ga. When the energy of the Heaven Array disappeared, 3 cracks appeared on the Abyss battlefield. One was on the side of the Dragon Palace, and the other 2 were on the side of the Abyss. However, the Dragon Palace was blocked by the divine weapons such as the Divine Flamestar and the Divine Net of Heaven and Earth, so the members of the Dragon Palace couldn't kill them. However, it was different for the Abyssal races.
The Imperial Court's main defense was now torn open. The Abyssal races in front of them rushed in and charged toward the disciples of the Imperial Court on both sides.
The 2 cracks could only accommodate hundreds of millions of Abyssal races.
In particular, for Imperial Court guardians were killed in the 2 cracks. At the left and right sides, they had to face the attacks of at least 1 peak stage King God Abyssal race.
Not good. Quickly block this side. Don't let the Abyssal seed rush over.
Release the weapons on the warship. Bombard, bombard. The instantaneous change made the Imperial Court's stabilized situation somewhat panicked. However, the guardians of the Imperial Court also reacted very quickly. They immediately ordered the disciples behind them to attack.
It was an attack, not a defense. Boom, boom, boom. At the rear, the battleships that were millions of kilometers in size released endless cannon fire towards the crack. A large number of cannonballs exploded and killed countless abyssal seeds. Hee, Imperial Court, your destruction has already begun. The light-dark avatar of the Heaven Array let out a cold roar. His body moved and waves of vast energy continued to attack at the side. A God Emperor was slaughtering existences below the God Emperor realm. In addition, he had to face an abyss seed that was not weaker than them. Under such circumstances, the experts and disciples of the Imperial Court could not resist at all.
Great Ancestor, we can't hold on any longer. We're about to be defeated.
Seeing the light-dark avatar of the Heaven Array God Emperor charging over, a protector of the imperial court, shouted in fear. Roar! From the sky, a god emperor's angry roar filled with unwillingness could be heard. Retreat!
All the disciples of the imperial court retreat immediately,
he shouted in a stern voice. In the sky, the 4 great ancestors of the imperial court were fighting with Xiaolan and the others.
In a day's time, the outcome of the battle was not determined.
However, this was within the expectations of the 4 god emperors of the imperial court.
However, they had never expected that there would be so many divine emperors in the Dragon Palace.
For a total of 4.
It had completely exceeded their expectations.
Even though their imperial court had taken out more than 600 million years of resources, they were still unable to withstand it. The balance of the battle had already lost its balance. At this moment, the more the battle continued, the more experts of their imperial court would suffer casualties. Retreat. At this moment, they could only retreat, even if they had to let the abyss expand the abyss domain.
However, at most half a month later, when the experts from the Wizard Association arrived, it would be time for them to counterattack. How can it be so easy to escape?
Ha ha ha. All of you protectors of the imperial court, die. When Sky Array saw the order given by the imperial court's divine emperor to retreat, his face was filled with a dense expression. His gaze locked onto the protectors of the imperial court as he charged over with a face full of killing intent.
At this moment, his main focus was to kill the peak combat strength of the imperial court.
Kill, kill, kill. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, kill. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he roared with a face full of fury. Kill! The eyes of the members of the Dragon Palace emitted a strong battle intent. This time, they did not continue with their long-range attacks. Instead, they charged forward directly. Woo woo! Woo woo woo! Roar, roar, roar!
Little Blue and the 2 black mage-type Void God Emperor Abyss Seeds raised their heads at this moment and let out a furious roar. Roar, roar, roar! Roar, 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 roar!
At the next moment, the entire Abyss battlefield went berserk once again. The Sky Array Light-Dark Avatar broke the balance. The Abyss Seeds fought, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Under the orders of the Divine Emperor Abyssal Seeds and Little Blue, all the Abyssal Seeds went berserk. They surged forward crazily. Retreat, retreat!
Send 20 to 30 peak Divine King experts to pin down that Divine Emperor, pin him down.
Boom, boom, boom!
All the experts and disciples of the imperial court shouted in fear when they saw the abyssal races going berserk and saw a Divine Emperor wreaking havoc in the sky. Restrain him.
So. Seeing the heavenly array killing the imperial court guardians one by one of the guardians roared loudly. In an instant, more than 20 imperial court guardians attacked the heavenly array. They wanted to restrain him. Boom! You want to really restrain me with just this divine hall of light?
Ha ha! However, suddenly, the figure of the heavenly array flashed and directly broke away from the divine hall of light's restraint.
He instantly came to the side of the light-dark avatar. With a wave of his arm, the void trembled. Array formations condensed and attacked the more than 20 imperial court guardians.
The light-dark avatar did not hesitate. He casually waved the array formation in front of him. Boom! Boom!
Pooh! No! It was difficult for more than 20 peak godly monarch experts to pin down one godly monarch, let alone 2.
In an instant, more than 20 protectors were heavily injured and half of them died immediately. Dragon Palace, you deserve to die.
The great protector of the imperial court controlled the divine hall of light to rush over from behind. When he saw the scene in front of him, he roared with blood-red eyes. Ha ha ha!
Sky Array's maniacal laughter sounded again. Sky Array's avatar turned around and immediately attacked the Light God Palace. Die!
The light and dark avatar moved and directly attacked the injured imperial court's protectors. Oh no, run!
Run! The 20 protectors could still fight against the light and dark avatar, but if there were more than 10 of them, they wouldn't have the ability to fight against the God Emperor. They could only escape quickly.
Array formation, darkness cage. The light and darkness avatars of the Sky Array roared, and the darkness cages sealed them one by one. Not good, save us. More than 10 imperial court protectors' expressions changed drastically, and they shouted with fear on their faces. Not good. More than 10 of our imperial court protectors have been killed.
How can the Dragon Palace have so many experts?
How can they have so many experts? Hurry up and run. The abyssal seed behind us is going to chase us. Not good. The guardians are in danger. In the surrounding area, when the powerhouses and disciples of the imperial court heard the guardians cry for help, their hearts pounded violently. When they looked over, they felt their scalps go numb. This was the guardian of their imperial court, an existence at the peak of the godly monarch realm. Usually, each of them held the power of life and death for many people. But now, more than a dozen guardians were trapped, and all of them looked on in a daze. At this time, no one dared to go and save them.
The disciples of the imperial court didn't have the strength either.
More than a dozen guardians were trapped by the array. They watched helplessly as they were killed and destroyed. All disciples, escape the abyss immediately. One of the imperial court protectors looked over and roared with blood-red eyes.
Hee. The Heaven Array Light Dark Avatar sneered. His gaze locked onto the gathering place of the imperial court abyss. He waved his arm and the array formation covered them directly. No.
Futile resistance and desperate screams sounded. The tens of thousands of imperial court godly monarchs gathered together were directly killed.
After killing him, Heaven Array waved his arm and kept his corpse. Continue. He locked onto the imperial court experts and quickly attacked. Boom. Boom.
Boom. At this moment, due to the retreat of all the imperial court disciples, Heaven Array's wind and thunder avatars found an opportunity. They attacked the light god palace one after another and shifted the battlefield toward the imperial court disciples.
The great protector of the imperial court controlled the divine hall and could only contend against the divine emperor. However, it was impossible to completely tie him down and trap him.
Under such circumstances, the Sky Array's wind and thunder avatar shifted the battlefield. Just the aftershock alone caused countless imperial court's disciples to die.
Faced with such a situation, the great protector of the imperial court's body trembled. He could neither attack nor not attack. Suddenly, endless screams sounded. Some of the powerhouses of the imperial court hurriedly looked in that direction.
Tens of thousands of strange figures suddenly appeared behind them. They were covered in black and white energy and suddenly appeared behind some of the powerhouses of the imperial court. Their incomparably sharp claws directly pierced through their bodies. In an instant, more than 40,000 powerhouses of the imperial court had died. They put away all the corpses and disappeared from everyone's sight in the next moment. Be careful, those are assassins of the Dragon Palace. Be careful. The powerhouses who are good at scouting are always alert to their surroundings. Don't let those guys of the Dragon Palace succeed. An angry voice sounded and ordered the disciples of the imperial court to retreat.
Sky Array, don't let these guys escape. Get the 3 nets of heaven, earth, and God.
Inside, Wang Xian's Sky Array was fighting against the 3 nets of heaven, earth, and God. The 3 nets of heaven, earth, and God were worthy of being called the most precious treasure by the imperial court. They were able to completely trap him and the Sky Array here. Don't worry, Dragon King. As long as they don't escape now, the 3 nets of heaven, earth, and God will belong to the Dragon Palace. Ha. Tianchun laughed loudly and didn't try to hide it.
This made the 3 guardians of the imperial court who were controlling the heaven, earth, and divine net change their expressions continuously.
In the current situation, if they didn't escape, they would be killed when the divine emperor attacked them. Moreover, the heaven, earth, and divine net in their hands would also become a treasure of the Dragon Palace.
However, if they were to retreat now, the other disciples of their imperial court would be slaughtered by the Dragon King and the Sky Array God Emperor.
Don't let them get the 3 heaven-earth god nets. At this moment, an angry roar of a god emperor came from the sky.
The 3 heaven-earth god nets were the treasures of their imperial court, existences that could contend against the imperial court.
Once it was obtained by the Dragon Palace, it would be equivalent to adding 2 void god emperors to the Dragon Palace. This was a huge blow to the imperial court. Furthermore, if the Dragon Palace had the 3 nets of heaven, earth, and god emperors from the Dragon Palace and the Abyss, they would doubt if they could destroy the other party even if they joined forces with the Formation Sorcerer Association. Retreat! The three protectors of the imperial court looked at each other when they heard the great ancestor's order. Without any hesitation, they immediately fled. Kill! When Wang Xian saw them fleeing, his expression changed slightly. Boom! He moved his body and stretched out his dragon claws to attack the blazing divine star. Not good. Run, we have to run too. When the guardians on the blazing divine star saw the Dragon King's attack, their expressions changed drastically. They were already fighting against the powerhouses of the imperial court. At this moment, they could not withstand the attack of a divine emperor. Defend! Seeing the attack coming, the tens of thousands of fire-attributed disciples of the imperial court roared. Boom! 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 The dragon claws landed on it, and flames flew in all directions. The terrifying defense collapsed. Dragon King, leave it to me. This divine flaming star is also a treasure. The sky array roared and water snakes appeared around it. Countless water snakes flew directly into the divine flaming star. Ah! A series of miserable screams rang out as the few guardians of the imperial court were surrounded. Kill! At least 20 guardians of the imperial court will be enough. Wang Xian saw that the flaming celestial star was taken care of and he looked ahead. The three guardians of the imperial court led the three divine nets of heaven and earth to escape quickly. They did not bother about the heavens formation's light and dark clones that were wreaking havoc in front of them. Wang Xian roared at the heaven formation itself. His body moved and he arrived directly above the disciples of the imperial court. His gaze locked onto the elders of the imperial court who were at the 9th level of the godly monarch realm and the guardians of the imperial court who were at the peak of the godly monarch realm. He charged straight at them. Roar, roar, roar! Dragon Palace, you are courting death. You are courting death. At this moment, in the sky above them, a great ancestor of the imperial court managed to escape the attack of an abyss seed of the godly monarch realm. His eyes were blood red and he let out a beast-like roar as he attacked Wang Xian and the rest of the godly monarchs of the imperial court. The four god emperors of the imperial court started to fight with their lives on the line. Sky Array! Stop him! Wang Xian saw the great ancestor of the imperial court who had broken through to the divine emperor abyss seed. His eyes sparkled as he shouted at the sky array. Yes, Dragon King. Leave it to me. The palm of the sky array waved quickly and a formation was formed to welcome him directly. Wang Xian's gaze locked onto the experts of the imperial court and he immediately charged forward. Run, run, run. Seeing the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace charging over, the disciples and powerhouses of the imperial court who were already fleeing in panic turned even paler. They flew out desperately. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes and locked onto the protectors of the imperial court. Dragon King, you will die a horrible death. You are the sinners of humanity. You deserve to die. When one of the guardians of the imperial court saw Wang Xian chasing after them, a look of despair appeared in his eyes as he shouted loudly. Bam! However, what greeted him was the terrifying dragon claw. The dragon claw covered a radius of more than 1,000 kilometers. All the disciples and powerhouses of the imperial court around him were directly affected. Hee, we will die a horrible death. When your imperial court wanted to destroy our dragon palace and chase after others, did you think of today? All of you will die a horrible death. Wang Xian moved his body and flew directly to the front of all the imperial court's disciples and powerhouses to intercept a space. He swayed his body slightly and a phantom image of a dragon tail appeared behind him. The dragon tail was hundreds of millions of kilometers long and attacked all the disciples of the imperial court directly. We, the guardian elders, will fight it out with them. Fight it out with them and let the rest of the disciples escape. Otherwise, they will all die here. A guardian of the imperial court saw this scene and roared with a trembling body. The speed of a celestial emperor was not something they could escape from. Even if Wang Xian flew over, he could still easily chase after them and arrive in front of their escape. At this moment, only by restraining the Dragon King could the disciples of the imperial court escape. Otherwise, it would not be something that could be solved with tens of billions of casualties. That would mean hundreds of billions of deaths, which could destroy the foundation of the entire imperial court. Go all out and stop them. The rest of the disciples will escape. Nearly 20 guardians and nearly 100 elders of the imperial court flew towards Wang Xian. Streams of energy shot towards the dragon's tail. Humph! Wang Xian snorted softly. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent.
We'll pin down the other one as well. At the side, the remaining 20 guardians and 100 elders were attacking the light and dark avatar of the heaven formation.
Ah!
The eyes of the great guardian of the imperial court of light on the divine hall of light were blood red.
He was in a frenzy as he controlled the divine hall of light to attack the heaven formation's wind and thunder avatar with all his might. In a short period of time, Wang Xian and the rest were pinned down by the guardians of the elders of the imperial court.
Kill, kill, kill.
However, at this moment, more than 300,000 experts from the Dragon Palace rushed over from the back. There were 16 peak Godly Monarch stage and more than 100 level 9 Godly Monarch stage experts.
They carried a terrifying might as they charged right in front of the disciples of the imperial court. They launched attacks one after another.
With the level 9 Godly Monarch stage and peak Godly Monarch stage experts of the imperial court pinning down Wang Xian and the heaven array, they could not withstand the attacks at all. Ah! Screams of pain rang out continuously and even drowned out the roars. Roar! 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 The endless abyss seeds rushed into the crowd of the imperial court disciples. Especially the Peak Stage Celestial King Level 9 and Peak Stage Celestial King Level 9 Abyss Seeds. Their speed was already much faster than the Imperial Court disciples.
They wreaked havoc and massacred. The entire Imperial Court was completely defeated. Countless Imperial Court disciples died at the hands of the Dragon Palace and Abyss Seeds.
More disciples flew out desperately. Roar! Dragon Palace, Dragon King, remember this. Remember what happened today. The Imperial Court will definitely slaughter all of you. Roar! In the sky, the 4 celestial emperors who were entangled swept their gaze across the area below. Their hearts were bleeding as they roared furiously.
Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled coldly. He waved his dragon claws and launched a violent attack at the group of peak and level 9 celestial emperors in front of him.
Every second, an elder of the Imperial Court would die at his hands. All the disciples of the Imperial Court, escape from the abyss and return to your own divine kingdom.
An emperor of the Imperial Court ordered furiously.
Imperial Court, back then when you chased us for a few years, you were all high and mighty. Did you think of the situation today? All of this was planted by you. Lan Qingyue's gaze swept past the 4 divine emperors of the Imperial Court as she spoke with an icy expression. Did the disciples of the Imperial Court deserve to die? They did not deserve to die. But did the disciples of the Imperial Court not deserve to die? They deserved to die.
This was because they were the disciples of the Imperial Court. Back then, they had chased after him and their leader wanted to kill him.
A person in a high position could decide the life and death of billions of people. This was the scene before their eyes. This was war. The most damnable ones were the 4 celestial emperors of the Imperial Court. Lan Qingyue's words made the 4 celestial emperors of the Imperial Court look extremely unsightly. Who would have thought that they would grow so fast and so terrifying? This, how could this be? How could this be? Hiss, we've lost. The Imperial Court has lost. Our Imperial Court has actually lost. How could the Dragon Palace be so strong? 4 celestial emperors. 4 celestial emperors.
The Imperial Court has lost.
Outside the abyss, a group of people who had come to watch the battle stared into the abyss with trembling bodies. Countless disciples of the Imperial Court were fleeing frantically. Countless disciples of the Imperial Court were being killed rapidly. Countless disciples of the Imperial Court were screaming in pain.
They had been defeated, a great defeat. They looked at the deaths of the disciples of the Imperial Court one by one and at the death of guardian elders. They felt that it was somewhat inconceivable.
The scene in front of them made them feel fear and panic.
Some of them couldn't help but fall to the ground and watch in a daze. At this moment, they had completely lost their high-spirited attitude.
The clamor of destroying the Dragon Palace, destroying the Dragon King, and cutting off the Dragon King's head completely disappeared. It was like hell in front of them. They stood at the edge of hell and watched the scene inside with fear in their hearts. No, the Imperial Court is the strongest. How is this possible? It's over. How can the Dragon Palace be so strong? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Once the Imperial Court fails, the abyss will continue to expand, and the humans in the Imperial Star area might be completely wiped out. Some people were holding their artificial intelligence cameras and recording the battle in front of them. In front of the artificial intelligence cameras, those who were commenting on various questions and replying to the messages excitedly felt their scalps go numb at this moment. Through the video, they could feel the tragedy inside. The sudden defeat.
The sudden outbreak of the Dragon Palace caught everyone unprepared. How many experts of the Imperial Court will die in this battle? Some people murmured and couldn't help but swallow their saliva.
Slowly, the people watching the battle in front of the abyss quieted down. They looked forward with pale faces and cold sweat on their foreheads. This battle was the death of the Imperial Court. At the same time, the power of the Dragon Palace hit the faces of everyone in the Imperial Star area. Run! They were defeated. Completely defeated.
At this moment, everyone in the Imperial Court had lost the ability to resist. After losing their high-end combat power, they could only run for their lives.
The experts of the Dragon Palace were massacring the abyss behind them. At this moment, everyone in the Imperial Court wished they could have more legs.
They wished they could return to their own divine kingdom in an instant.
The short distance of a few 100 million kilometers was like a chasm to them.
However, this distance was only a few minutes' journey for the godly monarch powerhouses. However, they were blocked by the Heaven Array avatar previously.
With Wang Xian's help, they didn't manage to escape in time. After Wang Xian and the rest were pulled back, the group of people who were fleeing at the front had already arrived at the edge of the abyss. Once they charged over, they would be able to escape back to their own divine kingdom in an instant. For powerhouses, they could unleash thousands of attacks in a second. On the other hand, every second that the people from the Imperial Court stayed in the abyss, hundreds of millions of people would die.
That was how terrifying it was. Ah, I escaped.
Finally, at the front, a disciple of the Imperial Court escaped from the abyss. He had escaped a calamity and his face was filled with excitement. After leaving the abyss, he did not stop. He continued to run forward. Finally, he turned his head and looked behind him. Buzz.
In the next moment, he disappeared and left the battlefield as soon as possible. At this moment, the battlefield was the slaughterhouse and they were the prey. Take the 3 divine nets of heaven, earth, and God and leave first. We will meet in the vast divine hall. All disciples who haven't reached the God Lord realm flee to the teleportation array immediately.
At this moment, the Imperial Court protector who controlled the heaven, earth, and God's 3 nets also fled from the abyss. They looked at the abyss behind them, their faces pale, and their bodies trembling as they roared.
One of the Imperial Court protectors left with the Imperial Court supreme treasure. The other 2 moved and their arms turned into terrifying large hands, catching the disciples who hadn't reached the God Lord realm.
Run, run. I'm out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. More and more disciples of the Imperial Court escaped from the abyss. Hearing the screams coming from behind, they didn't hesitate at all, and immediately fled back to their god countries.
This was a great escape. Whoever escaped slowly could die in the abyss.
More and more disciples of the Imperial Court escaped from the abyss, and smiles appeared on their faces. A group of disciples who had yet to reach the Divine Lord realm immediately left this place through the teleportation formation and returned to the center of the Imperial Court. Sky formation. Leave everyone around you behind. Seeing that more and more people from the Imperial Court were escaping from the abyss, Wang Xian's gaze swept toward the light and dark avatar of the Sky formation. He immediately flew over and shouted loudly, "It's the Dragon King!" The light and dark avatar of the Sky formation swept his gaze across the area in front of him and instantly set up a trapping formation.
Around him, the 20 guardians and nearly 100 elders of the Imperial Court saw the Dragon King suddenly flying over. Their faces instantly revealed a look of fear.
"Oh no, run! 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 Run!" Their expressions changed drastically as they fled frantically towards the exit of the abyss. However, at this moment, Wang Xian had already rushed over. His terrifying dragon claws tore straight ahead. The group of guardians and elders of the Imperial Court who were restraining Wang Xian earlier were overjoyed when they saw this scene. They didn't dare to rescue the rest and flew out of the abyss in a frenzy.
Ah!
While they were running for their lives, screams of agony came from behind. Their bodies trembled as they gritted their teeth and flew out desperately. It's settled.
In less than half a minute, the 20 guardians and over 100 elders of the imperial court were all eliminated.
After putting away the corpses around him, Wang Xian looked at the area in front of him. Almost all the disciples of the imperial court had escaped. There were not many people outside the abyss.
Boom, boom, boom.
At this moment, a terrifying attack sound came from the sky. Wang Xian raised his head and locked his gaze on the 4 celestial thearchs of the court. His eyes were sparkling.
Among the 4 celestial thearchs, one of them was besieged by the heaven formation and an abyss seed of the celestial arch.
The other 3 wanted to get rid of Shaolan and the rest at this moment and flew toward the location outside the abyss. Heaven formation. Leave one of them here forever.
Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold glint as he shouted at the heaven formation. All right, it's no problem to destroy one of them. Without any hesitation, the light and dark doppelganger and the wind and thunder doppelganger charged towards the emperor of the imperial court who was being besieged.
Wang Xian followed closely behind. Shaolan from the small house. Don't let the opponents in front of you support you. Ha ha ha, the 4 emperors of the imperial court. Today, we will definitely leave one of you in the abyss forever.
Wang Xian flew over and immediately instructed Shaolan and Xiaoyan. He laughed out loud.
Damn it! The celestial emperor of the imperial court who was being besieged had a drastic change in expression. He cursed in shock and anger. Oh no, let's use all our strength to escape. Old Yen, go all out. In the sky, the celestial emperor of the imperial court, whose entire body was shrouded in light, looked down and immediately shouted at the celestial emperor.
Ah, get lost!
The celestial emperor of the imperial court, who was already besieged by the heaven formation and the celestial emperor's abyss seed, had a vicious expression on his face as he roared furiously.
Streams of flames swept across the surroundings.
Boom, boom, boom. However, Wang Xian and the rest had already rushed over at this moment.
Streams of energy instantly covered him.
5 against 1. Ha ha ha, imperial court, one of you will definitely die today. If the rest don't escape now, I'm afraid it won't be just one. Wang Xian laughed out loud as dragon claws tore forward.
The heaven formation, which included 2 avatars, immediately formed a formation.
Beside him, the abyss seed that was covered in flames and had huge wings flapped its wings and attacked continuously. Damn it! Damn it! The heart of the imperial court's divine emperor that was besieged beat violently. He had a bad premonition when he saw this situation. The other 3 imperial court's divine emperors gritted their teeth and looked down. For against 8, the difference was double.
They were absolutely not a match for the Dragon Palace. If they were not careful, they might be broken one by the Dragon Palace.
Great-grandfather a divine emperor shrouded in light was fighting with the small house. Seeing this scene, he looked extremely embarrassed and shouted at the figure who was fighting with Little Blue.
Old Yen, fight with your life. Whether you can escape or not depends on yourself. The blood-red eyes of the divine emperor of light, who was in the lead of the imperial court, roared. His breathing was a little hurried.
The giant beast in front of him was too terrifying. No matter what attack he launched, it could not cause any damage to him.
He had to dodge the giant beast's attack. Otherwise, all his energy and defense would be instantly destroyed.
Just now, his body was accidentally hit and exploded. If he didn't react quickly and instantly condense his body, all of his energy and blood would have been absorbed by the strange giant beast.
He wasn't a match for this terrifying giant beast. Dragon Palace and that woman. He roared indignantly in his heart. It was also because of the characteristics of this terrifying giant beast that the imperial court had been chasing after them, wanting to obtain this giant beast. But they never thought that this day would come.
Don't force me. When the emperor of the imperial court, who was known as Old Yen, heard their words, his pupils almost bled. He looked like he was looking at Wang Xian and the rest of them crazily as he roared. Hee, so what if I force you? You're dead meat today.
The Dragon King stared at him with eyes filled with killing intent. If I can't kill you today, my heaven formation can commit suicide. Heaven formation narrowed its eyes slightly. The 2 clones next to it formed a triangle and surrounded it.
Roar! Roar!
Roar!
The abyss seed of the flaming celestial emperor with huge wings swept past Wang Xian and the rest. It let out a low roar and stared at the celestial emperor of the imperial court with bloodthirsty eyes.
This was not the first time it had hunted the celestial emperor together with Wang Xian and the rest.
Lead the battlefield to the location near the exit. Old Yen, forgive us for not being able to help. We must escape at all costs. In the sky, the leader of the imperial court, who was shrouded in light, shouted with an extremely embarrassed expression.
As he spoke, he led the battlefield towards the exit of the abyss.
At this moment, they did not dare to give their all to help. However, they could not escape from this place either. Otherwise, if they escaped, 8 of them would surround and attack one of them. They could easily kill Old Yen. They could only lead Little Blue's small house and the others to the edge of the abyss. This was also to prevent them from immediately surrounding and attacking another person after Old Yen was destroyed. What they could do was to help Old Yen pin down the other 3. Once Old Yen fell, they would also escape. This was their best option at the moment.
Kill. Old Yen also knew his current situation. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on himself to kill. He charged at Wang Xian with a furious expression.
In his opinion, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was the best place to break through. Humph! Wang Xian saw him charging at him and snorted coldly. His face was filled with a cold expression. He curled his arm and a dragon claw appeared. He attacked Wang Xian directly. Get lost! Lao Yan's eyes were blood red. He waved his arm and a flaming spear appeared. He attacked the dragon claw directly. Bang! A terrifying collision sound was heard. Wang Xian and Lao Yan paused for a moment. Roar! However, Lao Yan's face turned red the next moment. He charged forward and transformed into a flaming spear. The flaming spear carried an endless amount of power, as though it was about to pierce through Wang Xian. HMPH. The 5 elements revolve, Earth. Wang Xian snorted coldly. His body shook and a 5 elements millstone appeared above his head. The millstone revolved and numerous city walls appeared in front of Wang Xian. Hee. You really don't put us in your eyes.
At the side, the heaven formation waved its arms. One formation after another condensed and covered Old Yen directly.
1 trapping formation and 2 attacking formations. Even if he wanted to risk his life to escape, it was impossible. The dark cage completely surrounded him. Old Yan's flaming spear landed on Wang Xian's defense. The powerful attack caused cracks to appear on the earthy yellow city wall. However, that was all. Not good. Old Yan's heart pounded violently when he saw this scene.
In a one-on-one situation, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight against the Dragon King in front of him.
Boom! 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 At this moment, the 2 attacks from the sky array had already covered him. This made his heart sink. Falcon Divine Spear. He gritted his teeth and roared. A divine spear that was 3 meters long appeared behind him.
The light from the Falcon Divine Spear shone brightly. A flaming divine eagle soared into the air and met the 2 attacks from the sky array.
Boom!
Chirp chirp.
As the attack went over, a mournful sound rang out. The entire Falcon Divine Spear dimmed significantly.
Roar roar roar.
At this moment, the flaming Divine Emperor's abyssal seed attacked and pounced towards him. Ah! His face was red as he waved his long spear. Bringing along vast energy, he swept towards the flaming Divine Emperor's abyssal seed. Boom! However, when he was attacking, Wang Xian's dragon claw flew towards the sky above him and attacked him directly. Boom!
P50.
Old Yen barely managed to block the Inferno Celestial Emperor's abyssal seed. However, he was suppressed by the might of the dragon claw. His entire body flew downwards as he spat out a large amount of blood.
Even his body disintegrated in an instant and slowly healed. Not good, not good. Emperor God Great Ancestor Yen is being besieged by the Dragon Palace. He's at a disadvantage now.
Our Emperor God Great Ancestor Yen is in danger. He's in danger. What should we do? What should we do? Even the other 3 great ancestors can't do anything. What can we do? I hope Great Ancestor can escape. More than a dozen people were floating in the sky outside the abyss. They were the protectors and elders of the imperial court. They were also the only ones who did not immediately flee. They looked at the situation in the abyss, their hearts beating violently, and they growled in an extremely embarrassed voice. Who could have thought that this would be the case? Even a great ancestor was in danger now, and they might not even be able to walk out of the abyss. Boom! 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 At the battlefield, the sky array once again released 3 incomparably powerful formations, attacking Old Yen. Ah! Lao Yan's injuries had yet to recover. When he saw the 3 terrifying attacks, he raised the Falcon Divine Spear in the air with blood-red eyes to defend himself. Bang! 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 Pooh! 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 The tremendous force caused the brilliance of the Falcon Divine Spear to completely disappear. Waves of force were transmitted down. He spat out a large amount of blood and his arm was slowly torn apart. 5 elements Great Mill. Annihilate. Wuxia didn't give him the chance to react. A grayish river of annihilation swept towards him. Ha ha ha, Emperor, you guys should leave. I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on anymore. Emperor, you must avenge me. You must kill all of them. Old Yan's face was filled with despair when he saw the attacks coming one after another. How could he defend against them? There was no way he could defend against them. His face was ferocious, and he roared in an incomparably mournful manner. Roar, Old Yen, don't worry. I will chop off all their heads as a sacrifice for your spirit in heaven. I will destroy all of them. I swear on my life. When the Emperor Lord, who was shrouded in the light of the imperial court, heard Old Yan's words, his body trembled. Even though he could already foresee this situation, he was still extremely furious at this moment. The killing intent in his chest soared to the clouds. He gritted his teeth and swore. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. I'll wait for you guys below. Old Yan's eyes were filled with despair as he laughed out loud. His gaze swept across Wuxia and the rest. He smiled sinisterly and stopped resisting. Buzz, you should wait for the people from the imperial court to accompany you. Wuxia extended his dragon claws and clawed at his body. The dragon claws covered his body and clenched tightly. The energy that was extinguished rushed into his body. A celestial emperor from the imperial court had lost his life force. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Balls of fire clouds appeared in the sky above the abyss. They covered hundreds of millions of miles of the abyss. This was the destruction of the emperor and the change of heaven and earth. Let's go. At the edge of the abyss, the imperial court emperor's body trembled. He roared with blood-red eyes and flew out of the abyss. They were already at the edge of the abyss. It was impossible to keep them there. They had lost. This time, the monarch's court had completely lost. Countless disciples and guardian elders had suffered heavy losses. Even a god emperor had died in the abyss. Roar! Thinking of this, they could not help but let out a low roar. After flying out of the abyss, they turned their heads to look into the abyss. They would definitely take revenge for this. Great ancestor! When the more than 10 guardian elders of the imperial court outside saw the 3 great ancestors, their voices trembled as they shouted, "Go back!" The 3 divine emperors closed their eyes slightly and their figures slowly disappeared. The guardian elders of the imperial court clenched their fists tightly and left with pale faces. Everyone from the imperial court left. In the abyss, a group of abyss species were devouring the corpses. The entire abyss was filled with the thick stench of blood. Roar! 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 Located in the void, the Inferno Celestial Emperor abyss species stared at the corpse in Wuxia's claws and let out a roar. Wuxia looked at him and then at the corpse. With a wave of his arm, a ball of dragon blood flew towards it. Roar! Roar! Sensing the energy contained in the dragon blood, the eyes of the Inferno Celestial Emperor abyss species lit up. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the dragon blood. Buzz! Wuxia waved his arm again. A ball of dragon's blood was thrown towards the abyss seed that looked like an insect. Roar! Roar! The abyss seed sensed the energy in the dragon's blood and swallowed it in one gulp. Wuxia smiled and kept the corpse into his interspatial ring. Xiao Xian! At this moment, Lan Qingyue flew over and shouted at him with a smile on her face. I've avenged the imperial court a little. Wang Xian smiled. Okay. Lan Qingyue nodded and looked around. The corpses on the battlefield were either kept by the members of the Dragon Palace or devoured by the Abyssal Seed. To them, this battle was a great victory. Dragon King, we need to convert the resources into strength as soon as possible. At this moment, Tianqin flew over. 2 of his clones had already merged into his body.
The Imperial Court has found out that I didn't die. They have already contacted the Witch Formation Association. If they find out that I'm still alive, they will definitely go crazy.
I reckon that they will rush over soon, Tianqin said to Wang Xian with a solemn expression. Oh? How is the strength of the Witch Formation Association? Wang Xian retracted his smile and asked him. A faction that could destroy Tianqin at his peak was much stronger than the Imperial Court. There are not many divine emperors in the Witch Formation Association. There are only 6 of them. However, when they surrounded me, I had severely injured one of them. His injuries were extremely serious and it was impossible for him to recover. Hence, his strength was greatly reduced.
Now, there should be 5 divine emperors in the Witch Formation Association.
However, the strength of the God Emperors of the Success Wizard Association is not that of ordinary God Emperors. Any one of them can fight against 2 God Emperors. In other words, they can fight against 10 God Emperors. Among them, the Wizards of the Success Wizard Association can fight against 2 rank 2 Void God Emperors. Sky Array said. That means that the Success Wizard Association and the Imperial Court can be equivalent to 13 God Emperors. Wang Xian frowned slightly.
There will only be more than this. There won't be less than this. Furthermore, they have the means of a shaman. Even if we hide to the ends of the earth, they will still be able to find us.
Tianqin said.
Prime Minister Gue, count our gains.
Wang Xian frowned and ordered Prime Minister Gue, who was not far away. It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gue nodded and immediately started counting.
Xiaolan is very strong. It would be difficult to kill him even if there were 2 or 3 level 2 divine emperors.
Lan Qingyue spoke from the side.
Dragon Queen, it won't work. As long as the wizard from the Wizard Association is able to restrain Xiaolan, the monarch of the Imperial Court is not someone we can contend against.
Sky Array shook his head.
His words caused Lan Qingyue to frown. Dragon King, we've finished counting. There are 3 corpses at the peak of the godly monarch realm, 25 at the 9th level, and more than 50,000 other godly monarch corpses.
At this moment, Prime Minister Turtle walked over and reported.
I have 23 at the peak of the godly monarch realm, and 5 at the 9th level. Sky Array looked at his interspatial ring and said, I have 18,110 level 9 godly monarch experts and 1 godly monarch expert. In other words, there are a total of 44 peak stage godly monarch experts corpses. If we use the resources from the level 9 godly monarch experts corpses, we can produce 5 godly monarch experts with combat strength. Including 1 godly monarch expert's corpse, there will be 6. Wang Xian calculated as he scanned his surroundings. 8 plus 6 was equivalent to 14. In terms of numbers, it was more than the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association combined. However, the other party had 2 level 2 godly monarchs. In addition, the Imperial Court also had powerful divine artifacts like the Heaven, Earth, and God's 3 nets.
What if we fight on the main battlefield of the Abyss?
Lan Qingyue spoke from the side. It won't be of much use. The Abyss doesn't have much of an impact on the godly monarchs. Tianjin shook his head. Dragon King, let's use this time to attack the Imperial Court. All of a sudden, Tianjin said to Wang Xian. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. He stared at Tianjin with a twinkle in his eyes. According to some news released by the Imperial Court, it might take half a month for the Witch Formation Association to arrive. We have sufficient time to attack the Imperial Court and occupy the center of the Imperial Court. Forces at this level are usually established around the blessed land with abundant spiritual energy.
As long as we occupy that place, I can set up a sky-reaching great array there. At that time, I alone will be able to resist 6 or 7 God Emperors of the same level. The Sky Array said confidently. His current strength might be much weaker than before, but in terms of potential it was dozens or even hundreds of times greater than before. This was especially so for his bloodline, the Dragon Wizard. He could easily control the 7 attributes. As long as he was given some time, he could set up the sky-reaching formation in the center of the Imperial Court. The most powerful thing for a formation master and a powerful wizard was not to attack, but to give him enough time to set up the formation in one place. When the formation was activated, it could connect the heaven and earth, and its defensive effect was extremely powerful. Are we going to attack the Imperial Court? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at the location outside the abyss. We can't stay in the abyss forever. The world outside the abyss is our world. He looked at Lan Qingyue with a smile and said, "Control the Imperial Star Field?" Lan Qingyue's eyes sparkled. "Control the Imperial Star Field." Wang Xian nodded his head heavily. "Kill them now. Charge over immediately." A cold and eerie voice came out of Wang Xian's mouth. The Dragon Palace could not stay in the abyss forever. Facing the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association, the Dragon Palace had to be fully prepared. After occupying the center of the Imperial Court, with the Grotto Heaven blessed land and the huge amount of energy in the Imperial Court, the Heaven Formation alone could fend off 6 to 7 god-level emperors. What kind of concept was this? One person guarding a region. If he could block 6 or 7 god emperors, the Dragon Palace would not be afraid even if the Imperial Court and the Success Wizard Association joined forces. "I'll get Little Blue to communicate with the 2 god emperors and abyss seeds," Lan Qingyue immediately said and flew to Little Blue's body. Woo woo. Soon, the sound of communication was heard. Roar, roar, roar. The 2 abyss seeds did not hesitate at all when they heard Lan Qingyue's suggestion. They immediately agreed. Xiao Xian, they have agreed. In the future, when we occupy the Imperial Star Field, they will occupy the abyss. The domain of the Sea of Abyss will also be given to them. Soon, Lan Qingyue flew back and spoke to Wang Xian. "All right, with this group of abyss seeds, with our strength, the Imperial Court will not be able to withstand them." Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he said. He really wanted to know how the Dragon Palace would react when they led the Abyss Army to the front of the Imperial Court's vast palace. How would the entire Imperial Star Field react? In the future, the Imperial Star Field will have a new ruler, he muttered as he scanned his surroundings. Ao Yao, Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, Ao Xingmu, Ba Qi, and Mo Sha. Bring the resources back to the Dragon Palace immediately and raise their combat strength to the Divine Emperor level. The rest of the disciples of the Dragon Palace will follow me on my expedition. Wang Xian raised his arm and shouted loudly. "It's the Dragon King." The members of the Dragon Palace immediately shouted. Roar! Roar! Beside them, the 2 God Emperor Abyssal Seeds let out an excited roar and gave out orders to all their subordinates. Roar! Roar! The response from the entire sky rang out. "Let's go!" Wang Xian shouted softly. His body moved and landed on Xiao Lan's body. All the members of the Dragon Palace flew towards Xiao Lan's body. "Dragon King, I'll bring the flaming celestial star along. When the time comes, I'll let the Heaven Thunder, Earth Fire, Dragon and Phoenix Seed to control it. It can fight against a celestial emperor." The Heaven Array moved and flew towards the flaming celestial star. The Imperial Court of the Flaming Celestial Star didn't have the chance to take it with them. There were also many large-scale war machines and battleships that they didn't take with them. Wang Xian put them away one by one. His target was the Imperial Court. "If I fly at full speed, I'll need 5 days to reach the center of the Imperial Court. That's enough time." With the little blue house opening the black hole, all the abyssal seeds would be teleported over. They would arrive in 5 days. That was enough time. "Is there any news from the Witch Formation Association?" At the same time, in the vast palace at the center of the Imperial Court, the entire hall was filled with a solemn atmosphere. 3 figures sat on the divine thrones. There was no light enveloping them, so they just sat there quietly. In front of them, 21 guardians of the Imperial Court and more than 180 elders stood there with extremely ugly expressions. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the past, the elders of the Imperial Court were not qualified to stand here.
But this time, they had lost more than 40 guardians of the imperial court. It was tragic.
Great Ancestor, they are about to reach the Magus Union. However, if the Magus Union makes preparations before rushing over, it will take at least half a month.
The Great Protector of the imperial court reported in a deep voice.
Half a month. The God Emperor on the left clenched his hands tightly on the divine seat, his eyes filled with killing intent. Then we will wait for half a month. In half a month, it will be the time when the Dragon Palace will be destroyed. The Emperor in the center said emotionlessly. It's Great Ancestor. I asked all the disciples to prepare for revenge. The Great Protector of the imperial court nodded heavily. In half a month, we will sacrifice the heads of everyone in the Dragon Palace to the spirit of Old Yen in the sky. The Emperor on the right said coldly.
Wait for half a month. As the Emperor of the imperial court said that, his figure slowly disappeared. The other two celestial emperors looked at each other and also slowly disappeared. After the three great ancestors left, only the peak experts of the imperial court were left in the hall.
Great Protector, what should we do now?
After a moment of silence in the hall, an elder could not help but ask. Stabilize the disciples' state of mind and prepare for the big battle in half a month, the Great Protector said with a solemn face. Right now, our disciples' momentum is completely gone. Releasing some news to increase their fighting spirit and hatred is also a great motivation. A protector beside him said. Then what about above the brain?
Now, the brain is completely in chaos.
An elder beside him said.
Just like above the brain, release some news and ignore the rest. In half a month, they will naturally witness everything.
The great guardian shook his head. Wait until we form the Shaman Association in half a month. We must make sure that Dragon Palace dies in that place. Killing them like that is too easy. Lock them up and torture them for tens of thousands of years. That's right. We can't let them die so easily. We've lost too much in this battle. We must make all the people in Dragon Palace beg for death. In the Great Hall, a group of guardian elders roared with murderous intent on their faces. Wait for half a month. Half a month later, it would be the day of their revenge. The imperial court has been completely defeated. At least dozens of guardians of the imperial court have died. Countless experts of the imperial court have been killed. It's too tragic.
At the end, I heard that the Dragon Palace besieged a God Emperor of our imperial court. I don't know the exact situation.
The Dragon Palace is too powerful.
They are too powerful. Our imperial court was defeated.
Too many people died. Our imperial court was defeated. What will happen next?
Will the abyss continue to expand? Will it devour our entire imperial star field?
At this moment, the news of the imperial court's defeat had spread all over the AI. The news of the death of the imperial court's powerhouses, the death of guardians, and the death of countless disciples were discussed crazily on the AI. Everyone felt a little crazy and incredulous. The power of the Dragon Palace made their scalps go numb and they were horrified. The news of those who cursed the Dragon Palace had completely disappeared. At this moment, there was only deep fear.
The belief of the imperial court had collapsed. Some people felt that their belief had been shattered.
Panic spread in the imperial star area. Would the abyss devour them in the future? Devour the imperial star area?
The entire imperial star area fell into panic.
In the grand hall of the vast palace, some guardian elders flew out to comfort the army of the imperial court. Some of the guardian elders had a bad look on their faces when they saw the information on the artificial intelligence.
Some were terrified while others said that the imperial court was incompetent. Some even asked what the woman on the terrifying beast in the abyss meant.
Was it the powerhouses of the imperial court who provoked them first?
The Dragon Palace has already guessed that we will join hands to form the Wizard Association. There's no need to hide it. Just tell them directly to appease the people of the Imperial Star area.
A guardian said faintly. During the Battle of the Abyss, the heavenly array god emperor appeared out of nowhere in the Dragon Palace and helped the Dragon Palace defeat our imperial court. Hundreds of millions of disciples were killed, a great ancestor was killed, and more than 40 protectors were left in the abyss forever. Our imperial court was defeated in this battle, but we will pay back the grudge of this battle 10 times or 100 times in half a month. We will unite with the Sky Shaman realm to form the Wizard Association, destroy the Dragon Palace, the Sky Array God Emperor, and all the Abyss Seeds to pacify everything. Only half a month.
On the panicking and chaotic AI, the Imperial Court released a message.
When they saw this message, everyone's faces were shocked.
The Sky Array God Emperor? It's the Sky Array God Emperor from the Fallen Emperor battlefield. Isn't he already dead? He actually helped the Dragon Palace fight against us. Oh my god, a great ancestor of the Imperial Court has fallen. That was a divine emperor-level existence, but he actually fell. More than 40 protectors have fallen.
Hiss. That Tianqian Divine Emperor was a famous expert of our resplendent star field back then. He actually didn't die and even joined the Dragon Palace. No wonder our Imperial Court was defeated. This is the Tianqian Divine Emperor who swept through all corners. The Tianqian Celestial Emperor hadn't fully recovered his strength yet. After the Witch Formation Association arrived, the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association could easily destroy them.
The Witch Formation Association will come in half a month. In half a month, it will be time for us to take revenge.
Oh, I see. I saw the guardians of the Imperial Court desperately resist the Dragon King and Tianqian Celestial Emperor in the Battle of the Abyss. Let the ordinary disciples escape first. They are the heroes of the Imperial Court. In half a month, we must tear the Dragon Palace into pieces. Half a month. I hope that this half a month will pass as soon as possible. I hope to see the Dragon Palace destroyed as soon as possible.
This piece of information from the Imperial Court also completely stabilized the hearts of everyone in the Imperial Star area.
However, the intensity of this battle also caused the entire Imperial Star area to tremble. Even the Divine Emperor was damaged, and more than 40 Guardians died. It was too terrifying.
This made everyone in the Imperial Star area look forward to their arrival in half a month's time. They looked forward to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the heavenly arrayed Divine Emperor being punished. The citizens of the Imperial Star area quickly stabilized. The disciples and experts of the Imperial Court were also stabilized. The flames of revenge made them even stronger. Everyone was looking forward to their arrival in half a month's time.
Boom, boom, boom.
However, in the entire Imperial Court and the Imperial Star area, two behemoths led countless abyssal seeds and flew out of the abyss, crossing the void.
Their speed was very fast. It was not rare for abyssal seeds to fly out of the abyss. However, it was probably something that no one could have imagined that all of them would fly out of the abyss and fly toward the center of the Imperial Court.
In their opinion, at this moment, the abyss seeds were expanding the abyss and expanding their territory.
They will take our lives in half a month.
Hehe. On Xiaolan's body, the heaven array was standing beside Wang Xian. Looking at the messages on the AI, his face was filled with mockery.
I'm afraid they will have to flee dejectedly in less than half a month. Wang Xian took a look and said mockingly, in half a month, the Dragon Palace would be able to do many things. Ao Qitian and the rest would be able to break through. They would be able to conquer the central palace of the Imperial Court. They would be able to set up a formation.
Half a month was sufficient.
Woo woo. Time flew by quickly. 2 days later, Xiaolan, who was beneath her, let out a roar. An incomparably huge black hole appeared in front of them. Its body slowly drilled into the black hole. Countless abyss creatures followed behind it and drilled into the black hole. Hiss, look, what is that?
What is that? The Cold Sky Water Peak was a massive mountain peak that was comparable to a planet.
On the mountain peak, endless waterfalls flowed down, forming a rainbow in the sky. This place was a very famous tourist spot in the Imperial Star area. At this moment, because of the Battle of the Abyss, the number of people on the Cold Sky Water Peak wasn't many. But even if it wasn't many, there were still more than 100 million people.
All of a sudden, a middle-aged man stared at the void in front of him, his eyes wide and his face full of shock.
In front of him, a black hole that covered an area of more than 100 million kilometers appeared directly in the void. A terrifying aura came from the deep black hole. What's going on? Why did a black hole suddenly appear? What's going on? The middle-aged man's words attracted the attention of many people. When they looked over, their eyes immediately widened, and their eyes were filled with shock. Woo woo. At this moment, A voice that sounded like ancient times came from within. Everyone's bodies trembled as they felt a great terror descend.
Soon after, an incomparably huge figure drilled out from within.
When everyone saw this huge object, they felt their scalps go numb.
What is this?
A space beast.
A young man's body trembled as he spoke.
Everyone within the cold sky water peak looked over, their eyes wide open.
Woo-woo. In the next moment, another huge creature came out from the inside. The aura it gave off was equally terrifying. There are people on that huge beast. Look quickly. Suddenly, an expert pointed at the top of the huge beast and shouted with his eyes wide open.
Roar, roar. However, what happened next caused their bodies to tremble. In the black hole, many abyssal seeds that gave off a powerful murderous aura and bloody aura came out. One by one, densely packed.
This is.
Everyone on Cold Sky Water Peak looked on in horror. After a full minute, all the abyssal seeds inside the black hole flew out. One could not see the end of it. Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? Or even more. Woo-woo. That terrifying group of existences did not stay any longer and continued to fly forward.
Gulp.
Until the two giant beasts disappeared from sight. Until all the abyssal seeds disappeared from sight. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Unknowingly, their backs were already filled with cold sweat. That's the Dragon Palace. That's the abyssal seeds in the abyss. Where are they going?
Where are they going? A middle-aged man was somewhat agitated and said with a trembling voice.
That's the direction of the Imperial Court, the direction of the Imperial Court. They actually flew out of the abyss to attack the Imperial Court.
An old man shouted loudly.
Hiss! Everyone took a deep breath as their expressions kept changing.
The Dragon Palace had led all the abyssal seeds to attack the Imperial Court. How could the Imperial Court defend against them?
Dragon King, we have already entered the densely populated area of the planet. I reckon that our news will reach the Imperial Court very soon. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue, who was on Xiaolan's body, looked at the map on the AI and said to Wang Xian,
It doesn't matter if it reaches there. I just want to know if the Imperial Court will dare to resist us. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile,
Look, that's the Dragon Palace. It's the people from the Dragon Palace and countless abyss seeds. Hiss! Why did the abyss seeds come out from the abyss? What are they trying to do? Oh my God! This.
As Wang Xian and the rest were getting closer to the center of the Imperial Court, there were more and more life planets around them. When the people on the planet saw Wang Xian and his team, their faces were filled with shock and fear.
The abyssal seeds have flown out from the abyss. They are flying toward the center of the Imperial Court under the leadership of the Dragon Palace. It's too terrifying. There are countless abyssal seeds and terrifying gigantic beasts. That aura is suffocating. Hiss! When that terrifying army arrived at the side of our planet, all the people below God Lord fainted. Their power is too terrifying. The AI was the fastest place to spread information. When the people of the Imperial Court discovered that the army of abyssal seeds and the army of the Dragon Palace were flying toward the center of the Imperial Court, they immediately sent the information to the AI.
This news made everyone boil. The abyss species and the Dragon Palace were directly attacking.
They were attacking. At this speed, it would not be long before they reached the center of the Imperial Court.
How could the Imperial Court, which was already defeated, withstand the attack of the Dragon Palace and the abyss species? What would the Imperial Court do next?
In half a month, the Imperial Court said that they would destroy the Dragon Palace and the abyss species in half a month.
Now,
everyone was a little embarrassed but also a little panicked. Now that the Dragon Palace and the abyssal seed were attacking, how could the Imperial Court defend against them?
Great Guardian, this is bad. The Dragon Palace and the abyssal seed are attacking us. They are attacking us.
In the vast palace of the Imperial Court, a terrified voice sounded. A middle-aged man ran in and reported to the Great Guardian of the Imperial Court. What? The Great Guardian, who was dealing with everything, immediately stood up with a shocked expression on his face. Great Guardian, look! Look! The middle-aged man took out the artificial intelligence and presented it in front of the Great Guardian. Looking at the information on the artificial intelligence, the Great Guardian's expression kept changing and finally completely sank. Huff, huff, huff. His breathing was a little hurried as he clenched his fists. Great Protector, Great Protector. At this moment, the Imperial Court's protectors and elders flew over one by one, their expressions extremely ugly. Let's go and report to Great Ancestor. The Imperial Court's Great Protector looked at everyone with an ugly expression as he said. Everyone was slightly silent as they followed behind and flew towards the vast divine hall in the center. 10 minutes later, the 3 celestial emperors of the Imperial Court and the guardian elders of the Imperial Court sat in the hall with gloomy expressions. The atmosphere was a little heavy. The emperor in the center closed his eyes and leaned back on his chair. The Dragon Palace and countless abyssal creatures had attacked. What could the Imperial Court do now? Order all the disciples to retreat. After a full 20 minutes of silence, the emperor in the center opened his eyes and said, "What? Retreat?" Everyone trembled slightly and widened their eyes. "We can only retreat. We'll come back in half a month," the God Emperor on the left side and said. With their current strength, they could not resist the attacks of the Dragon Palace and the Abyss Seed. If they resisted, everyone else might die except for the Emperor. Yes. The Great Protector of the Imperial Court gritted his teeth and said with a pale face, "Retreat." The Imperial Court had been standing in the Imperial Star Field for 600 million years. Now, they were forced to leave by the Dragon Palace and the Abyssal Seed. They were forced to become homeless dogs. This was something that no one had imagined before. But if they didn't retreat, what awaited them was destruction. "Phew, we'll go organize immediately." The Great Protector of the Imperial Court took a deep breath and flew out. A group of Imperial Court protectors and disciples followed behind. All the disciples of the Imperial Court, bring your treasures and your divine kingdom. Prepare to evacuate. In less than 10 minutes, a message was sent to all the disciples. When the disciples of the Imperial Court received the news, they were all shocked. Retreat? We're actually going to retreat from here. Retreat from here? Where are we going? The Dragon Palace and the Abyssal Seed are about to attack us. We're no match for them, so we can only retreat. Retreat? We've actually become homeless dogs. Some disciples were in a daze, their faces full of disbelief. Some disciples sighed slightly in their hearts. When they learned that the Dragon Palace and the Abyssal Seed were attacking them, they had a bad premonition. The Imperial Court was no match for the Dragon Palace and the Abyssal Seed, so they could only flee. They had left the place where they had stood for more than 600 million years. "Don't worry, we'll be back in less than half a month," some guardians and elders of the Imperial Court said firmly. "We're just trying to avoid them. We'll be back in less than half a month. All disciples, get ready quickly." Voices rang out one after another. What was the concept of moving the entire center of the Imperial Court? Just the disciples and their relatives numbered in the hundreds of billions. Their divine kingdom had to be taken away, otherwise it would be destroyed if the Dragon Palace and Abyss Seed found out. Great Guardian, it's unrealistic for the entire Imperial Court to move. The ordinary people can't leave. If there are too many people, the Dragon Palace and Abyss Seed can easily catch up. Not long after, an elder asked the Great Guardian a question. The ordinary people all give up. The core and elite disciples of the Imperial Court will leave with us. The Great Guardian said directly. This. The elder's expression paused. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. There was no other way but to do this. Tell them not to panic. The Dragon Palace and the Abyssal Seed will not harm the ordinary people. At most half a month we will come back and destroy the Imperial Court and the Abyssal Seed. The Great Guardian said expressionlessly. Yes. The elder nodded and walked out with a worried expression in his heart. Was this statement useful? It was useless. It might be possible to count on the Dragon Palace not to harm ordinary people, but was it possible to count on the Abyssal Seed not to harm ordinary people? The Abyssal Seed was bloodthirsty. Human flesh was their favorite. How could they not kill the humans of the Imperial Court? After this notice was sent out, the hearts of all the ordinary people in the Imperial Court would probably turn cold. Leaving them here was no different from sending themselves to their deaths. However, at this time they could no longer care about the lives of ordinary people.
As long as the core disciples and elite disciples were still around, the imperial court's foundation was still there.
The imperial court's orders were given, and soon, an incident that shook the entire imperial star field erupted. The imperial court has decided to retreat immediately and escape.
This time, after escaping, the imperial court will lead hundreds of billions of core and elite disciples in the direction of the Heaven Magus region.
The imperial court has stated that this time, they will not bring any ordinary people with them. In at most half a month, they will return and take control of the imperial court. 3 important pieces of information spread throughout the imperial star area and the entire AI. When everyone saw these 3 pieces of information, they were all stunned. This was especially so for the citizens of the imperial court. They felt their bodies go numb and their eyes go black. The imperial court actually decided to retreat. Moreover, they only led their elites and core disciples to retreat. The ordinary citizens told them to stay here. Hiss, the news of the Dragon Palace and the abyssal seed rushing over has just broken out, and the imperial court is going to evacuate. Only the core disciples and elite disciples followed them to flee. What about the rest of the imperial court? Those are abyssal seeds. They have no reason, only blood and thirst for blood. Without the protection of the experts of the imperial court, they might be swallowed by the abyssal seed. Is the imperial court going to abandon ordinary people and only protect the lives of elite disciples? This is too cold-hearted. This time, the imperial court could not resist the invasion of the Dragon Palace and countless abyssal seeds. If they could not resist, it was impossible for them to take all the people of the imperial court away. This is a population of several trillion people.
How could they take all of them away?
Therefore, it was expected that the imperial court would choose to give up some of them. I'm afraid that the people who were abandoned will be doomed. Abyssal seeds are bloodthirsty. Alas, I'm afraid that a disaster is coming. Some people were discussing and analyzing on the AI.
The ordinary people in the imperial court's territory felt a little disappointed and despairing. They had become abandoned children and people abandoned by the imperial court.
Their future was probably doomed. After all, they were abyssal seeds. The ordinary people in the imperial court's territory wanted to escape to other places in fear.
But since they were all ordinary people, it proved that they were not very strong. With their strength, where could they escape to?
This made many timid people collapse. It was impossible for the trillions of people in the imperial court's territory to escape. Now they could only wait for the arrival of fate. They did not know whether they were alive or dead.
However, there was one thing that they had already felt cold toward the imperial court. They had lost their sense of belonging to the imperial court.
That was because the imperial court did not put them in their eyes at all.
Countless people began to question the imperial court on the artificial intelligence system. At this time, someone asked some questions. The female owner of the behemoth system was a human. Why was she an enemy of the imperial court? The female owner said that the imperial court had been hunting them for years and had almost died several times. Now they were taking revenge. Was this true?
Was it true that the Dragon King said that the imperial court wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace? The first and second points might not be confirmed, but the third point was that the Dragon Palace said that the imperial court wanted to destroy them, but it was speculated that it might be true. The World Margin sect broke the rules and attacked the disciples of the Dragon Palace. The imperial court protected the World Margin sect. The Night God Emperor directly killed the disciple of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, but the imperial court ignored it. It was obvious that they were also siding with the Night Clan. From all these points of view, if the imperial court did not have a problem with the Dragon Palace, they would have come out to stop it.
No matter how strong the Night Emperor was, he had to give face to the imperial court. Even if the imperial court said that they would not kill the disciple of the Dragon King, the Night Emperor would not dare to do so.
There were so many people that many people in the imperial court thought that it was because the imperial court wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace would take revenge.
And this kind of voice was increasing.
The reason for this was that the court of emperor had abandoned the ordinary people. A few trillion people, even 1% of them, were dissatisfied with the court of emperor's actions, was enough to cause a great commotion. If the court of emperor didn't treat them as their own people, why would they speak up for the court of emperor?
Especially when it was related to their own lives. The entire AI seemed to be in a riot. Countless people in the court of emperor's domain were sending out all kinds of messages, and there were even many people who were cursing at the court of emperor.
Great Guardian, the AI is in complete chaos now. I heard that some planets are also in chaos.
Many people are dissatisfied with our actions. In the sky above the central area of the imperial court, countless divine kingdoms floated, and there were countless disciples of the imperial court around them.
At the very front, a guardian said to the Great Guardian,
"Ignore them. Our foundation is not that of these ordinary people. They can shout as they wish. After half a month, when we return, they will still have to obey."
The great protector of the imperial court said coldly.
The people beside him nodded slightly and scanned their surroundings.
All the disciples of the imperial court were preparing to bring their divine kingdoms and family members to escape. Wang! Not long after, 3 vast figures appeared in the void in front of them. When the protectors saw this, they immediately flew over. "Great Ancestor!"
They respectfully called out.
"N." The leader of the imperial court faintly nodded as he looked at everything below. Today was a humiliation to the imperial court.
"It's a pity that our imperial court's island cannot be taken away,"
the God Emperor on the right said.
"It doesn't matter if we take it or not. We'll be back in half a month at most."
The God Emperor on the left said faintly, "I hope the Dragon Palace doesn't destroy this place. Otherwise, I'll make them suffer thousands of tortures." The God Emperor on the right looked at the vast buildings below. The Imperial Court Island was too huge. Even if they were God Emperors, they couldn't take it away.
They would not be able to take away the buildings on it.
They would not even be able to take away the grotto heaven and blessed land here. However, it did not matter. They would return in half a month. I hope that the experts from the Magus Union will arrive as soon as possible.
Around them, the Imperial Court's protectors and experts clenched their fists and said, "Get ready, evacuate." It took a full day for the Imperial Court's disciples and experts to finish packing up. There were too many people.
There were also too many things to bring.
Above the Imperial Court's island, there were countless divine kingdoms floating in the air. Every divine kingdom was exuding a powerful might.
When the order to retreat sounded, the entire group flew in the direction of the Heaven Magus region. 3 divine emperors were in the lead. Today, the Imperial Court was like a stray dog. This scene was transmitted to the AI by some people. This scene caused countless people to be shocked. Dragon King, the people from the Imperial Court have escaped. In the void of the Imperial Court's domain, on Shaolan's body, Prime Minister Gue looked at the AI in his hand and said with a smile,
"What a wise choice."
Wang Xian smiled and opened the AI to take a look. When he saw some of the contents, he smiled.
This was especially so for the people in the Imperial Court's domain who were disappointed by the Imperial Court's comments and replies. "Prime Minister Gue, I would like to release a message in the name of the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon Palace will not kill the ordinary people. At the same time, the Dragon Palace will restrict the Abyss species from killing the ordinary people.
In addition, tell us all about the grudges between the Dragon Palace, Qingyu, and the Imperial Court."
Wang Xian said faintly, "There was an old saying on Earth that said, 'Those who win the hearts of the people will rule the world.' Although it was not suitable in this universe where the strong preyed on the weak, Wang Xian did not want to be reviled by the humans in the Imperial Star Field.
Winning the hearts of the people would bring great benefits in the long run.
The Dragon Palace has issued a statement on the AI. Look, the Dragon Palace has issued a statement. At this moment, order was in disorder on the planets in the chaotic Imperial Court. Someone wanted to teleport to the Demon Island through the teleportation array. In everyone's eyes, the most dangerous place was the Imperial Court. However, at this moment, someone suddenly saw a statement from the Dragon Palace on the AI. After seeing this statement, they were slightly stunned, and their faces revealed a pleasantly surprised expression.
"Let's not run away, let's not run away. The Dragon Palace has issued a statement. They will not kill the innocent, but will also restrain the Abyssal Seed. The Dragon Palace has issued a statement. The Dragon Palace will lead the Abyssal Seed army to attack the Imperial Court. They will not harm the ordinary people, and at the same time they will restrain the abyssal seed from hunting and killing humans. In addition, the Imperial Court has always favored the Horizon sect and the Night Clan. Because of the existence of the Night God Emperor, the Imperial Court has decided to destroy the Dragon Palace after the end of the Abyss War. Everyone should be clear about some things. In addition, the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace, the current mistress of the Behemoth system, was chased by the Imperial Court after she accidentally left the Dragon Palace a few years ago. She fled for 3 years and was forced into the Abyss to establish the Behemoth system. The Dragon Palace has a great enmity with the Imperial Court. We won't stop until one side is destroyed. When the others heard that the Dragon Palace suddenly made a statement, they were stunned and immediately opened their artificial intelligence to check. When they saw the information on it, everyone in the Imperial Court looked extremely excited. The Dragon Palace will restrain the abyssal seed. That's good, that's good. That way our lives won't be in danger. I see. No wonder the Dragon Palace and the Imperial Court will fight to the death. It turns out that the Imperial Court wants to destroy the Dragon Palace, and the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace is actually being hunted by the Imperial Court. That woman of the giant beast is able to control 2 huge divine emperors. I didn't expect it to be the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace, the wife of the Dragon King. No wonder the abyssal seed suddenly attacked us. It turns out that the Imperial Court wants to destroy the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace, and it's the Dragon Queen's revenge. All of this disaster was caused by the Imperial Court. Support the Dragon Palace, kill the Imperial Court, kill them, fuck. The people in the Imperial Court's domain discussed and replied with pleasant surprise. Some of the irritable people and those who were dissatisfied with the Imperial Court started to support the Dragon Palace directly. Most of the people were relieved that the Dragon Palace forbade the abyssal seed to kill them. At the same time, they also understood some of the grudges between the Imperial Court and the Dragon Palace and the abyssal seed. If the statement made by the Dragon Palace was true, then the disaster this time was entirely caused by the Imperial Court itself. Great Guardian, the Dragon Palace actually made a statement on the AI to win over the people's hearts. Should we delete their information? At this moment, in a starry sky of the Imperial Court, the mighty void that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles was filled with the powerhouses and disciples of the Imperial Court. An elder flew to the front of the great protector of the Imperial Court and said with a gloomy face, Don't worry about it. Deleting it directly will only make things worse. Our Imperial Court has stood in the Imperial Star Field for more than 600 million years. As long as we return, these are trivial matters. How can the Dragon Palace be shaken in a short time? The great protector of the Imperial Court said with a cold face. The other protectors also nodded slightly. They didn't take the Dragon Palace's statement seriously at all. They had more than 600 million years of foundation in the Imperial Star area. As long as they could return, some information on the artificial intelligence system would disappear immediately. Some stupid things. After we return, use the artificial intelligence system to find them and send them to work on the Spirit Vein planet one by one. However, a few protectors looked at some of the information on the artificial intelligence system and said with cold faces. Although they didn't care about some dead fish and rotten shrimps, they were already in a bad mood. After they decided to get rid of the Dragon Palace, they would let the disciples of the Imperial Court deal with these people who spoke nonsense on the artificial intelligence system. They would let them know the consequences. The artificial intelligence system was in an uproar. The strong disciples of the Imperial Court quickly evacuated. Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace was getting closer and closer to the center of the Imperial Court. After dozens of hours, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the front of the island of the Imperial Court. The island of the Imperial Court was the largest island in the entire Imperial Star Field. It would take a Peak King God expert 1 month to fly from one side to the other. How vast was this place? The entire island of the Imperial Court was a huge treasure trove. It had a lot of heavenly paradises and blessed lands. Under the island, there were countless spirit stones and divine stones. The spiritual chi on it was very abundant. As the base of a massive force that had been established in the Imperial Star area for more than 600 million years, how could their territory be ordinary? At this moment, there weren't many people on the Imperial Court Island. It was a little austere.
Those who could live on the Imperial Court Island were all the core disciples and elite disciples of the Imperial Court. Not to mention the inner island of the island, which could only be entered by powerhouses above the godly monarch level. Little Blue gradually flew to the sky above the Imperial Court Island and looked down at the entire landscape. This Imperial Court Island can be ranked first in the entire bright starry sky. Heaven Array said while staring at the location below with sparkling eyes. Let's go to the center and check if there are any traps on the island first. Also, take over their vast palace. The Imperial Court didn't destroy any of the treasures here. They probably thought that they would be able to take back this place in half a month. Wang Xian glanced down and said with a smile, "It's impossible to take it back. Dragon King, I'll go to the center and take a look first." Heaven Array smiled and moved his body. He looked directly at the vast palace in the center. Qingyue, get Xiao Lan's little house to suppress the abyssal seed. Let's go and take a look. When they approached the inner island in the center, Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue, "All right." Lan Qingyue nodded and immediately instructed Xiao Lan's little house. "Let's go. Let's fly down. The Imperial Court's lair is very beautiful and vast." Soon, Wang Xian led Lan Qingyue and the rest towards the vast palace below. The mountain peaks, flowing water, and white clouds were extremely beautiful. The entire inner island of the Imperial Court could be compared to a large planet. Wang Xian followed the fluctuation of the spiritual energy and arrived at the blessed lands of the Imperial Court. He checked out the various treasured lands. The entire island of the Imperial Court was extremely huge. Even the location of the vast palace in the center was huge. Took him a full 2 hours to browse through all of them. The entire vast palace was majestic and magnificent. This was the most stunning palace that Wang Xian had ever seen. Dragon King, there's a blessed land here. It's located below the mountain peak of the vast palace. At this moment, the voice of the Heaven Array suddenly sounded. "Oh!" When Wang Xian heard the words of the heavens formation, he flew to his side. "Dragon King, it's over here. This should be an extremely important grotto heaven-blessed land of the Imperial Court." The heavens formation moved and brought him to the back. At the back of the mountain, there were unending mountain peaks with palaces built on them. This was a fairyland, a true fairyland. "Dragon King, it's here." Soon, they arrived in front of a mountain peak. On the mountain peak, the Emperor God Palace was written. There was an entrance at the bottom. When the two of them entered, they were immediately greeted by a vast aura. "This is..." Wang Xian stared at the location below, his eyes flashing. "Dragon King, this is the Void God Country, a huge Void God Country," Tian Chan said with a smile as he looked around. "If I'm not wrong, this should be a second-rank Void God Emperor Void God Nation." The master of the God Nation might have already fallen. The entire God Nation is located above a God vein. The entire God vein nourishes this Void God Nation. Within this God Nation, it is easier to break through. The cultivation speed is only slightly slower than the current Dragon Palace. This Void God Country is definitely a supreme treasure. It is not of much use to us, but to Ao Crab and the others, it is an opportunity for them to break through. "Dragon King, this is a pleasant surprise for us." The Heaven Array was slightly excited. A rank 2 Void God Emperor God Country was not of much use to him. But he knew that to Ao Crab and the Devouring Dragon, it was extremely precious. Ao Crab had devoured the Void Divine Kingdom of the Night God Emperor not long ago. However, a level 1 Divine Kingdom of the Void God Emperor was not enough to increase his strength. There was still one more to go. And this level 2 Divine Kingdom of the Void God Emperor was equivalent to 10 level 1 Void God Emperors. In other words, just this level 2 Divine Kingdom of the Void God Emperor was enough to increase the combat strength of 5 Devouring Dragons to level 1 Divine Emperor. "Have you checked inside? Is the entire Divine Kingdom intact?" Wang Xian's eyes lit up as he asked immediately. "Dragon King, there are some flaws in the Divine Kingdom. This is a light-attributed Void Kingdom. It is obvious that some of the treasures in the Divine Kingdom have been taken away. Even so, it shouldn't be a problem for the 3 Devouring Dragons to increase their combat strength to Celestial the Arch." Heaven Array said with a smile on his face. All right. 3 is already a lot. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement as he laughed out loud.
Dragon King, I have pretty much investigated the entire central island. Next, I will build a large-scale array formation on each and every divine vein and spirit vein. Time is a little tight. I will go and set it up immediately. The heaven array formation immediately said.
Yes, go. Wang Xian nodded. His body moved and he immediately flew out. Ao Crab.
He shouted softly and summoned Ao Crab over. When Ao Crab learned that there was a level 2 divine kingdom of the void god realm here, he walked horizontally in excitement and pounced into the divine kingdom to start devouring it. Little Xian, this imperial court is simply too beautiful. There is an ocean here and there are many islands in this ocean. It is too beautiful. After we occupy this place, we can move the main dragon palace here.
Lan Qingyue flew over and pointed in a direction as she spoke to Wang Xian. I'll go over and take a look.
Wang Xian smiled and looked to the right.
On the right, there was an ocean. The entire ocean wasn't very big. It had a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers and there were many islands on it. Every island was exceptionally beautiful. This place is really beautiful. We can rest and play here in the future. Xu Qing and the rest will be overjoyed if they know. Lan Qingyue said with a smile on her face. After staying in the abyss for a few years, this place was like heaven to her. All right, I will build a dragon palace here. Tell them to come over immediately. Wang Xian smiled and moved his body, entering the ocean directly. It was easy to build a dragon palace and it was done in no time. You take care of the matters here. I'll go and call Xu Qing and the rest.
Lan Qingyue said happily and left through the teleportation formation immediately. Prime Minister Gue. Wang Xian called Prime Minister Gue over. Dragon King, I'm making a map of the Imperial Court Island. The map of the central island has been completed.
Prime Minister Gue came to the Dragon Palace and said with a smile. Yes.
Let all the disciples familiarize themselves with the central island. In the future, this is also the place where the disciples of the Dragon Palace are active. After I have complete control over it, I will transfer the main Dragon Palace to this place.
Wang Xian nodded. In the next few days, you must check the situation in the surrounding void and prepare for the upcoming battle. Yes, Dragon King. I will go and prepare now. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head.
Wang Xian stood up and flew out as well. He continued to browse the situation of the central island of the Imperial Court and the vast palace. Time passed day by day. The Dragon Palace had a thorough understanding of the central island.
Lan Qingyue and the other girls began to play around under the leadership of the Empress Star and her mother.
The central island of the Imperial Court was less than 1/20th of the places that the Empress Star had visited.
This made the girls very happy. The only pity was that the entire central island was deserted and there were very few people.
However, under Feng Wan's leadership, the girls had already begun to think about how to develop this place in the future.
On the intelligence system, everyone already knew that the Dragon Palace and the Abyssal Seed had already entered the Imperial Court Island. The Abyssal Seed did not riot, which made everyone feel completely at ease. They did not know what the Dragon Palace was doing on the Imperial Court Island.
However, some people guessed that the Dragon Palace might be preparing to fight to the death with the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association on the Imperial Court Island.
This made many people talk about the upcoming battle. Would the Dragon Palace and the Witch Formation Association destroy them? Many people thought highly of the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association. More accurately, they thought highly of the Witch Formation Association. The Witch Formation Association ranked in the top 3 among the 7 forces in the starry sky tens of millions of years ago. Because of the Battle of the Fallen Emperor, their ranking dropped immediately.
In that case, they were still stronger than the Imperial Court and were still extremely terrifying.
Tens of millions of years ago, they had been able to destroy the Tianqin Divine Emperor. Now, the Tianqin Divine Emperor hadn't recovered to his peak, and he was even able to destroy him. The entire Imperial Star area was paying attention to the war that was going to happen in half a month.
No one was cursing the Dragon Palace in the artificial intelligence system.
Whether it was the people in the other parts of the Imperial Star area or the people in the Imperial Court's territory, they all knew that this was the enmity between the Imperial Court and the Dragon Palace. It had nothing to do with the ordinary people.
The Dragon Palace hadn't hurt the ordinary people and the imperial court had abandoned them. Naturally, they wouldn't show any favoritism. In their opinion, the winner and loser wouldn't have much impact on the ordinary people. Stationed in this void. In the vast void to the north of the imperial court, there was an extremely huge team that spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers. At the front, an order was given and everyone immediately stopped. At the very front was a palace that spanned hundreds of kilometers. At this moment, the palace was emitting light. At the center of the palace, the 3 celestial thearchs of the imperial court were standing there. In front of them stood 6 figures. Beside them, there were dozens of people standing respectfully behind them. The figures in front of the 3 celestial thearchs of the imperial court were not real. This group of figures was currently located in the distant Heaven Magus region. We have already confirmed that that is the celestial the Arch of Heaven array. The 6 figures in front of them were dressed in uniform black clothes. On their chests was written the word, shaman. At that moment, the 6 figures had ugly expressions as they stood there with embarrassed expressions. The Heaven Array God Emperor was not dead yet. When this news reached them, their heads buzzed and their expressions were extremely embarrassed. Especially the middle-aged man on the left, his expression was even uglier. Back then, Sky Formation was the most powerful existence in the Sky Wizard region. He wasn't a member of the Wizard Association, but he was able to contend against the entire Wizard Association by himself. Sky Formation's path was the same as the Wizard Association's path to become a wizard. His relationship with the Wizard Association wasn't very bad. On the contrary, it was very good. The existence of the Sky Array was also the reason why the Witch Formation Society was powerful among the forces in the resplendent starry sky. Later, when they learned that the Sky Array God Emperor had obtained a supreme treasure related to wizards in the 8 wastelands, they could not help but be greedy. That battle had caused great damage to the Witch Formation Society. It was to the extent that they had not fully recovered until now. Now that they knew that Tianqin was still alive, they felt their scalps go numb. With their grudges, a great battle was unavoidable. However, what made them slightly relieved was that Tianqin God Emperor had yet to recover to his peak. Naturally, we won't lie to the Witch Formation Association. Wizards, now that we are enemies with Tianqin God Emperor, he is currently staying in a faction of the Dragon Palace. He has colluded with the Abyss Seed and the Dragon Palace in the Abyss. Tianqin, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, and the 2 giant beast war pets of the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace are both at the God Emperor level. One of the giant beast war pets has the strength of a Tier 2 Divine Emperor. Other than them, there are 2 other Divine Emperor level Abyss Seeds. In addition, the Sky Formation Divine Emperor is very strange. According to our guesses, these 3 avatars are all the Sky Formation Divine Emperor. As the monarch spoke, he waved his arm, and 3 figures appeared: the 5-element Sky Formation, the Wind-Thunder Sky Formation, and the Light-Darkness Sky Formation. This is the Magus Lord of the Magus Union, who called himself a Magus, stared at the figures of the 3 heavenly formation God Emperors. His eyes widened and they kept changing. That's a dragon's head. It's a dragon's head. A dragon's head that's exactly the same as the divine dragon. What great fortune did this heavenly formation obtain? Legend has it that the Gold Ancestor Magus had 2 golden dragons under his feet, the Wood Ancestor Magus had 2 azure dragons under his feet, and the Fire Ancestor Magus had 2 fire dragons under his feet. Divine Dragon Phenomenon, Ancestral Magus trait? A God Emperor of the Magus Union could not help but growl. Divine Dragon Phenomenon? Ancestral Sorcerer's special characteristics. The dozens of people behind him raised their heads and looked at him in a daze. Monarch, in 7 days we will arrive at the Imperial Star Field. At that time we will destroy them. Use all the strength of our Magus Union. The Magus Union's breathing quickened as he spoke. Good. Now that we've been forced into the boundless void by the Dragon Palace, we should be able to meet up in 5 days. The monarch immediately said. Okay, we'll go prepare immediately. The wizard nodded heavily. With a wave of his arm, their figures disappeared. Monarch, the Wizard Association is very afraid of the Tianqin Celestial Emperor. After their figures disappeared, a Celestial Emperor beside the monarch revealed a smile. Heavenly Array's Celestial Emperor is too powerful.
Back then, he swept through the Heaven Magus region's 8 Desolates domain. Furthermore, Heavenly Array's celestial emperor seemed to have obtained some fortuitous encounter. His head and arms all have the appearance of a divine dragon.
It's quite mystical.
Legend has it that several ancestral magi possess the divine dragon phenomenon. The monarch's eyes flickered as he said, "We'll wait here quietly. 5 days later, the Magus Union will arrive. 7 days later, we'll destroy the Dragon Palace and the others." He murmured, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Boom! 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 Time passed quietly, and waves of terrifying power spread out from a mountain range in the imperial court. Roar! 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 Roar!
Roar!
Roar! Excited roars came from a cave. Soon after, 3 huge creatures crawled out from the cave. They had razor-sharp claws and ferocious heads. They were emitting a ferocious aura. Aohe and the rest had broken through. Shaoxian, that place is the training ground that I entered after I became the Empress. I broke through to the godly monarch realm there. The Empress was floating in the sky with a surprised expression as she spoke to Wang Xian. That place is indeed a treasure land. Wang Xian smiled faintly and looked at Aohe and the rest. Roar!
Dragon King!
Aohe and the rest flew over with excitement and respect.
Let's go back to the Dragon Palace to get used to it.
Wang Xian smiled and said to them, "It's the Dragon King."
Aohe nodded and immediately flew towards the Dragon Palace.
Little Xian, Ao Chitian and the rest in the Dragon Palace should be almost done with their advancement, right? Lan Qingyue stood at the side and asked Wang Xian. Yes, almost done. We will be able to succeed tomorrow. After tomorrow, the people from the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association should be arriving soon. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a cold gaze, "As long as we fend off their attacks, this starry sky will be ours." Hee. The Imperial Star Field was abnormally excited.
She was born here and had deep feelings for this place. Moreover, once the Dragon Palace took control of this place, her status as an Imperial Star Lady would not be comparable to that of the previous Imperial Star Ladies.
With her relationship with the Dragon King and the Dragon Queens, the Dragon Palace Divine Emperors were very polite to her. In the future, she would be the true eldest miss of the Imperial Star Field. How fun would it be to hold a concert with Inxian and travel around the world? Let's go back to the Dragon Palace. Let's get ready.
Wang Xian patted Celestial Emperor's head and flew toward the Dragon Palace with a smile.
Is this another tempo? Lan Qingyue looked at Celestial Emperor, then at the group of girls beside her and asked with a smile.
More or less.
Tang Inxian smiled at the side. What are you guys talking about? Di Xingnu looked at Lan Qingyue, Tang Inxian, and the others, puzzled.
It's nothing. Let's go, my benefactor goddess. Lan Qingyue smiled and held Di Xingnu's arm.
Di Xingnu could be considered her and Lingxiu's benefactor. If it weren't for her, they might have died in that chase. Therefore, their relationship with Di Xingnu was very good. Greetings, Dragon King.
Greetings, Dragon King.
In the main Dragon Palace in the depths of the abyss, all the leaders of the Dragon Palace were standing respectfully in front of them. Among them, the ones with the strongest aura were Tiancheng, Ao Chitian, Ao Qi, Ao Yao, Ao Xingmu, Ba Qi, Mo Sha, and the 3 devouring dragons. They were already existences at the Divine Emperor level. Heaven Array alone was equivalent to 3. Including Ao Yao, the 9 of them, and Wang Xian, there were a total of 13.
Including Little Blue, there were a total of 15.
15 Void God Emperors.
This was the current strength of the Dragon Palace.
This strength far surpassed the previous Imperial Court. Even if it was a one-on-one fight against the Witch Association, the Dragon Palace was not afraid.
The final battle is about to begin. We cannot lose this battle.
Wang Xian looked at the members of the Dragon Palace and said with a solemn expression, "It's the Dragon King." The members of the Dragon Palace immediately roared. Next, let's discuss the matter of the battle. Wang Xian said, "Dragon King, currently we have a 60% chance of winning this battle. The Heaven Array formation has been set up. After testing, it can fight against 8 first-level Void God Realm experts. Activate the formation. The trapping formation, illusion formation, and defensive formation can completely tie down the 8 God Emperors. And on the side of the Imperial Court's Wizard Coven, 1 God Emperor can be equivalent to 2. Other than the wizard from the Wizard Coven, the Sky Array can tie down all of them. 2 God Emperors and Abyss Seeds can tie down the 2 God Emperors of the Imperial Court. We only need to deal with 2 rank 2 Void God Emperors and Wizards. Wizard Little Blue can completely fight against them, while the God Emperor needs us to fight against them. The 10 God Emperors of our Dragon Palace can completely fight against the Imperial Court's God Emperor. We can even spare a Divine Emperor to fight against some special powerful divine weapons of the Imperial Court and the Wizard Association. The explosion of the blazing divine star on our side can be comparable to a rank 1 Divine Emperor. It won't be much of a problem just to defend. Prime Minister Gue said confidently. After all, defense and offense were 2 different concepts.
Apart from that, there were also countless abyssal seeds. This was a power that could not be underestimated.
Before the start of the Great War,
the 8 malevolent
Tianchen looked at the 8-limbed demon and said,
Jia, next you see the power of our venom horned dragon,
said Octavia with a smile and a slight tilt of his head. Dragon King. Just then, outside the Dragon King's palace, Ao Shrimp shouted and immediately came in. Reporting to the Dragon King, the Thorn Dragon has sent news that the Imperial Court and the members of the Witch Formation Association have met up. They should be coming toward us soon.
Ao Shrimp reported.
Have they already started?
Wuxia's eyes flickered as he stood up slowly. Dragon King, since they are coming this way, we should prepare to take action as well.
The 8-limbed demonic fiend said immediately. All right, you guys go and get ready.
Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. Are these the members of the Witch Formation Association? Hiss, they are so terrifying. Are the few at the front space beasts? What a powerful force. The row at the front are all riding on extremely powerful godly king war beasts. There are at least 100,000 of them, right? So powerful. The Magus Union controls such a powerful trading company as the Magus Beast Pavilion. Even after experiencing the Fallen Emperor battle, they are still incomparably terrifying.
At that moment, everyone from the Imperial Court looked towards the Northern Void in unison. At the front row, 9 flags were suspended high in the starry sky. 9 flags, 9 colors, each corresponding to 9 elemental colors. There was only one word on the flags, Wu. In the front row, there were many extremely powerful experts riding on God King level battle pets. In the center, there were 2 giant elephants and 2 golden elephants. The light they emitted contained a terrifying might. Each giant elephant was dozens of kilometers in size. With such a body size, it was a space behemoth. Behind the elephant, there were 6 divine thrones. On each of the thrones sat a middle-aged man. Their bodies were not covered in light. They were wearing ordinary black clothes with the word shaman written on them.
It could be seen that they were loyal believers of the shaman.
And behind the 6 divine thrones, there was an army.
This army looked very strange. It had the wings of a bird. Human-headed beast god. Mechanical arm.
Long and sharp tail.
The third eye and even the entire arm were eyes. Wait a minute. There were all kinds of strange people. They were wizards who were chasing after powerful strength and had yet to enter the gate of witchcraft. This was the famous wizard corps of the Witch Formation Association.
Beside the wizard corps were figures dressed in black robes. There were not many of them, only a few tens of thousands of them. However, they were the dark corps that the Heaven Magus region feared. They were also known as the Curses and Poisons.
There were not many of them. There were about 400,000 of them, and with the war beasts, there were 500,000 of them. All of them were at the God King level.
This was the absolute core of the Formation Magus Union.
Magus! The monarch swept his gaze across the members of the Success Wizard Association, and his heart trembled slightly. The Success Wizard Association that had experienced the fall of the monarch battle was still so terrifying.
Monarch!
The magus in the center of the divine seat slowly stood up and his gaze swept across everyone in the imperial court. "Go straight over," he said faintly.
"Do we need to discuss this?" The monarch hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I'll have to trouble you all to come over. Please lead the way." The magus pondered for a while before saying expressionlessly, "All right." The emperor nodded and flew straight towards them. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. That was how they were now. The strength of the Success Wizard Association is so strong. I've never seen anyone weaker than an undying level 2. The strongest wizard army and dark army of the Success Wizard Association are all here, 6 God Emperors, 6. Ha ha ha, the God Emperors of the Success Wizard Association are all powerful array masters. They can fight at least 1 against 2 warriors. 6 God Emperors of the Success Wizard Association is equivalent to 12 God Emperors. Our Imperial Court and the Success Wizard Association can easily destroy the Dragon Palace. Even the Abyss Seed can kill them all. The powerful disciples of the Imperial Court swept their eyes over the members of the Wizard Association and felt their powerful power. Excitement appeared on their faces. This time, they would make the Dragon Palace pay a heavy price and make their lives worse than death. Kill them back. The great protector of the Imperial Court was also full of excitement. He raised his arm and shouted at all the disciples. "Charge back!" All the disciples of the Imperial Court who had been sullen for several days shouted with killing intent. Countless people flew toward the location of the Imperial Court's island. The Imperial Court's island was also located at the center of the Imperial Court. When they rushed toward the center, they would definitely encounter many life planets. Such a mighty team naturally attracted the attention of the humans on the planets behind the Imperial Court's territory. The people on the other planets looked at the Imperial Court's team in shock. Especially when they saw the Witch Association's team behind them, they opened their mouths slightly. Everyone from the Imperial Court has returned. The experts from the Wizard Association have also arrived. Those 2 golden elephants that are dozens of kilometers in size are so terrifying. The Imperial Court and the Wizard Association have joined forces. Hiss, 2 of the 7 big regions and 7 big forces have joined forces. The Dragon Palace is going to be in trouble. Are the Dragon Palace and the Abyss Seeds still on the Imperial Court's island? I'm afraid they're going to be finished when the Imperial Court and the Wizard Association arrive. The war is going to break out again, but this is probably the last battle. I'm afraid the Dragon Palace is doomed. The Witch Formation Association has sent out 6 God Emperors. Seeing the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association gathering and flying toward the Imperial Court's island, the people on the vital planets in the north of the Imperial Star area were discussing in shock. On the computer, everyone was also full of curiosity and surprise about the last battle. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They also knew a little about the Witch Formation Association. One could imagine their strength and foundation from the fact that they were able to open the Witch Beast Pavilion to the Imperial Court. The battle between the 2 forces besieging the Dragon Palace was the focus of the world. Haha, Dragon Palace, prepare to die. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace, and all the forces related to the Dragon Palace, wait for the judgment of our Imperial Court. At this moment, the elite core disciples of the Imperial Court were in high spirits. While they were hurrying on their way, they posted messages on the AI, and they couldn't help but look excited. Half a month ago, they had left the central island of the Imperial Court with shame. Today, they wanted to avenge themselves. The huge team moved quickly, and everyone's faces were full of fighting spirit. At the back, the members of the Wizard Association were filled with killing intent. Sky Array, Dragon King, 2 Space Beasts, and 2 Divine Emperors and Abyss Seeds. It shouldn't be a big problem. On the divine seat behind the golden elephant, the wizard heard the information from the monarch and the others and said lightly, "Wizard, even if he hasn't recovered to his peak, we can't underestimate him. He's the Sky Array Divine Emperor." On the left, the only middle-aged God Emperor of the Wizard Association said with an extremely embarrassed expression, "Of course. After all, he is the Sky Array God Emperor. We will capture him alive this time." The wizard's eyes flashed with a luster as he clenched his fists and said, "If we don't have the confidence to capture him alive, we must completely destroy him. Completely destroy him." When the middle-aged man heard his words, He slightly lost control as he growled in a low voice. His eyes were filled with blood vessels. "Don't worry," the Magus said indifferently. "Son of Heaven, don't be so afraid. US Magi seek to defy the heavens and change fate. We aren't afraid of anyone. No matter how strong Tianqian Divine Emperor is, he hasn't recovered to his peak right now, right?" A god emperor from the Magus Union said to him with a smile. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and closed his eyes slightly. His expression slowly disappeared. His name was Son of Heaven. This name was given by the Sky Formation Divine Emperor and his master. Son of Heaven, Son of Heaven. How arrogant and domineering was this name? Everyone fell silent. They looked at the position in front of them and quietly waited for the time to come.
It's not easy to deal with, brother. A group of scum is in front, not behind. If we rush over, we will be noticed. Meanwhile, on the 2 trees in the distance, a voice spoke. Even if it's not going to be easy, we have to do it. Let's go to the front and look at the Imperial Court. We can hide on some plants or creatures in the front. When the time comes, we can directly parasitize them and they won't be able to find us.
Okay, let's go.
Behind the 2 trees, a pitch-black creature with a huge mouth emerged from the trees. They moved and disappeared in an instant. Naturally, the 2 of them were Ba Qi and Mo Sha.
Dragon King. They are expected to arrive here in 5 hours. A few hours later, Prime Minister Gui said to Wang Xian, who was standing at the top of the majestic palace of the Imperial Court.
The guest has become the host. We are mainly defending while the other party is mainly attacking.
Wang Xian looked around and revealed a smile.
Haha, it's been a long time since I last saw my old friends. I wonder if they miss me. I wonder if my disciple has come.
Tianchun laughed loudly on the side, his face full of joy. A master who was killed by his disciple usually only appears in novels. Lan Qingyue said jokingly on the side.
Maybe I was a bit old and muddle-headed back then.
Tianchun laughed loudly.
After joining the Dragon Palace, it's easy for me to take revenge. I'll just greet them this time and destroy them the next time.
Come on. The Dragon Palace is the strongest. Di Xingnu clenched her fists and shouted with anticipation. Haha, all right, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace. We still have a few hours to prepare for the battle. This time, we will focus on defense. Wang Xian laughed out loud and ordered everyone. Yes. All the members of the Dragon Palace replied loudly. Roar! 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 Not far away from the surroundings, roaring sounds could be heard.
The 2 abyss seeds of the Celestial Emperor looked over and a hint of fear flashed across their eyes. There were more than a dozen of them who were on the same level as them. Fortunately, they were in an alliance. Otherwise, they would be done for. They roared and told their subordinates to behave themselves.
Reporting to the Dragon King, the powerhouses from the Great Sect, the Dragon Python Group, the Beichuan Sect, and the Ancient God Dynasty have come with their disciples. They said that they want to fight side by side with the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the report from their subordinates came from the back. Oh! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and flew toward the back. Soon, he saw the Great Sect, the Dragon Python Group, the Northern River Sect, and the Ancient God Dynasty standing there with their disciples. All of them looked a little uneasy as they held their weapons tightly. There were a total of 10 million people from the 4 major forces. They could be said to be the absolute core of the 4 major forces.
Greetings, Dragon King.
When the group of powerhouses saw Wang Xian flying over, they immediately greeted him respectfully. There's no need to be so polite. Wang Xian landed in front of them and said with a smile.
Dragon King, I heard that the powerhouses from the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association are coming soon.
The 4 of us are now on the same side as the Dragon King. We can only give birth when the Dragon Palace is alive. Therefore, we want to contribute our strength to the upcoming war. Although the strength of the 4 of us is insignificant. Forefather of last month gritted his teeth and said to Wang Xian. Now, the Dragon Palace and the Imperial Court had become archenemies. Once the Dragon Palace was destroyed, the 4 of them would definitely be destroyed as well. As for escaping, with the Imperial Court's strength, where could they escape to? Once something happened to the Dragon Palace, something would definitely happen to them. Therefore, they might as well fight side by side with the Dragon Palace. Even if they were to die together, the Dragon King would not forget them even if there was a chance of survival. There's no need to help. You guys can watch the battle from the back later.
Wuxia swept his gaze across them.
He was very appreciative of the fact that the 4 major forces were able to rush over last month.
No matter what happens in this battle, we have already decided to advance or retreat together with the Dragon Palace. Forefather of last month said to Wuxia heavily.
Advance or retreat together with the Dragon Palace.
At the back, the members of the 4 major forces roared with flushed faces.
Wuxia smiled faintly. Come to the front and watch the battle.
As he spoke, his body moved and he flew forward.
The experts from the great sect last month looked at each other and immediately led their disciples to follow behind.
Bei Shuang, go and receive your friends. When Wuxia arrived at the front, he shouted at the seats beside the group of girls.
It's Master. Bei Shuang nodded her head. When she saw her sect and the other 3 major forces, she greeted them with a smile. The reborn Bei Shuang. After the baptism of the dragon transformation pool, she now had undying level 9 battle strength. Unfortunately, she didn't evolve into a frost dragon this time.
To evolve into a frost dragon, it would depend on her luck in the future.
Bei Shuang.
Xiao Shuang, you.
Didn't you already? Frost Goddess. The Frost Goddess is still alive? Last month, when the great sect, Bei Chuan's sect, and the other powerful disciples saw Bei Shuang appear, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Master used a treasure to save me.
Bei Shuang looked at them and said with a smile.
When everyone heard their words, their hearts trembled slightly. Saved. They had personally witnessed Bei Shuang being killed by the Night God Emperor. A God Emperor killing a person naturally would not leave him any chance of survival. In other words, the Dragon King had completely resurrected Bei Shuang after his death.
What kind of treasure could do that?
It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. The Bei Chuan sect master and the others held Bei Shuang's arm slightly and said somewhat excitedly, Sect master, forefathers, and forefathers. All of you can just stay here and watch the battle.
As Bei Shuang spoke to them, he looked ahead.
Xiao Shuang, can the Dragon King and the others
withstand the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association?
Why don't they just run away and enter the Abyss? That way, they'll have a greater advantage in the Abyss battlefield.
Bei Chuan's sect master hesitated for a moment and could not help but ask.
Don't worry, sect master. We won't lose this battle. Bei Chuang said confidently. Won't lose.
All the powerful disciples of the 4 forces heard this and their eyes shone. The Dragon Palace was confident that they could resist the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association?
This.
If they could really resist, it would be a heaven-defying move.
I hope the Dragon Palace can resist. Once the Dragon Palace is destroyed, we will be killed too. Everyone prayed in their hearts.
Time passed slowly. Countless people were still discussing on the artificial intelligence system, but they did not know the specific situation.
Only the elite core disciples of the Imperial Court would occasionally release some information on the artificial intelligence system, clamoring that the Dragon Palace would be destroyed soon. Countless people were discussing. They were almost certain that the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association could easily destroy the Dragon Palace. After all, judging from the strength displayed by both parties, the difference between the Dragon Palace and the 2 major forces was simply too great.
Dragon King, the demonic Qi, and the others have succeeded.
Time ticked by. 4 hours later, Prime Minister Gui received a piece of news and reported it to Wuxia. Yes.
Wuxia smiled. This was good news.
The heaven-defying battle is about to begin. An hour later, Wuxia put away the AI at the side and narrowed his eyes as he stared ahead. At the front, the incomparably huge team slowly appeared in his line of sight. The team had already undergone a change. At the front were 2 gigantic golden elephants. The gigantic elephants were emitting light and were exceptionally eye-catching in the void. Such a scene was like an emperor patrolling. In the center were the 300,000 God King powerhouses of the Shamans Association, the well-known Wizard Corps, and the Dark Corps. On the left and right sides were the hundreds of billions of disciples of the Imperial Court. Their eyes were full of killing intent as they stared ahead.
That Dragon King didn't escape. Does he think nothing of us?
Humph. I want to see what their dragon palace can use to resist us.
At this moment, in the sky above the Imperial Court's island, the disciples of the Imperial Court also saw the army of the Dragon Palace that was waiting for them. There were countless abyssal seeds. Stop! The disciples and powerhouses of the Imperial Court shouted in surprise.
Stop!
In the sky above the Imperial Court's island, the Emperor stared ahead, looked at Wuxia and the rest, and ordered. The disciples of the Imperial Court immediately stopped. The powerhouses of the Witch Formation Association also stopped. They looked at each other from afar.
A suffocating aura spread out in the surroundings.
Sky Array, you shouldn't be alive.
The Magus slowly stood up from his divine seat. His gaze was locked onto Sky Array as he said expressionlessly,
Since I'm still alive, you will all die soon.
Sky Array stared at him and revealed a faint smile. Hee hee. I didn't expect that my disciple would advance to the Divine Emperor realm. He looked to the side and landed his gaze on the middle-aged Celestial the Arch, Son of Heaven, as he spoke without the slightest fluctuation. You
shouldn't
be alive. Son of Heaven looked at the Sky Array. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes as he clenched his teeth and roared. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that my Sky Array is still alive. The Sky Array laughed out loud.
I won't be able to live for long either. Hee hee. The wizard sensed the might from the Sky Array and smiled faintly. The situation is reversed. You guys attack while we defend.
Wuxia raised his head slightly and said, Dragon King, I don't know how you have the courage to wait for us here. However, I will definitely take your head today. The Overlord clenched his fist tightly. A light staff immediately appeared in his hand. His vast voice was filled with killing intent. I'm afraid that you guys don't have the qualifications. Wuxia looked over and said coldly,
Attack me. Let's see how my spell formation that combines cultivation and techniques is doing. Let me see if your wizard association has made any progress. And my good disciple, let me see how strong you are now. Tianchen narrowed his eyes and said with a cold gaze. His body shook and turned into two clones. Buzz. The entire central island of the Imperial Court trembled slightly and emitted a vast aura.
With our strength, what can your dragon palace use to fight us? The Imperial Court monarch stared at Tianchen and the others and roared angrily.
Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying sounds came from his body and a vast power rushed down. Let's use the strength of our dragon palace to fight with you.
Ha ha ha. Today, let our dragon palace experience the strength of the two top forces in the starry sky. Wuxia laughed out loud as his aura, which was on the level of a celestial emperor, rushed towards the sky.
Roar, roar, roar. Ao Chitian, Ao Xie, and the rest let out a roar from the side. Waves of aura soared into the sky.
1, 2, 3, 8.
Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. 9, 10.
Ha ha ha. Tianchen laughed and split into 3 figures, each of them exuding the aura of a god emperor. 11, 12, 13.
Roar, roar, roar.
Roar, roar, roar. 2 god emperor abyss seeds sensed the powerful aura coming from the side and let out a roar. At the same time, a desolate aura rushed toward the surroundings, including the 2 god emperor abyss seeds. There were a total of 15 god emperors.
15 terrifying forces shot up into the sky.
In the sky above the Imperial Court Island, a terrifying energy stirred. This scene stunned everyone around. This is God Emperors. All of them are God Emperors. Is this the power of the Dragon Palace?
There are more than 10 God Emperors.
There are more than 10 of them. This is too powerful. No wonder the Dragon Palace has the confidence to resist the joint attack of the Imperial Court and the Wizard Association. Ha ha ha. This is great. This is great. At the rear, the members of the great religious sect, the Dragon Python group, the Beichuan sect, and the ancient god dynasty, who were originally pale-faced, widened their eyes when they saw the power that suddenly erupted from the Dragon Palace.
They were filled with shock and disbelief.
There were 13 divine emperors. How many experts did the Dragon Palace have in the last battle of the Abyss?
4.
Including the little blue house, there were 6. Now there were 13.
How many divine emperors did the Imperial Court have? Now there were only 3.
This was 4 times more than the imperial court. With such terrifying strength, the Dragon Palace could easily destroy the imperial court. They could even destroy the Wizard Association. How is this possible? When the emperor of the imperial court, the 2 divine emperors, and all the powerful disciples of the imperial court saw this scene, their faces were filled with disbelief. There were a total of 15 divine emperors, a total of 15. This power had completely exceeded their expectations. In their opinion, no matter how strong the Dragon Palace was or how many trump cards they had, 1 or 2 more divine emperors would be shocking enough. Now, there were more than 10 of them. This made their expressions very interesting as they kept changing. How can this be?
How can the Dragon Palace be so strong?
This is impossible. The imperial court's expert disciples stared in disbelief as their bodies trembled. The power of the Dragon Palace made them feel fear. As expected of the Sky Array, since you dare to wait for us here, you've already made preparations.
In the center, the Magus expression changed slightly when he saw the scene. He slowly stood up and stared at the powerful figures.
Hee, with your strength? I'm afraid it's not enough.
A painting appeared in front of him. The painting was shining with a mysterious power. The stars on it looked like a star map. This was a formation map, Purgatory World. Then let's give it a try.
Sky Array stared at Purgatory World with a cold look in his eyes. Hee, you are not my match. The only troublesome thing is that giant beast, but I will refine it.
The wizard stared at Little Blue, his eyes shining.
During this period of time, he had some understanding of what was happening in the Imperial Star region.
He had heard of this giant beast.
This was the beginning of the disaster in the Imperial Star region, and this giant beast was also a very terrifying existence. In just a few short years, it had become a giant, which made him extremely curious. Haha, when I was at my peak, you didn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Now, you are a little despicable. When Sky Formation heard the wizard's words, his face was filled with mockery. Humph, I could destroy you once before. Now, I can destroy you a second time as well.
The wizard roared with a cold face. The Purgatory World formation in the sky suddenly expanded and enveloped the entire void.
The entire void had a huge change because of the formation.
You talk too much nonsense, Xiaolan.
Wang Xian stared at the Magus and immediately gave an order to Xiaolan. Woo.
The terrifying power on Xiaolan's body trembled slightly. The surrounding space collapsed instantly. Its entire body drifted between the void crack and reality and instantly rushed to the front of the Purgatory World.
Crack. The entire void in front of the Purgatory World emitted the sound of collapse. The formation diagram trembled violently. Kill! Seeing this scene, the Magus expression changed slightly, and he shouted sternly. Ha, kill. Magus, you hold that giant beast back. Leave the rest to this monarch. Without that giant beast, this monarch is invincible.
When the monarch saw Little Blue charging towards the Magus, his face revealed an incomparably malevolent expression.
Although their imperial court and the Magus Union had many fewer divine emperors than the Dragon Palace, he and the Magus Union were both second-rank divine emperors.
As long as the wizard could completely restrain the giant beast, he would be invincible. All disciples, kill them all. Destroy all the people in the Dragon Palace.
A divine emperor of the imperial court ordered sternly. Kill! All the other disciples let out ferocious roars filled with killing intent. Although there were many divine kings in the Dragon Palace, they had 2 second-rank divine emperors. Moreover, the divine emperors of the Wizard Association were not something ordinary divine emperors could compare to. Furthermore, they still had the 400,000-strong army of the Witch Formation. Invincible? Monarch. Let the people of the Dragon Palace experience you. Wang Xian stared at the monarch with a cold expression. He moved and Ao Qitian and the other 7 godly monarchs immediately followed behind Wang Xian. HMPH, do you not think highly of us? The other 2 celestial thearchs of the imperial court stared at Wang Xian and the rest with a murderous look on their faces as they went up to meet them. Roar! However, at this moment, the 2 celestial thearchs of the abyss started to move and attacked the 2 celestial thearchs of the imperial court.
Let's attack the heaven formation.
The 5 celestial thearchs of the Chang Witch Association locked their blood-red eyes on the heaven formation and roared darkly. The 5 of them moved and immediately rushed towards the sky array. Woo woo!
The small house moved and directly attacked a god emperor of the Success Wizard Association. Wuxian, restrain this huge beast. Leave the sky array to us. A god emperor of the Success Wizard Association roared as the 4 of them attacked the sky array.
Ha ha ha, tens of millions of years ago, I was able to fight against your entire Success Wizard Association alone. Now, I can easily deal with the 4 of you. The 3 bodies of sky formation immediately separated and stood in 3 different directions. 9 gods formation, activate. He roared angrily. The divine dragon heads of each attribute on his body emitted a ray of light and instantly surged into the sky and earth. A formation that could penetrate the sky and earth enveloped the center of the Imperial Court Island. The vast formation emitted a terrifying divine might.
Although your Witch Formation Association has one more divine emperor than I expected, that traitor of mine, my obedient disciple, looks a little weak. Today, I will guide you again. Sky Array roared with a cold face.
Wong wong wong.
The battle started and the array formation started.
The 9 gods array formation was a large-scale attack and defense array that was built using the 9 attributes as the foundation. The entire array had 9 powerful attributes.
Each of the 9 attributes could fight against a divine emperor. However, if one wanted to be entangled, it was safer to fight against 8 of them.
Then let me see how much of my master's strength is left. Tianzi roared with a gloomy face. With a wave of his arm, formations were formed one after another. Beside him, the other 3 experts from the Wizard Association waved their arms and threw out formation compasses one after another, attacking the 9 gods formation. Boom! 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 At this moment, a terrifying collision came from the sky.
Dragon King, do you think you can pin me down with just the 8 first-level divine emperors?
Dream on. I will kill all of you today. In the sky, the emperor held the scepter of light in his hand. A huge pair of wings of light held up the sky.
An endless number of judgment spears attacked Wang Xian and the rest.
Defend! In an instant, the expressions of Wang Xian and the rest changed slightly.
Only the 10 divine emperors of Dragon Palace could defend against the Overlord. Now the 8 of them could only defend with all their might.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The 5 elements millstone appeared in front of Wang Xian. Wang Xian circulated his 5 elements and an earth shield appeared in front of him. Ao Qitian, Ao Yao, Ao Xingmu, and Ao Crab also released their defenses and stacked them on top of the earth shield.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Continuous clashing sounds rang out as the defenses collapsed rapidly. Fortunately, Wang Xian and the rest were able to withstand the defenses of the Overlord.
Dragon King, this won't do. There must be 10 celestial emperors to be able to fight him completely. Ao Qitian said with a slightly embarrassed expression. Buy them a few dozen seconds. Wang Xian growled in a low voice. Space Behemoth, Giant Stone Golden Elephant, attack. Wizard Apprentice Army, proceed. Darkness Legion, attack. Shaman Beast Legion, attack. At this moment, the order to attack sounded from below.
The entire Shaman Legion started to move.
All the disciples of the Imperial Court, attack.
The great guardians of the Imperial Court on both sides roared and also gave the order to attack.
All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, defend. Defend with all your strength. At the bottom, Prime Minister Gue roared solemnly when he saw the army coming. Roar! 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 At the front, a group of Imperial Dragon Seeds came to the front and formed an indestructible defense. Roar! 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 Woo! 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 In the sky, the Divine Emperor Abyss Seed and Shaolan gave an order to the Abyss Seed to defend with all their might. Compared to attacking, it was easier to defend. Ha ha ha, if you want to defend, do you think that the Dragon Palace will be able to defend against our attacks with more than 10 God Emperors? Dream on, die!
The great protector of the Imperial Court roared with a face full of killing intent. His body moved and with a wave of his arm, the divine net appeared in front of him. Destroy them! He roared with a ferocious face. At the side, 2 Imperial Court protectors took out the Heaven Net and Earth Net.
The Heaven's Net and Earth Net was a precious treasure that could fight against two Void God Emperors.
Not good, the Dragon Palace is in danger.
The Dragon King and the others have been suppressed by the Imperial Court Monarch. The combat strength of those below the God Emperor realm is also much weaker. After all, it's the Imperial Court and the Wizard Formation Association. Both of them have existed for hundreds of millions of years, and their foundations are unfathomable.
At the back, the disciples of the Beichuan sect who had witnessed this scene last month paled slightly. Although the Dragon Palace had many celestial emperors, their overall strength was obviously stronger than the Imperial Court and the Witch Formation Association.
In terms of combat strength, the Dragon Palace was also much weaker than the celestial emperors. Kill!
In front, countless disciples of the Imperial Court and the experts of the Witch Formation Association started to move. At the lower position, a figure suddenly rushed towards the Great Protector of the Imperial Court who was controlling the divine net in the sky.
Eh? The Great Protector of the Imperial Court sensed that a disciple was suddenly rushing towards him from below and was slightly stunned. Sensing the strength and aura of this disciple, he frowned slightly. Puff! However, at this moment that disciple's body suddenly exploded. A pitch-black shadow flew toward him at a terrifying speed. This made his expression change drastically. Puff! However, that black shadow was too fast and too fast. In the next moment, it directly entered his body.
The Great Protector of the Imperial Court didn't have the slightest reaction. His pupils quickly turned black and he was completely stunned.
The sudden scene caused the two protectors who were controlling the Heaven's Net and Earth Net to be filled with shock. Great Guardian! They yelled at the Great Guardian warily. Phew, it's okay. The Great Guardian's eyes regained their clarity. He shook his head and said immediately, "Kill! Destroy the Dragon Palace." Then he continued to shout with a face full of killing intent. The two guardians of the Imperial Court who were controlling the net of heaven and earth frowned. They sensed the Great Guardian's aura and thought of the black shadow just now. What was going on? But now that the war had broken out, they had no time to think about it. The divine net had already spread across the void. The two waved their arms and flew toward the Great Guardian. Puff!
Puff! However, when they had just arrived beside the Great Guardian, two pitch-black claws instantly drilled out of the Great Guardian's body.
Not allowing them to react in the slightest, they widened their eyes and looked at the Great Protector in shock, spitting out blood. However, at this moment, the Great Protector no longer had the slightest bit of life left.
Kiki kiki!
A sinister voice came out from the Great Protector's body. Soon after, the Great Protector's body split open, and a pitch-black figure moved, instantly collecting the nets above and below and the three corpses. Not good. The Great Protector and the others have been killed.
Oh no!
When the Great Protector and the other two protectors were killed, some of the experts sensed the situation here and roared with extremely ugly expressions. What? The Great Protector has been killed. Hiss! How is this possible?
Be careful, there is a strange existence that might be hiding within us.
That's the Divine Emperor. The Dragon Palace and the Divine Emperor.
Behind them, the disciples of the Imperial Court roared with trembling bodies.
In an instant, the entire Imperial Court's team panicked. Another Divine Emperor appeared from the Dragon Palace. He, Duan Jinming, control the divine net of heaven and earth. Kill them.
That black shadow was naturally octahedron. With a wave of his arm, he threw the divine net of heaven and earth to Duan Jinming and the others.
Duan Jinming and the others were also cultivating array formations. They would soon be able to control such a precious divine weapon. Good.
Prime Minister Gue looked excited when he saw the nets above and below divine net was taken by the Dragon Palace. The nets above and below divine net was the most powerful technique other than the Emperor of the Imperial Court. Now that the Dragon Palace had taken it, this battle would be more beneficial to the Dragon Palace.
Jia, Dragon King, I'm here to fuck the Emperor, this dog.